Imagine a religion or, a spiritual path where the absolute highest honor you can receive is, well, to be branded a heretic.
Right.
And not just by anyone, but by 70 different holy men. That's the ultimate confirmation that you've reached, like spiritual perfection.
It sounds completely backward, doesn't it?
It really does. And imagine a world where the Kaaba itself, the massive, immutable stone cube in Mecca, that's, the gravitational center of the Islamic world, supposedly uproots itself from the earth.
Just literally pulls itself out of the ground.
Yeah, literally to go travel and hug and kiss a human being.
Right.
And on top of that, a theological framework where having a human spiritual guide is considered so biologically essential to your salvation that if you try to seek God without one, your guide is quite literally considered to be Satan himself.
It's an intense worldview.
Very intense. So welcome to today's deep dive. We're opening up a stack of incredibly dense, highly controversial source materials today for you.
We really are.
We're looking into the historical beliefs, the esoteric origins, and, the inner workings of the Naqshbandi Sufi order. But we're doing this through a very specific lens today.
A very sharp lens.
Exactly. A sharp, unapologetically critical lens, which is a detailed theological text written by Abdul Rahman Damashqiya.
And before we take a single step into that theological minefield, I think we must establish the ground rules for the journey we are taking today.
Yeah, please do.
Because the source material we are unpacking contains heavily politically, historically, and religiously charged content. Damashqiya's text presents a fierce, unyielding theological critique of Sufi practices, written from a strictly orthodox mainstream Islamic perspective.
Right.
I want to be absolutely clear to you, the listener, right out of the gate here. Neither of us sitting at these microphones is taking a side.
Not at all.
We are not endorsing Damashqi's viewpoints, we are not passing judgment on the Naqshbandi order, and we aren't validating the critiques or the defenses. Our mission today is purely analytical.
We're just the messengers here.
Exactly. We are acting as impartial guides to help you understand the architecture of this specific, incredibly complex religious battleground. We are going to unpack the exact ideas, the specific claims, and the philosophical friction contained in this text, piece by piece.
Because the goal is to understand how these systems of belief function, right? Why they appeal to human psychology, and where they fundamentally clash. I kind of think of it like examining the blueprints of two completely different skyscrapers built on the exact same plot of land.
That's a great way to look at it.
We aren't here to tell you which building is safer or which one you should live in. We are here to show you how the structural engineering differs.
Yeah.
And the structural engineering of the ideas we are looking at today is fascinating.
It really is.
We're essentially looking at the second major fraction of Damashqi's critique. He maps out the origins of their hidden knowledge, the unquestionable authority of the living sheikh, and this mind-bending concept of the sacred geography moving to the individual.
And finally, an intense focus on the spirits of the dead.
Right. So let's start with the foundation. Every spiritual movement needs an origin story, obviously. And Damashqiya explores how the Naqshbandi order claims its founder and ultimate originator is Abu Bakr.
Which is a huge claim.
Massive. Because for anyone familiar with Islamic history, Abu Bakr is a colossal figure. He was the closest companion of the Prophet Muhammad, the first caliph, basically the rock of the early Muslim community.
Yeah, you don't get much higher than that in Orthodox history.
You really don't. But Damashqiya points out a glaring historical anachronism here. Abu Bakr himself never knew the word Naqshbandi. That terminology, that specific organized structure, it wouldn't even exist for centuries.
Centuries, right.
So Damashqiya argues that esoteric orders do this intentionally. They attach themselves to universally revered figures like Abu Bakr or Ali or Salman al-Farsi to acquire what he calls a legal or legitimate coloring. They are kind of drafting off the historical momentum of the Orthodox giants.
Yeah, and to understand why a movement would do this, we really have to look at the sociology of religion, specifically this concept of appealing to antiquity.
How does that work in this context?
Well, in almost every major theological tradition, antiquity equals authenticity. You cannot simply walk into a highly established, historically grounded tradition like 7th or 8th century Islam and introduce a completely novel spiritual system.
Right, because people would just reject it.
Exactly. If you say, hey, I have a brand new way to connect with God, the immediate immune system response of the Orthodox community is just rejection. Innovation in theology is often viewed as deviation.
So they have to make it look old.
Precisely. Therefore, to survive, any esoteric movement must weave its roots backward in time. Damashkiya is highly critical of this. He essentially accuses the order of retroactively engineering a lineage.
A fake lineage, basically.
According to his critique, yes. He points out that the core mechanism the order uses to justify this connection is the concept of kashaf, which translates to unveiling or esoteric inspiration.
Okay, unveiling. What does that actually mean for them?
The claim is that hidden esoteric knowledge is poured directly into the heart of the believer from God. It runs on a parallel track to the literal historical revelation given to the prophet.
And Damashkiya doesn't buy that at all, does he?
Not even a little. Damashkiya fiercely attacks this parallel track. He notes that the historical Orthodox accounts of Abu Bakr, the thousands of recorded interactions we have of his actual life, they never show him claiming to receive such divine esoteric unveilings.
Right, he's a very public figure.
Exactly. Abu Bakr was known for his steadfast adherence to the public, explicit message, not for harboring a shadow doctrine of hidden mysticism.
It feels a lot like the concept of retroactive continuity or a retcon in modern storytelling or comic books.
Retcon, yeah, that's a perfect analogy.
Right, like when a new writer takes over a legendary character and goes back to change the origin story to fit a new plot line, they're essentially saying, oh, you thought you knew the real Abu Bakr. You thought you knew his entire life because you read the public history. Well, here's the secret backstory that only we know.
Which is a very convenient narrative device.
Very convenient. And Damashkiya highlights a truly bizarre, almost visceral anecdote to illustrate just how far this retroactive continuity goes.
The liver story.
Yes, the liver story. He cites a story promoted by a figure named Al-Kawthari, which claims that Abu Bakr allegedly practiced the silent dhikr, which is the completely internal silent remembrance of God.
And we should note, this silent dhikr is the absolute hallmark of the Naqshbandi path.
Right, it's their signature practice. So according to this narrative, Abu Bakr would sit holding his breath until morning in silent devotion. And the story goes on to claim that eventually the people living in Medina began smelling roasted meat.
Just a barbecue smell floating through the city.
Yeah, they actually complained to the prophet thinking Abu Bakr was hoarding food or cooking in the middle of the night. But the prophet supposedly revealed to them that Abu Bakr had no meat at all.
Right, the smell was coming from inside him.
Literally. The smell was his literal liver burning inside his body from the intense, painful heat of this silent, secretive remembrance of God.
It is such a spectacular piece of theological mythos, and Damashkiya includes it to highlight what he sees as the sheer absurdity of the order's claims.
It's definitely an intense image, but how do they justify that philosophically?
Well, if we analyze the story philosophically rather than just, physiologically, it serves a massive functional purpose for an esoteric group. It is a visceral, poetic myth designed to establish an epistemology of suffering and hiddenness.
What do you mean by an epistemology of hiddenness?
Think about what the story communicates to a follower. It says that true devotion, the highest tier of spiritual connection, is entirely invisible to the regular masses. The common people, the neighbors in Medina, they misinterpret the profound spiritual state as something totally mundane, like cooking dinner.
Oh, I see. They smell the divine fire and just think, hey, Abu Bakr's having a barbecue.
Exactly. It perfectly sets up an us versus them dichotomy. There are the clueless Orthodox masses who only understand surface-level reality, and there is the spiritual elite who understand that true connection to God literally burns you from the inside out.
Wow, so it elevates the pain.
It does. By anchoring the practice of holding one's breath during silent dhikr to this legendary, agonizing image of Abu Bakr, the practice isn't just validated. It is elevated to a level of heroic, agonizing sacrifice.
But the analogy of the retcon actually forces a much larger, more difficult question here, which Damashkiya zeroes right in on.
Which is?
If this hidden, silent, breath-holding knowledge was so incredibly vital to the human soul, if it literally resulted in a burning liver of devotion, why would the Prophet and Abu Bakr keep it completely hidden from the rest of the Muslim community?
That is the million-dollar Orthodox question.
Right. Damashkiya quotes a supposed tradition often used by esoteric groups where the Prophet says, whatever God poured into my chest, I poured into the chest of Abu Bakr. But Damashkiya's point is that Orthodox Islam prides itself entirely on the message being an open book.
There are no secrets in the Orthodox view.
None. The revelation is public. The laws are public. The path to salvation is accessible to the illiterate farmer and the wealthy merchant alike. So the entire architecture of a secret spiritual technology, passed down in the shadows to a select few, it fundamentally contradicts the open source model of traditional Islamic theology.
And that exclusivity is precisely the target of Damashkiya's critique. For an esoteric order, the hiddenness isn't a flaw in the system. It is the entire point of the system. An esoteric path is, by definition, not meant for mass consumption.
It's VIP only.
VIP only, yes. It relies on a carefully constructed hierarchy of access. Damashki details how the Naqshbandiyya claim their order evolved through very specific, named historical stages, effectively building a chain of custody for this secret knowledge.
Like a lineage tree.
Exactly. They claim it started in the 7th century as the Siddiqiyya, named directly after Abu Bakr, whose title was Al-Siddiq, the Truthful. Then, generations later, it passes to the famous mystic Abu Yazid al-Bastami, and the path rebrands as the Tayfuriyya.
Rebrand, literally.
Later, it filters through the masters of Central Asia and becomes the Khwajaganya. It isn't until Bahauddin Shah Naqshband in the 14th century that it finally takes the name Naqshbandiyya.
That's centuries later.
Yes. And even later, it evolves into branches like the Arariya, the Mujadidiyya under Ahmad al-Sirhindi, and the Khalidiyya.
So Damashkiya is laying out this complex, multi-century genealogy to demonstrate a pattern.
Exactly. He is arguing that a practice supposedly originating directly with the Prophet is systematically repackaged, rebranded, and retrofitted by different charismatic leaders across vastly different eras, creating an illusion of an unbroken, exclusive chain of transmission.
It's like tracking the corporate mergers of a spiritual monopoly.
That's exactly how it functions.
But to reach the very top of that corporate ladder, to achieve the ultimate rank in this exclusive hierarchy, Damashkiya reveals you have to pass through a paradox that completely defies human logic.
The 70 heretics rule.
Yes. The absolute highest rank a follower can achieve on this path is called Siddiqiyya, the rank of the truthful. Again, echoing that connection to Abu Bakr, but Damashkiya cites a mind-bending rule within their theology for actually achieving this status.
It is wild.
The rule states that a person cannot be considered a true Siddiq, a true, perfected, truthful one, until 70 other Siddiqs explicitly testify that he is a Zindiq.
Which translates to a heretic or an unbeliever.
So you need 70 truthful people to call you a liar before you become the ultimate truth teller.
This specific concept is perhaps one of the most psychologically brilliant and, from Damashkiya's Orthodox perspective, most incredibly dangerous mechanisms engineered into the theology.
How so? It just sounds confusing.
Well, we really need to break down the sheer paradoxical genius of this 70 heretics rule. Let's look at the function of heresy in a normal religious society. In mainstream orthodoxy, if the consensus of scholars or the broader community labels you a heretic, it functions as a social and spiritual immune response.
Like, hey, this guy is toxic, stay away.
Exactly. It is a clear signal that you have deviated from the truth, you have broken the agreed-upon rules of the text, and you are outside the fold. But this esoteric rule completely inverts that reality.
It turns it upside down.
It does. By establishing a doctrine where the ultimate proof of your enlightenment is the fact that other enlightened people call you a heretic, you create an absolutely closed, impenetrable ideological loop.
It's a spiritual hall of mirrors. Think about the sheer psychological armor that provides a leader.
Oh, it makes them bulletproof.
Totally bulletproof. If an Orthodox scholar like Damashkiya writes a blistering critique pointing out deep theological flaws, the follower of the esoteric path doesn't have to defend the theology. They can just smile and say, thank you. The fact that you, an outsider, think our leader's a heretic is the exact proof we needed that he is a true Siddiq.
It completely short-circuits any rational textual debate. It turns every criticism into a confirmation.
That is so incredibly manipulative.
Exactly. And while the Hall of Mirrors analogy captures the disorientation of it, we also need to recognize the mechanism of control it creates. Damashkiya points this out to demonstrate the profound insularity of the order.
Because you can't trust anyone on the outside.
Right. If the highest truth is utterly indistinguishable from heresy to anyone standing outside the inner circle, then the followers are permanently cut off from external critique. You cannot trust your own common sense, you cannot trust the plain reading of Scripture, and you certainly cannot trust the consensus of the broader Orthodox community.
The only compass you have left is the internal logic of the group.
Furthermore, Damashkiya highlights the absolute, uncompromising loyalty demanded by this structure. He quotes Bahauddin Shah Naqshband directly, who states that the beginning of their path is the end of all other paths.
There is a strict, explicit threat recorded in the texts Damashkiya examines, right?
Yes. Whoever turns away from our path is in danger regarding his religion. Damashkiya portrays this as a classic high-control retention tactic. You're told you possess the ultimate exclusive truth. And if you attempt to find God outside of this specific branded chain of transmission, your very soul, your eternal salvation, is in critical jeopardy.
Damashkiya also notes that this exclusivity isn't just directed at mainstream Islam, though. It's a weapon used against other Sufi groups, too, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely.
The text mentions how they look down on other mystical paths, like the Rifigiyya or the Ahmadiyya. Damashkiya notes that the Naqshbandists claim the followers of those other paths contradict the true teachings of their own founders.
It's highly competitive.
So it's not just a rejection of the public mosque, it's a claim to absolute monopoly within the mystical landscape itself. They aren't saying, we have a unique flavor of spirituality. They're saying, according to Damashkiya, we are the only valid terminal. Everything else is a dead end.
Yes, the source material Damashkiya is critiquing is depicted as entirely uncompromising. It's not a pluralistic many paths up the mountain philosophy. The claim is, we are the mountain.
We are the mountain. I like that.
But what happens next in Damashkiya's analysis is where the theology moves from psychological control to fundamentally altering the physical world.
Oh, this is a geography part.
Because this intense elevation of the individual leader, the sheikh, doesn't stop at redefining the concept of heresy. As Damashkiya moves through his critique, he shows how this esoteric worldview actually leads to a complete redefinition of the sacred, physical geography of Islam itself.
Which brings us to what I genuinely found to be the most staggering visual and conceptual image in this entire stack of research. We need to talk about the Kaaba.
The traveling Kaaba.
Yes. For anyone listening who might not be intimately familiar with Islamic practice, the Kaaba is the large, black, cube-shaped structure located in the center of the Grand Mosque in Mecca.
The focal point of the religion.
To say it is important is a catastrophic understatement. It is the geographic and spiritual anchor of the Islamic faith. Over 1 billion Muslims all over the globe orient their bodies toward it 5 times a day to pray.
Right.
Millions of people physically travel to it every single year for the Hajj pilgrimage, walking in concentric circles around it.
It is fixed. It is immutable.
Exactly. It was the axis of the world. But Damashkiya highlights a shocking shift in reverence within the texts he is analyzing. He quotes Muhammad Amin al-Kurdi, a major figure in the tradition, directly comparing the human sheikh to the Kaaba itself.
And not just as a metaphor.
Right. Al-Kurdi essentially says that just as regular Muslims bow their bodies toward the physical stone of the Kaaba, but are actually directing their worship to God, the esoteric seeker does the exact same thing with the living sheikh.
This is a monumental, earth-shaking theological shift that Damashkiya is vigorously attacking. In Orthodox Islam, the Kaaba is the ultimate unifying physical focal point. The theology is intensely geographic. You must go to it. The stone does not move.
You travel to the building doesn't travel to you.
But here, Damashkiya shows how esoteric theology shifts the gravitational center of the religion entirely. It unmoors the concept of holiness from a physical, geographic location, a building made of rocks and covered in cloth, and transplants it into a living, breathing, biological human saint.
And Damashki goes even further to show how incredibly literal this shift becomes in their literature, doesn't he?
He does. He quotes Ahmad al-Sirhindi, a titan of the later Naqshbandi tradition, stating that the reality of the Kaaba actually prostrates itself to the Muhammadan reality.
Okay, wait.
And Sirhindi goes on to claim that the Kaaba itself literally leaves its location in Mecca to visit, to circumambulate, and to bless the saints wherever they happen to be living.
I just want to make sure I'm visualizing this correctly. The text claims the actual stone structure in Mecca walks around the person.
That is the explicit claim being reported and critiqued in Damashkiya's text. To synthesize the philosophical meaning beneath the shock value, the theology is aggressively signaling that human spiritual perfection, which they believe is perfectly embodied in the saint, is vastly superior to any physical sacred geography.
So a perfected human is better than a holy rock.
Yes. The material world, even its holiest, most ancient sites, is entirely subordinated to the spiritual reality of the sheikh. Damashkiya provides specific, documented examples of these visionary claims to show how prevalent this idea is.
Like the Hajj vision, right?
Exactly. He cites the writings of Muhammad al-Masum, who claimed that during his own physical Hajj pilgrimage in Mecca, he experienced a vision where he saw angels appearing as men and heavenly houris appearing as women, circling the Kaaba alongside him.
That's already quite a vision.
But the climax of the vision was that the Kaaba itself reached out, hugged him, and kissed him with what he described as complete longing.
The imagery is just It's staggering. It completely flips the dynamic. It's like the old proverb, if the mountain won't come to Muhammad, Muhammad must go to the mountain.
Except here, the mountain literally gets up.
Yeah. In this esoteric framework, they are claiming the mountain literally gets up, walks across the desert, and gives you a hug, because you are just that spiritually magnetic.
Yeah.
But looking at it through Damashkiya's Orthodox lens, doesn't this entirely devalue the actual physical pilgrimage?
Completely.
Think about the millions of regular people who save up their entire lives, who endure massive physical hardship just to touch that stone.
Yeah.
If the esoteric reality is that the Kaaba leaves Mecca on a Tuesday to go visit a sheikh in Damascus, what are all those weeping pilgrims in Mecca actually circling? Just an empty plot of dirt.
That exact devaluation is the core of Damashkiya's Orthodox outrage. From his perspective, these esoteric claims utterly hollow out the shared physical rituals of mainstream Islam. If the sacredness can detach and travel to an elite individual, the communal ritual becomes a mere pantomime for the uninitiated masses.
Right, like everyone else is just going through the motions.
Damashkiya includes another highly illustrative anecdote to drive this point home concerning a man named Abd al-Kabir.
The fainting guy.
Yes, the fainting guy. According to the story, Abd al-Kabir was physically standing in Mecca staring at the Kaaba, and he was so overcome with spiritual emotion and love for the physical building that when the wind blew the cloth covering the Kaaba, he literally fainted.
It's a picture of ultimate traditional piety. He loves the Kaaba so much he passes out.
But when Abd al-Kabir later went to his sheikh and complained about this overwhelming, paralyzing love for the physical structure, his sheikh did not praise his devotion. Instead, the sheikh sharply rebuked him.
Rebuked him? Why?
The sheikh told him, "What do you have with the house? God is everywhere in the mountains, walls, sky, earth."
So on the surface, the sheikh is telling him, don't be attached to rocks and cloth, which sounds somewhat reasonable, almost like a Zen koan. But in the context of what we're discussing, it's actually demotion of the Kaaba, isn't it?
Precisely. The anecdote, as Damashkiya frames it, isn't about omnipresence. It's about hierarchy. The esoteric path views the physical world, even the universally agreed-upon holiest parts of it, as merely a shadow, a distraction, or a beginner's tool.
So the real stuff is the sheikh.
Yes. The real connection to the divine isn't found in traveling thousands of miles to a geographic coordinate. The physical Kaaba is demoted to a symbol, while the human sheikh is promoted to the role of the ultimate living axis of the universe. The building is static, but the sheikh is dynamic.
Which brings us to the most critical juncture in Damashkiya's critique. If the physical center of the Islamic world is no longer the true point of focus, and if direct individual prayer is somehow insufficient, then the entire structural model of how a believer connects to God has collapsed.
There is a massive void.
Something massive has to fill that void. And according to the text Damashkiya is dissecting, that void is filled entirely by the sheikh. This is where we hit the ultimate bottleneck. Damashkiya details the incredibly strict, uncompromising requirement of having a human spiritual guide.
And he makes a very controversial comparison here.
He does. To make his point to an Orthodox Muslim audience, Damashkiya draws a comparative analogy that is designed to be deeply shocking. He explicitly states that the Naqshbandiyya justification for absolutely needing a sheikh is identical, letter by letter, to what Christians say about Jesus.
This is perhaps the most profound point of theological friction in the entire text. Damashkiya is intentionally drawing a direct, provocative parallel to the Christian concept of Christ as the sole necessary mediator between humanity and God.
Like the whole I am the way concept.
Exactly. In Christianity, the paradigm is explicit. I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. But in Orthodox mainstream Islam, the absolute core tenet, the beating heart of the religion, is direct, unmediated monotheism known as Tawhid.
There is no middleman.
No. There is no priest class, there is no pope, there is no sacrament administered by a cleric required for salvation. The believer simply places their forehead on the ground and speaks directly to the Creator.
But the esoteric path changes that.
Completely. Damashkiya quotes the Naqshbandi scholar Muhammad Asad Sahib-Zada, providing the esoteric counter-argument to this open access model. Zada argues from a position of absolute polarity. He states that the student, the regular everyday believer, exists in a state of extreme inherent filth, impurity, and spiritual density.
So the student is basically toxic.
Spiritually, yes. God, conversely, exists in a state of absolute, blinding, transcendent holiness and purity. Therefore, Zada argues it is philosophically and metaphysically impossible for the filthy student to directly touch the pure divine. There must be a barzakh.
A barzakh. We
Yeah.
see that word a lot in Islamic theology, usually referring to the barrier between life and the afterlife, right? The state of the grave.
Yes, exactly. It means an isthmus, a barrier, or a bridge between two incompatible zones. Zada is using the term to describe the sheikh. The sheikh is the living barzakh. He is a perfect engineered guide who has a foot in both worlds.
So he bridges the gap.
Because he is human, he shares in the physical condition and can interact with the student. But because he is spiritually perfected, he can withstand the blinding light of the divine. The sheikh acts as this necessary biological intermediary.
And this isn't optional, right?
Not at all. Damashkia emphasizes that the source texts do not present this as an optional upgrade for the super pious or as merely helpful advice. It is a terrifying absolute. Damashkia quotes a widely circulated esoteric maxim, quote, "Whoever has no sheikh, his sheikh is Satan, and he remains in disbelief until he takes a sheikh."
Wow. I'm trying to map this onto a modern concept to understand the mechanics of it. It's like viewing God as a massive high-voltage power line.
Okay, I see where you're going.
The sheer energy is incomprehensible, and the sheikh is the essential electrical transformer. If you, the regular impure person walking down the street, decide you want power and try to reach out and grab that high voltage line directly, you don't get enlightened. You get completely fried. Your system overloads.
Right, you burn out.
You absolutely need the transformer to step the voltage down into something your house can actually use without burning down.
The transformer analogy is helpful for visualizing the concept of stepping down energy, but we have to push back on it slightly to capture the true gravity of Damashkia's critique.
Why? What's missing?
A transformer is a passive piece of machinery. It just sits there and processes whatever flows through it. The sheikh, in this esoteric theology, is vastly more active. He isn't just lowering the voltage, he is the absolute gatekeeper of the current.
Oh, he has a valve.
He decides if you get the power, how much you get, and when you get it. Damashkia notes that the esoteric texts describe the sheikh using the metaphor of a gutter or a spout, a mizab that catches the ocean of divine grace and pours it into the disciple's heart.
So without the spout, you get nothing.
The texts insist that you cannot reach God or experience what they call the divine pull or jadba without the physical or spiritual company of the sheikh.
So you can't bypass the gatekeeper.
Exactly. And this is the core of Damashkia's ethical and theological outrage. His critique is that this dynamic creates a system of permanent institutionalized dependency.
Like keeping people spiritually helpless.
If you tell a believer that their own prayers are inherently too filthy to reach God, and that attempting to pray without the sheikh's mediation is literally an invitation to Satan, you have rendered the spiritual seeker fundamentally incapable of direct divine connection.
It's an absolute monopoly on the divine connection.
Damashkia sees this as a profound infantilization of the believer. They are permanently locked in a state of spiritual childhood, forever clinging to the robes of the sheikh, terrified to stand alone before God.
What blew my mind reading Damashkia's analysis of these texts is where this immense crushing reliance on the sheikh ultimately leads. Because common sense would dictate that the end goal of a spiritual path is to finally, eventually reach God. The sheikh holds your hand, walks you up the mountain, and introduces you to the Creator.
But that's not what the texts claim.
No. Damashkia reveals an even more radical, almost dizzying philosophical conclusion found in the highest echelons of this esoteric thought. Eventually, the truly perfected mystic reaches a state where they don't even need God.
We are now wading into the deepest, most radical waters of esoteric claims that Damashkia has surfaced. He highlights a staggering, deeply controversial statement attributed to major Sufi figures, including the founder himself, Bahauddin Naqshband.
What exactly did he say?
They claim that the true, ultimate sign of a perfected Sufi, which they term a fakir, or the fundamentally poor one, is that he has no need for God.
I really want you, the listener, to let that sink in for a second. We are talking about an intensely rigorous, agonizingly disciplined religious path, where the ultimate flex, the highest possible state of being you can achieve, is looking up at the Creator of the universe and saying, I don't need you anymore.
It sounds like ultimate arrogance, which is exactly how Damashkia frames it for his Orthodox readers. But Damashkia also explains the internal esoteric logic they use to justify this shocking statement.
How do you even justify that?
Bahauddin supposedly justified this claim by comparing his spiritual state to the famous Quranic narrative of the prophet Abraham. When Abraham was thrown into the massive fire by the tyrant Nimrod, the tradition states that the archangel Gabriel appeared to him in the air and offered to help him.
And Abraham said no, right?
Right. Abraham refused Gabriel's help. More profoundly, Abraham didn't even cry out to God to put out the fire. He supposedly said that God's knowledge of his situation was entirely enough. He didn't need to ask God for help. His state of complete, absolute surrender was sufficient.
So he was so submitted to the fire that asking to be saved from it would be a failure of trust.
Exactly. To unpack the deep esotericism here, when they say no need for God, it is a radical, highly paradoxical expression of an esoteric concept called phauna, which translates to annihilation or dissolution.
Annihilation of the self.
Yes. The esoteric belief is that the mystic becomes so completely consumed by and dissolved into the divine will that any act of asking God for something implies a fatal separation. It implies that there is a distinct me down here asking a distinct him up there.
Oh, I see.
To an annihilated mystic, to ask is to acknowledge a distance they believe they have obliterated. They believe they have become an instrument of the divine will to such a degree that there is no separate self left to have a need.
It's like a drop of water falling into the ocean.
Wow.
Once it hits the water, the drop doesn't ask the ocean for a drink because the drop no longer exists. It is the ocean now. The boundary is gone.
That's the exact theological defense.
But this is where Naqshbandiyya points out a massive, glaring, almost comical contradiction in their daily practice.
Oh, the irony is thick.
He points out that they claim they are so spiritually advanced, so annihilated in the divine, that they have no need to ask God for anything. But at the exact same time, in their actual recorded rituals, Naqshbandiyya points out their extreme, almost desperate dependence on created things.
Right, they beg constantly.
They claim they don't need the Creator, but they spend their days constantly begging saints, dead people, and the prophet for favors.
And this is where Naqshbandiyya builds his most devastating practical critique of the theology. He moves from the high-minded philosophy of fauna down to the actual poetry, chants, and invocations used in their gatherings.
Like on-the-ground reality.
Exactly. He explicitly compares these Naqshbandi gatherings to Shia gatherings, noting the intense, singular focus on asking the Prophet Muhammad and his holy family for interventions that Orthodox Islam states are the sole, exclusive domain of God.
Naqshbandiyya lists exactly what they're asking for, right?
He does. They ask the prophet directly for the forgiveness of their sins, for the supernatural covering of their earthly scandals, and for the fulfillment of their mundane daily needs.
He lists some incredibly specific, almost wild examples in the text. He mentions how they use chants directed at Sayyida Nafisa, a highly righteous female scholar from early Islamic history who's buried in Egypt.
Right, asking her to change the weather.
Exactly. They chant to her, asking her specifically to change the weather and bring rain. And even more aggressively, he points to political, militant chants.
The ones about the bridges.
Yes. Where they ask God to act by the right of or through the power of historical figures like Job, David, and John the Baptist, specifically asking these ancient figures to destroy communist bridges and defeat the Jews in modern conflicts.
It's treating them like spiritual artillery.
They are essentially treating these historical saints and prophets like supernatural weaponry that can be deployed on the battlefield.
Naqshbandiyya is pointing out a profound psychological and theological inversion. In their pursuit of this high-level esoteric annihilation, God becomes so infinitely abstract, so utterly transcendent, and so completely unreachable that he is practically ignored in the reality of daily supplication.
He's just too far away.
Exactly. The divine becomes a philosophical concept. Meanwhile, human figures, the prophet, the saints, the sheiks, are elevated to the status of omnipotent cosmic problem solvers. The humanity of the saints makes them approachable, while their supposed esoteric power makes them useful.
Naqshbandiyya highlights how the texts refer to the Prophet Muhammad with a very specific title, doesn't he?
He does. The title is The Reliever of Worries, or Kashif al-Ghumat. He points out that in Orthodox Quranic theology, that is a title and a cosmic function strictly, exclusively reserved for God Almighty. No human, not even the greatest prophet, can relieve the existential worries of the soul.
I think we need to stop and analyze why human psychology so easily defaults to this.
Yeah.
Because you see this pattern across almost every major world religion. The regional manager analogy really works here.
I love that analogy. Lay it out.
Think about a massive multinational corporation. The CEO of the company exists in a penthouse suite in another country, guarded by a dozen security doors. To the guy working minimum wage on the factory floor, the CEO is entirely abstract. He's a signature on a document.
You never see him.
You never see him. You know he has the ultimate power, but you can't reach him, and the scale of his concerns is terrifying. So what happens? The employees stop trying to email the CEO. It's psychologically exhausting.
So they go to the middle manager.
Right. They just start treating the regional managers, the saints, the sheiks, the local figures, as if they are the ultimate authority. You go to the regional manager for your paycheck, to fix the broken AC in the warehouse, or to protect you from getting fired.
Because the regional manager has a face.
Because he has a face. He has an office you can walk into, he speaks your language, he feels close, whereas a CEO feels like a terrifying abstraction. Human beings crave localized control.
That is a remarkably accurate psychological diagnosis of the phenomena Damashkiya is critiquing. Orthodox monotheism, the constant, unmediated engagement with the infinite creator of the cosmos, is psychologically exhausting. It requires an immense capacity to sit with the unseen, the vast, and the silent.
And people struggle with the silent.
They do. The esoteric intercession model lowers the cognitive load. The intermediary completely overshadows the ultimate destination because the intermediary is digestible to the human mind. But what Damashkiya explores next in his critique takes this human desire for a localized intermediary to its absolute extreme.
Oh, this is where it gets really dark.
Because these regional managers of the divine don't even have to be alive to wield their power. In fact, according to the doctrine Damashkiya lays out, their power, their accessibility, and their bandwidth for miracles supposedly increase dramatically after they die and are buried in the earth.
Which brings us into the final and undoubtedly the most atmospheric, almost gothic section of Damashkiya's analysis. We're leaving the Grand Mosque, we're leaving the living Sheikh's study, and we are walking out into the graveyard.
The doctrine of the graves.
Damashkiya details what he terms the doctrine of the graves. For the Naqshbandis, according to this orthodox critique, graves are not merely solemn markers of deceased historical figures. They are not just places to reflect on mortality.
No, they are active.
Very active. They are the ultimate pulsating hubs for receiving hidden knowledge, for taking binding spiritual pledges, and for getting your earthly needs met.
Damashkiya grounds this critique in the very origin story of the order's name. He states that Bahauddin Naqshband, the 14th century figure who gave the order its final identity, allegedly received his ultimate spiritual mandate, his specific divine tasking, and the secret of the silent dick we discussed at the very beginning, entirely from the dead.
He didn't learn it from a living teacher?
Nope. He didn't learn it sitting at the feet of a living teacher in a traditional classroom in Bukhara. The claim is that he received it through direct spiritual transmission from the dead spirits of the previous masters in a graveyard. He completely bypassed the physical world of living, verifiable transmission.
It's literally spiritual Bluetooth. Sure. The living human walks into the graveyard, their internal receiver pairs with the frequency of the tombstone, and the esoteric data transfer happens invisibly in the air.
The spiritual Bluetooth analogy captures the invisible transmission aspect, but we need to ground it in the actual metaphysical mechanics Damashkiya uncovers in their texts.
How does it actually work in the text?
He quotes claims that God literally appoints an angel to stand permanent guard at the saint's grave, whose sole job is to process and fulfill the needs of the pilgrims who visit.
Like a supernatural receptionist.
Or, even more radically, the texts claim that sometimes the saint himself defies death, physically leaves his grave, and walks the earth to fulfill the needs of the living. In this theology, death is not an end, and the grave is not a resting place. The grave is an active, open portal. It is a communications array.
And Damashkiya points out that they have an incredibly specific step-by-step instruction manual for how to operate this portal. He outlines the etiquette of visiting a shrine, exactly as laid out in the text by Muhammad Min al-Kurdi.
It's very structured.
It reads less like a prayer and more like a highly structured recipe for a ritual. Step 1. You approach and formally greet the dead saint. Step 2, and this is the part that Damashkiya focuses on with intense orthodox horror. You physically turn your back to the Qibla, the direction of the Kaaba in Mecca, and you explicitly face the dirt of the grave instead.
Let's pause and deeply analyze that specific physical posture, because it perfectly physically embodies the entire theological shift Damashkiya has been warning about.
Turning away from Mecca.
Right. In Islam, facing the Qibla is non-negotiable for prayer. It unifies the entire global community toward one center. by instructing the seeker to physically turn their back on the geographic center of Orthodox monotheism and to deliberately face the bodily remains of a human saint. The ritual is acting out the esoteric belief.
It's physical proof of what they prioritize.
It proves that the grave has usurped the Kaaba as the focal point of divine connection. The human intermediary, even in death, is prioritized over the divine symbol. It is physical theology in action.
You are literally turning your back on the Orthodox world. Okay, the ritual continues. Step 3. You read specific assigned chapters of the Quran, but you aren't doing it to seek guidance for your own life or to acquire blessings for your own soul. You intentionally donate the spiritual reward of that reading to the dead saint.
Like paying a toll.
Almost exactly like paying a spiritual toll fee to open the connection. Step 4. You sit down and you strip your mind of absolutely everything. You have to empty your consciousness of all thoughts, all worries, all worldly attachments, until your mind becomes a completely blank slate, which they call a law.
A total blank slate.
And finally, step 5. You visualize the spirit of the dead saint as a pillar of pure light, and you hold that visualization in your heart in order to receive the overflow or the fade of his grace. And Damashkiya specifically notes that the text's claim physical distance doesn't even matter for this transmission.
You don't even have to be at the grave.
You can perform this exact visualization and receive the overflow from a dead saint while sitting in your bedroom 1,000 miles away from the physical tomb.
Damashkiya connects this entire complex ritual to an esoteric concept called lahut, a term used to describe a divine realm or dimension entirely outside of physical bodily constraints.
How does lahut work?
The esoteric belief is that spiritual entities, the souls of the perfected saints, gather and interact in this realm of lahut in death, much like they interact in the physical world during life, or like human consciousness interacts in the realm of dreams.
So they are still active over there.
The physical body decays in the dirt, but the spiritual reality of the saint actually becomes vastly more potent, unburdened, and accessible through this dimension. The reason the seeker must empty their mind and become a law, a blank slate, is to turn their consciousness into a highly sensitive receiver for this non-physical transmission.
Any stray thought blocks the signal.
Exactly. Any stray thought of the ego acts as static, blocking the fade, the divine overflow.
Looking at this purely from the outside, reading Damashkiya's breakdown of this step-by-step process, you have to admit it sounds significantly less like traditional Orthodox Islamic prayer as the world understands it, and vastly more like an organized, highly structured seance.
It definitely shares elements of that.
You are paying a toll, making your mind a blank slate to absorb a dead person's light, visualizing their spirit. It is spiritual channeling. You're deliberately turning your own psyche into an antenna for a ghost. But if we put aside Damashkiya's fierce Orthodox critique just for a moment, we have to ask the human question.
Why do people do it?
Why does this appeal to millions of people? Why would a human being prefer to sit quietly in front of a silent tomb trying to catch invisible light, rather than studying a universally available book or sitting in a brightly lit public mosque?
It is a profound question, and it cuts to the absolute core of human nature and our deeply complex relationship with religious experience. A grave offers something that an abstract theological concept cannot: a localized, tangible, and intensely personal point of contact with the divine.
It's physical.
It transforms religion from a dry, intellectual exercise involving massive sets of dogmas, historical rules, and ancient texts into a deeply emotional, visceral, physical experience. You can physically touch the iron grate of the tomb. You can weep at the shrine without judgment.
It's an intimate connection.
You feel an intimate, secret, one-on-one connection to a towering historical figure who, in your mind, is now entirely focused on you, free from the distractions of the living world. The Orthodox text Damashkiya is writing may critique this as a dangerous deviation from pure monotheism, but psychologically it provides a sense of intimacy and direct, immediate intervention that vast abstract theology often struggles to match for the everyday person.
It's comforting.
It offers a parent-like figure who has successfully conquered death, navigated the afterlife, and is now purely dedicated to dispensing grace to those who know the secret knocks and the hidden rituals. It provides comfort in a terrifying universe.
It takes the incomprehensible scale of the cosmic and makes it fiercely, intimately local. It gives you a face to cry to. Well, we have covered an absolute marathon of theological and historical ground today.
We really have.
Let's try to synthesize this journey through the second fraction of Abdul Rahman Damashkiya's highly critical, deeply analytical source text. We started by exploring how the Naqshbandiyya order, according to this critique, engineers a secret, retroactive lineage back to the ultimate Orthodox figure, Abu Bakr, using the visceral myth of his burning liver to justify hidden practices.
The retcon.
The retcon, yeah. We unpack the sheer psychological fortress of the Siddiqiyya rank, where being accused of heresy by 70 Orthodox authorities is transmuted into the ultimate proof of your spiritual supremacy, creating an impenetrable ideological loop.
The Hall of Mirrors.
We saw how this intense esoteric gravity actually attempts to relocate the sacred center of the world, elevating the living human sheikh above the physical Kaaba itself, claiming the sacred stones travel to hug the saints. We examine the absolute, terrifying bottleneck of the Barzakh, where attempting to reach God without the mediation of the sheikh is equated to taking Satan as your guide.
The Transformer analogy.
Exactly. We looked at the dizzying paradox of the mystic claiming to have no need for God while simultaneously begging dead historical figures to control the rain and defeat armies. And finally, we explored the doctrine of the graves, where the cemetery is transformed into the ultimate active university for receiving hidden knowledge through rituals that mirror spiritual channeling.
What Damashkiya's text ultimately reveals is not just a disagreement over minor rituals. It exposes a profound, fundamental, and unyielding clash between two entirely different ways of experiencing, defining, and understanding the divine within the boundaries of the same overarching religious tradition.
Two completely different worlds.
One system relies entirely on open texts, shared physical geography, public history, and direct, unmediated supplication to an abstract creator. The other system relies heavily on secret transmission, specialized human intermediaries, the demotion of the physical world, and the potent, invisible, highly structured presence of the dead. They are two different languages attempting to describe the same universe.
And that leads me to a final thought I want to leave you, the listener, with today. Something to mull over as you step away from this theology and go back to your daily life. Let's do a thought experiment.
I'm ready.
If a spiritual path or any ideological system claims that true ultimate authority isn't found in universally accessible books that anyone can read, or in formal public learning that anyone can debate, or even in the consensus of the living community, but is instead transmitted invisibly, silently, from the spirits of the dead directly into the minds of a select, exclusive few. How does a community ever maintain a shared reality?
That's the real danger.
When your ultimate truth comes from a silent tomb, who can ever audit that truth? If the absolute proof of your authority is a dream only you can see or an invisible light only you can feel in your heart, it becomes impossible for anyone to question you.
Unquestionable authority.
It's a fundamental question of where human beings choose to place their trust in the open text that everyone can read, debate, and verify together in the daylight, or in the secret dream that only one person can see in the dark. Something to think about. Until next time, keep diving deep.
Imagine you are just, completely exhausted. You have been traveling for days on foot, the sun is beating down on you, and your muscles are just aching.
Right, you were entirely drained.
Yeah. And you finally spot this large, shady tree. So you collapse underneath it, stretch your legs out, and close your eyes to get some much-needed rest.
Sounds perfect.
But a few minutes later, you feel this sharp sting on your ankle. A bug bite.
Uh-oh.
Annoying, right? But you brush it off. 10 minutes later, though, another bite. Then a third.
Okay, yeah. Time to move.
Exactly. If you are a normal person, you probably think to yourself, well, I chose a terrible spot to nap. This tree is infested. And you just move on.
Right.
But if you are a devoted follower of the esoteric Naqshbandi spiritual order, at least as it's described in the source material we are examining today, you do not blame the bugs.
Oh, not at all.
You don't blame nature. You look at your feet, you pull out this mental map of the globe, and you realize with absolute horror that your toes are pointing in the geographical direction of your spiritual leader's house.
Which is, hundreds of miles away.
Right, hundreds of miles away. Those bug bites aren't just bad luck. They are considered a targeted cosmic punishment from the divine just for your lack of spatial reverence toward a human being.
It is wild.
So, welcome to another deep dive.
It really is a profound shift in how a human being processes reality.
Yeah.
We're looking today at a highly specific, densely theological text, and it critically examines the claims made by and about the masters of the Naqshbandi Sufi order.
Yeah, and our mission today is to really explore the staggering, sometimes genuinely shocking claims of spiritual authority, cosmic power, and mystical hierarchy detailed within these pages.
Exactly. We are looking at the architecture of absolute human devotion.
But before we jump into the deep end, and believe me, we're going to get into some wild territory today involving like telekinetic assassinations and bending the laws of physics.
Oh, definitely.
We really need to set the stage first, because if you are listening to this, you might not be steeped in 18th or 19th century Islamic theology.
Fair assumption.
So I just want to make sure we are all starting from the exact same baseline.
That is a crucial first step. And part of that baseline is establishing our own parameters for this discussion.
Right.
The source text we are analyzing is actually highly critical of these esoteric practices.
Very critical.
Yes, it's written from a strict Orthodox Islamic perspective. And its primary purpose is to document these extraordinary claims in order to, well, refute them as heretical.
But we should clarify something important here.
Right. Our goal in this deep dive is not to take a theological side. We are not here to adjudicate religious truth or to say what is orthodox or what is heresy.
Exactly. We are entirely impartial here.
We are just going to impartially unpack what the text reports these figures said and did. We want to understand the psychological, sociological, and really the mechanical functions of these claims.
We are basically looking at the mechanics of belief. I mean, how does a system like this operate in the mind of the follower?
That is the core question.
Because to understand why pointing your feet at a house hundreds of miles away is a punishable offense, you first have to understand what the baseline rules of this religion were supposed to be before they got bent.
Right.
Let's start there. For someone who isn't familiar, what does the standard Orthodox relationship between a believer and God actually look like in Islam?
Well, in classical Orthodox Islamic theology, the relationship is fundamentally direct.
Okay.
It is often described as unmediated. I mean, there is no pope. There is no clerical hierarchy that holds the keys to salvation or has the power to forgive sins on God's behalf.
So it's very individualized.
Exactly. The core concept is tawhid, which is the absolute oneness and uniqueness of God.
Yeah.
God is the creator, the sustainer, the sole source of divine law, and the ultimate judge.
Got it.
So a believer prays directly to God, repents directly to God, and follows the laws laid out in the Quran and the traditions of the Prophet Muhammad.
Okay, so it is basically a straight vertical line. You down here praying straight up to the divine. There is no toll booth on the highway to heaven.
That is a really helpful way to visualize it. Religious scholars exist, of course, but their role in the Orthodox framework is strictly educational.
Like teachers.
Right. They are experts in jurisprudence and textual analysis, much like a constitutional lawyer is an expert in the law.
Sure.
You go to them for advice on how to correctly perform a ritual or maybe interpret a complex text, but they do not possess intrinsic holy power.
They can't hand out salvation.
Exactly. They cannot guarantee your spot in paradise, and they certainly do not have this metaphysical tether to your soul.
So where does the esoteric path, specifically the Sufi orders, and even more specifically the Naqshbandiyya order, as described in our text, diverge from that straight vertical line?
That is the turning point.
Because how do we go from I pray directly to God to I am getting bitten by bugs because my feet are insulting a man 3 towns over?
Well, the divergence happens when the focus shifts from the exoteric law, the outward rules and rituals, to the esoteric reality.
To hidden stuff.
Right, the hidden, mystical, internal experience of the divine. Sufism, broadly speaking, is the mystical dimension of Islam. It is the pursuit of purifying the heart and achieving a direct experiential realization of God.
Which sounds beautiful on paper.
It does. But the core mechanic of this pursuit in the organized Sufi orders, or tariqas, is the absolute necessity of a guide.
The sheikh.
Exactly, the sheikh, the spiritual master.
The idea being that the spiritual path is just too treacherous to navigate alone.
That is precisely the justification used. The argument is that the human ego is this labyrinth of self-deception. If you try to reach God on your own, you will simply end up worshiping a projection of your own desires.
Oh, interesting.
So you need a master who has already traversed the path, who has annihilated their own ego to guide you safely through that spiritual wilderness.
I mean, I can understand the appeal of that. If you are listening to this and you have ever tried to learn a complex skill, let's say martial arts or classical piano, you know that trying to teach yourself from a book only gets you so far.
Right, you hit a wall.
Yeah, you need a master to correct your posture, to see the flaws in your technique that you were just entirely blind to. So it makes logical sense to want a spiritual mentor.
It absolutely makes sense at the foundational level.
Yeah.
The human desire for mentorship is universal.
Yeah.
But what the source text reveals is that in the specific traditions it is critiquing, the role of the sheikh evolves far beyond mere mentorship.
It goes somewhere else entirely.
It really does. The sheikh ceases to be merely a guide pointing the way to the destination. The sheikh becomes the gatekeeper, the conduit, and in some profound ways we will explore, functionally indistinguishable from the destination itself.
Wow.
The straight vertical line to God is severed and rerouted squarely through the person of the sheikh.
Okay, let's unpack this, because the level of power we are talking about here is difficult to even conceptualize.
It is massive.
We are not just talking about a very wise teacher who gives good life advice. We are talking about ultimate, raw, reality-altering authority. The text introduces this immense power through a concept known in Arabic as kun fayakun. Walk me through this term.
Kun fayakun translates to be, and it is.
That sounds like something straight out of the book of Genesis, like let there be light, and there was light.
You've hit on the exact core of the controversy. In Orthodox theology, kun fayakun is the ultimate expression of divine fiat.
Right.
It is strictly, unequivocally reserved for God. It is the mechanism of creation itself. When God intends for something to exist, he merely says be, and it immediately comes into existence.
Just instant creation.
Exactly. It represents a power that is completely unbound by time, physics, or physical materials.
But according to the source text, the followers of these Naqshbandi masters claim that their human sheikhs possess this exact power.
Yeah, the claim the text is documenting, yes.
Right.
They assert that the spiritual masters have reached such a level of unity with the divine will that their own word carries the creative force of God.
That is a massive theological leap.
They believe the sheikh can just say the word, and reality reorganizes itself to comply.
If I am the Orthodox author of this critical text, my head is exploding right now.
Oh, absolutely.
By claiming this power for a human being, you are completely collapsing the distance between the creator and the created. You aren't just saying the sheikh is close to God. You're saying the sheikh is operating the heavy machinery of the universe.
The text provides a deeply unsettling anecdote to illustrate exactly how this power is allegedly wielded in practice.
Okay, let's hear it.
It involves a prominent historical figure named Sheikh Abdullah al-Dalawi.
Let's get into the stories, because I feel like this is where the philosophy hits the pavement for the average believer. What happens with al-Dalawi?
Well, a follower comes to the sheikh in a state of absolute crushing desperation.
Okay.
The follower's wife is terribly sick. She is hovering on the brink of death. Medicine has entirely failed.
Oh, man.
So the follower falls before the sheikh and begs him to use his spiritual power, this kun fayakun, to cure her. He's pleading for a miracle.
Which is a completely natural human reaction when you have been taught your entire life that your leader holds the keys to reality.
Exactly. If I truly believe my mentor has the power to just say, be healed, and it happens, of course I'm going to beg him when my family's dying.
Right. So what does the sheikh do?
Instead of healing her, the sheikh flat out refuses.
He just says no.
Yes. And he doesn't just refuse with a gentle, it is God's will, I cannot interfere. He makes a definitive decree.
What does he say?
He tells the desperate husband that his wife will only live for 15 more days.
Oh, wow, he sets a timer.
He sets an exact timer on her life. And according to the narrative recorded in the text, exactly 15 days later, by the power of the sheikh's decree, the woman dies.
I'm genuinely trying to wrap my head around this.
It's hard to process.
Why would a tradition meant to revere and praise a spiritual leader circulate a story where he seemingly chooses to let a desperate man's wife die just to flex his power?
Right.
On the surface, if you are an outsider listening to this, it sounds completely devoid of empathy. It sounds cruel.
It does sound cruel. And that forces us to look past the surface emotion and examine the theological mechanism at work.
Okay.
If we connect this to the bigger picture of esoteric control, the apparent cruelty is not a flaw in the story. It is the entire point.
The cruelty is the point.
The story is not about compassion. It is about absolute, terrifying sovereignty.
Walk me through the psychology of that. If I'm the husband in that story, how do I even process that?
It requires breaking down your existing worldview.
Because my instinct is to use an analogy here. Imagine you are at a hospital. Your loved one is dying of a rare disease. A world-class surgeon walks into the room. He has the exact guaranteed cure for the disease sitting right in his pocket.
Okay.
You beg him for it. He looks at you, pockets the cure, and says, "No, I want to prove to the hospital board that I dictate who lives and dies in this ward. Your loved one dies in 2 weeks."
Right.
He walked out, and 2 weeks later, the death occurs. In the real world, we call that surgeon a psychopath. We throw him in prison.
Yes, we do.
How does a devoted follower justify that kind of absolute, seemingly arbitrary power without losing their mind?
To understand the follower's mind, you really have to realize that they have been trained to bypass their own moral compass.
Bypass it entirely.
In this framework, the follower must accept that the sheikh's will is entirely indistinguishable from the divine will. If the sheikh heals the wife, he is powerful and merciful. Sure. But if the sheikh dictates the exact moment of her death and lets her die despite the husband's tears, he is sovereign. He is proving he isn't just a magical vending machine where you insert a tearful prayer and receive a miracle.
So it is really about breaking the follower's sense of entitlement to a good outcome.
Yes. Think about the psychological impact on that husband and on every other disciple who hears that story whispered in the gathering circles.
It would be terrifying.
If your leader holds literal life and death power over your family, if his word can end a life on a specific Tuesday, your submission to him must be total.
Because you have no other choice.
You cannot question his morality, because his actions define morality. In this esoteric system, questioning the sheikh's action, even when it inflicts immense pain, is viewed as questioning the cosmos itself.
It demands a complete surrender of your ego and your personal judgment. You basically have to tell yourself, my understanding of right and wrong, my basic human empathy is flawed and shallow. Only the sheikh sees the true, hidden reality of the universe.
That is the crucial mechanism right there. The systematic dismantling of the follower's independent judgment.
Wow.
If you can convince someone to override their deepest human instincts, like the instinct to protect a spouse or to judge a cruel act as cruel, you have achieved ultimate control over their mind.
Which leads us into the next major theme the source covers. Because if you have convinced your followers that you hold the power of divine creation, the normal rules of physical reality start to look more like polite suggestions than actual laws.
Exactly. They become optional.
The text dives into the concept of alam al-mithal. What is that?
Alam al-mithal is often translated as the realm of images or the world of similitudes.
Okay.
It is a highly complex metaphysical concept in classical Islamic philosophy. But in the context of these esoteric orders, it is practically utilized to justify the omnipresence and the physical miracles of the sheikhs.
So how does it work?
It is the idea of an intermediary realm between the purely spiritual, formless world and our dense physical material world.
So it is like a dimension where physical rules don't quite apply, but things still have a shape or a form.
Essentially, yes. And the masters are claimed to have access to and power over this realm.
And what does that let them do?
This allows them to project themselves into multiple physical forms at once. A sheikh might be sitting in his living room giving a lecture in one city, while simultaneously appearing thousands of miles away to rescue a follower from a bandit.
That is wild. The text notes how the tradition builds a theological infrastructure from the ground up to support this kind of reality bending. It doesn't just invent it out of thin air, it retrofits older ideas.
Right.
For instance, it brings up a very specific belief about the Prophet Muhammad.
Yes, it mentions the belief held by Thumb that the Prophet Muhammad had no physical shadow.
Wait, like Peter Pan?
Well, the theological reasoning is that his body was supposedly composed of pure, unadulterated divine light, or nur.
Oh, I see.
And light obviously does not cast a shadow.
Right. But why does the source text highlight this specific detail about the shadow? How does that serve the Naqshbandiyya masters?
It shows how the groundwork is laid for breaking physical laws. If you establish the precedent that the ultimate human exemplar, the prophet, was made of light and therefore not entirely bound by the clumsy, heavy rules of physical matter,
You create a loophole.
you create a massive loophole. The spiritual masters of the esoteric orders claim to be the spiritual inheritors of the prophet. They claim to inherit this exact Mohammedan light.
Ah, okay. So it is like a transitive property of miracles. If the prophet is made of light and breaks physics, and I am filled with the prophet's light, then I can break physics too.
Exactly the logic. What is fascinating here is how this light theology is weaponized to dismantle the followers' reliance on empirical, observable reality.
How so?
If your master is made of spiritual light, he doesn't have to obey gravity. He doesn't have to obey time. He can hear your thoughts across an ocean.
Because light isn't bound by those things.
Right. It systematically removes any logical boundaries that a critical follower might try to use to evaluate the leader's claims. If you say, but Sheikh, it's physically impossible for you to have been in two places at once, the group's response is, you are thinking with your physical brain. You do not understand the physics of light.
It is the ultimate trump card against skepticism. You can't argue with it.
You really can't.
And it isn't just the laws of physics they are accused of bending. According to the text, they also bend, or completely overwrite, fundamental religious laws.
Yes, this is where it gets very controversial.
There is a wild story in the text about Bahadur Naqshband, who is the namesake and founder of the order. Walk me through what happens with the fish.
Okay, so Bahadur Naqshband is sitting with his disciples, and someone brings him a gift of a cooked fish.
Simple enough.
Sitting near him is a young, deeply ascetic follower. This young man is currently observing a voluntary religious fast. He is engaged in acts of severe self-denial to purify himself.
Which, in the broader context of the religion, is generally seen as a noble, pious thing to do, right? Fasting is a core pillar.
Yes, fasting is highly respected. But Bahadur looks at the fasting youth, hands him the cooked fish, and commands him to break his fast and eat it.
A direct command to violate a religious observance.
A test of obedience.
Wow.
The youth, wanting to be a good, observant believer, and perhaps feeling proud of his ascetic discipline, refuses. He wants to maintain his fast for God.
So he is sticking to the Orthodox rulebook. He's saying, no, the law says this is good, I'm going to do this.
Precisely. So Bahadur begins to barter with him.
Barter.
He tells the youth, if you break your fast and eat this fish right now, I will gift you the spiritual reward of a single Ramadan fast.
Let's just pause there because that is a massive claim.
It is.
Ramadan is the mandatory month-long fast. The reward for it is considered immense. And Bahadur is just casually offering to hand that cosmic reward over.
He is claiming the authority to issue spiritual currency at will.
Like it's just burning a hole in his pocket.
But the youth still refuses. He clings to his own ascetic principles. Bahadur then ups the ante. He offers to grant the youth the spiritual reward of multiple Ramadan fasts out of his own spiritual bank account if he will just take a bite of the fish.
He is literally just printing money at this point.
And the youth still says no. Finally, Bahadur loses his patience. He gets angry, he curses the young man, and according to the narrative in the text, the youth is immediately punished by God.
What happens to him?
He is overwhelmed with worldly distractions, he abandons his religious practices entirely, and he completely loses his spiritual path. He is ruined.
If you are listening to this, you might be really scratching your head. A guy gets cursed and spiritually destroyed because he refused to break a religious fast.
It seems completely backward.
I was thinking about this, and it honestly reminds me of a Monopoly game.
A Monopoly game. How so?
Well, imagine you are playing Monopoly with someone who claims they invented the game. You are following the official rule book printed inside the box. You roll the dice, you land on a property, you buy it. You are playing by the Orthodox rules.
Okay, I follow.
But the other player, the inventor, holds all the get-out-of-jail-free cards in his pocket. He basically owns the bank. He looks at you and says, I have customized the rules for this specific game. If you land on my property, you don't pay me money, you have to hand over all your railroads.
I see.
And if you refuse to play by my customized rules, even if you point to the official rule book to prove you are right, I'm going to flip the board and kick you out of the house.
That is an excellent structural analogy. It explains the mechanism perfectly.
It's terrifying when you think about it.
It is, because the danger of asceticism, or strict independent religious observance, is actually a major threat to a charismatic leader.
Because they don't need the leader.
Exactly. If a follower believes they can reach God simply by fasting, praying, and reading the text according to the Orthodox rules, they do not need the sheikh. Their salvation is entirely in their own hands.
They're basically an independent spiritual contractor.
Yes. And high-control esoteric hierarchies simply cannot tolerate independent contractors.
Right.
This fish story is carefully designed to teach a vital lesson to the group. Obeying the arbitrary whim of the sheikh, even if it explicitly means breaking a religious law, is vastly more important than observing strict piety on your own.
It completely shifts the authority.
It shifts the ultimate authority away from the ancient, immutable religious law and places it firmly in the living, breathing person of the sheikh. The sheikh is the law.
It entirely reorients the believer's compass. Which brings us to what might be the most intense, structured method of achieving that reorientation.
The rabita.
Yes. The source text details a practice known as the rabita, or the bond. And this isn't just a vague philosophical idea of loving your teacher. Right?
No, not at all.
It is a highly structured physical and mental discipline. What exactly is the rabita?
The rabita is the practice of visualizing the sheikh. It is the strict requirement for the disciple to constantly picture the face, the form, and the presence of their spiritual master in their mind's eye,
All the time.
particularly during meditation, prayer, or daily activities. The follower is instructed to imagine their own heart connecting directly to the sheikh's heart, drawing spiritual energy or faiz through that visual bond.
And the text reports a staggering claim about this practice. It says that connecting to the sheikh through this visualized bond is actually considered more effective, more powerful, and a more direct path to enlightenment than traditional dhikr.
Yes, it does.
Now, dhikr is the orthodox practice of remembering or chanting the names of God, right?
Yes, exactly. In standard Sufi and Orthodox practice, dhikr is paramount. You repeat phrases like Subhanallah, which mean glory be to God, to focus your mind entirely on the divine.
So you're focusing on God.
Right. What the critical text is highlighting is a massive theological shift here. The traditional remembrance of God is taking a back seat to the active, deliberate visualization of a human being's face.
If I am the orthodox critic writing this text, I am pointing at that and shouting, idolatry.
And that is exactly the thrust of the criticism. But let's look at how deeply this visualization embeds itself into the follower's physical reality.
Because it's not just mental?
No, the source material details some truly bizarre, extreme physical rules that accompany this mental bond. It isn't just about closing your eyes and picturing him when you feel like it.
Right, this is where the bug bite story from the intro comes into play.
Exactly.
Followers are instructed that they must maintain a constant hypervigilant spatial awareness of where the sheikh is located geographically on the planet at all times.
They are forbidden from ever pointing their feet in the direction of the sheikh's physical location, no matter where they are traveling in the world.
Let's break down why that specific rule is so potent psychologically. In Orthodox practice, Muslims orient themselves toward a specific geographical location to pray, right?
Yes, the Kaaba in Mecca. This is known as the Qibla.
Right.
It is the unifying focal point for the entire global community. No matter where you are, 5 times a day, you align your body toward Mecca. It centers the entire religion.
So if we look at this through the lens of psychological control, what the Rabita and these physical foot-pointing rules do is subtly, systematically replace the Kaaba with the sheikh's house.
You've identified the exact sociological mechanism there. The sheikh becomes the new center of gravity, the new Qibla.
Wow.
By forcing the follower to constantly monitor something as trivial and unconscious as where their feet are pointing when they sit down to eat or when they lie down to sleep in the foreign city, you demand a level of cognitive load that is staggering.
You are constantly calculating your GPS coordinates relative to this one human being. It's exhausting.
We could really think of it as creating a panopticon of the mind.
Okay, explain the panopticon.
The panopticon is a concept of a prison where the inmates can never know for sure if they're being watched by the guard in the central tower.
Right, because of the way the windows are designed.
Exactly. And because they might be watched at any moment, they police their own behavior constantly. By combining the mental visualization of the sheikh's face with the fear of cosmic punishment for physical misalignment, like the man being bitten by bugs in his sleep, the sheikh achieves a state of artificial omnipresence.
The follower internalizes the surveillance. They don't need a guard in the room because the guard is in their head.
Exactly.
They feel they are always being monitored, not just by an abstract, formless god, but by a specific man with a face and a name.
And this raises the central theological conflict the source text is really trying to expose.
Right, because if the entire goal of religion, any religion, really is to connect you to the infinite, the unnameable, the boundless divine, doesn't placing a specific bearded human face squarely in the middle of that connection create a massive bottleneck? Doesn't it shrink the infinite cosmos down to the size of one guy's forehead?
It absolutely creates a bottleneck. The concern of the Orthodox critic is that the intermediary has totally eclipsed the ultimate destination.
It blocks the view.
Imagine a beautiful stained glass window designed to let you see the sunlight. The esoteric practice, the critic argues, is like painting a hyper-realistic portrait of the window maker right over the glass.
It's a great image.
The follower becomes so fixated on revering the human conduit that the actual divine light becomes secondary, abstract, and eventually entirely irrelevant.
Which perfectly and honestly terrifyingly sets up the ultimate theological paradox the source reveals.
Yes, the next section.
This next section is the part of the text that genuinely made me stop, put the papers down, and walk around my kitchen for a few minutes.
It is arguably the most conceptually difficult part of the esoteric framework.
The text describes a concept where the highest, most elite, ultimate stage of spiritual enlightenment a worshiper can reach is called the station of kufr.
Right.
Now, I want to stop right there. Because if you know anything about Islamic terminology, that word should set off massive alarm bells. Walk me through what kufr actually means.
Well, in standard Islamic terminology, kufr means disbelief. It is infidelity.
Disbelief.
Yes, it is the rejection of God and the truth of the religion. It is, by definition, the absolute worst state a human soul can be in.
So how on earth does a spiritual order claim that the highest peak of their religious practice is to achieve a state of disbelief in that religion?
It sounds absurd at first.
It makes absolutely zero sense. It sounds like an oxymoron. It's like a fitness guru telling you the ultimate peak of health is a heart attack. Help me understand the mental gymnastics here.
It requires a complete inversion of reality. The esoteric explanation provided in these traditions, and documented critically by our source, is that at this ultimate stage, known also as the station of bewilderment or Hera, the worshipper's perception of reality breaks down entirely.
Okay, it breaks down how?
They claim that the follower becomes so overwhelmingly immersed in the divine presence that they see everything as God.
Like a kind of radical pantheism.
Exactly. The lines between the creator and the creation blur so entirely that the traditional Orthodox duality, the idea that I am the servant and God is the master, is destroyed.
Wow.
And if you no longer recognize the difference between the servant and the Lord, you can no longer practice traditional religion. You cannot pray, because who is praying to whom?
If everything is God, then I am God. The rug is God. The prayer is God. It all just collapses in on itself.
Therefore, to the outside Orthodox observer, this enlightened master appears to be a heretic.
Because he's not praying.
Right, he appears to have abandoned the faith. He has entered the station of kufr. The text even reports how they twist classical scripture to justify this. There's a traditional Orthodox prayer of the Prophet Muhammad that asks God, "Give me certainty after which there is no kufr."
Meaning, give me a faith so strong I never fall into disbelief.
Right, but the esoteric interpretation flips it completely.
Right.
They claim the prophet was actually asking God to grant him a state of such absolute certainty that he finally achieves this elite, esoteric, true kufr.
Wow. That is quite the spin. Let's look at the sociology of this.
It's fascinating from that angle.
Why do secret societies, mystical orders, and high control groups always seem to utilize these massive inversions? Why do they frame ultimate, enlightened truth as something that looks exactly like heresy or madness to the outside world?
Think about the function it serves in isolating the follower. If your group's core beliefs are fundamentally aligned with mainstream society, your followers can easily integrate with outsiders.
Sure.
They can go to a normal mosque, talk to normal scholars, and find validation outside the group.
But if your theology is this opposite day theology,
then you create an impenetrable elite inner circle. If you follow all the rules, pray normally, and believe normally, the esoteric group tells you that you are just a beginner. You are in kindergarten. You are trapped in the exoteric shell.
you're just a basic believer.
Exactly. But if you break the rules, if you experience this bewilderment and you sound like an absolute heretic to your own family and community, you have won the game.
If you try to explain the station of kuf to your parents or your friends outside the order, they are going to think you have lost your mind. They might excommunicate you.
And that is the absolute genius of the trap. It weaponizes societal rejection. If Orthodox society rejects you for your heretical views, the esoteric group tells you, see, we told you they are blind, they are trapped in the illusion, only we understand your high station.
The rejection by the outside world becomes the ultimate proof of your own spiritual superiority.
It creates a closed-loop system of validation. You become entirely, completely dependent on the sheikh and the inner circle for reality testing, because the outside world simply cannot comprehend your truth.
So it severs all those ties?
It completely severs the followers' ties to their community, leaving them tethered only to the leader.
That is incredibly dark, but structurally, it's brilliant.
It is very effective.
And to protect a closed-loop system like that, to enforce the awe and the fear necessary to keep people from questioning the contradictions, you need absolute proof of power. You need enforcers.
Right.
Which brings us to a section of the text that profiles specific historical figures in the order. And honestly, reading these profiles felt less like theology and more like reading ancient mythologies or folklore.
The source text meticulously documents a roster of extreme feats and miracles attributed to these men. These stories are designed to cement the mythology and broadcast the absolute power of the hierarchy.
Let's look at some of these claims. First up is Habibullah Janan.
A very prominent figure.
The text says his spiritual vision was so powerful that he could physically see and converse with the prophet Ibrahim from the time he was 9 years old.
Just a child.
Right. It claims he didn't have to work for a living. He simply relied on food miraculously appearing from the unseen world whenever he was hungry.
Very convenient.
And going back to that Rabita visualization, his mental bond was allegedly so strong that when he looked into a physical mirror, he didn't see his own reflection. He saw his sheikh's face staring back at him.
Notice how each of these specific stories functioned to build the architecture of control.
Break it down for me.
Seeing ancient prophets from childhood normalizes his exclusive, unmediated access to the divine realm. The food appearing magically shows his followers that he is completely exempt from the mundane struggles of human survival. He doesn't need the economy. He relies directly on the cosmos.
And the mirror story is the ultimate chilling realization of the panopticon we discussed earlier. It is the complete, literal erasure of the self. He doesn't even have his own face anymore.
He's entirely subsumed.
And the grand finale for him, the text claims that when he died, half the text of the Quran allegedly vanished into the sky.
A claim that implies his existence was structurally load-bearing for the religion itself. Without him, the revelation physically recedes from the earth.
That is wild. Then you have Ubaydullah Arar. His specific alleged power is almost like a modern sci-fi concept. The text claims he had the ability to telepathically transfer physical illnesses from one person to another.
He could absorb your pain into his own body or theoretically redirect it elsewhere.
Exactly. He is the ultimate healer, but inherently, if you can move a disease with your mind, you are also the ultimate biological threat.
A double-edged sword.
Which perfectly sets the stage for Muhammad al-Masum. The stories about him are the wildest, most visceral accounts in the entire source document.
The claims surrounding al-Masum revolve heavily around power over space, distance, and nature.
The text says he was once sitting calmly in his living room, surrounded by his disciples. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, he dips his sleeve into the air, intentionally making his arms soaking wet.
Just in the middle of a room.
Right. His followers are confused. Later, they find out why. Thousands of miles away, a ship carrying one of his followers was sinking in a storm.
Okay.
The claim is that al-Masum reached his arm through the fabric of space and physically pulled the sinking ship out of the ocean from his living room.
Incredible distance.
Another time, he supposedly commanded a raging river flood to stop just by glaring at it and daring the water to wash him away. The water retreated.
It is the projection of ultimate safety. If you belong to him, geography simply cannot prevent him from rescuing you.
But then there's the story of the telekinetic watermelon.
Ah, yes.
This is the one that really stuck with me. Al-Masum is sitting at a table. He receives a report that a rival scholar in a distant city, someone who has been critical of early Islamic figures, has been publicly insulting them.
A theological rival, an opponent of the group's worldview.
Right. Now, a normal religious leader might write a rebuttal. They might travel to debate the man. Al-Masum doesn't do any of that. He picks up a knife from his table, he stares at the knife, and he verbally orders it to kill the wicked man.
He talks to the knife.
Then he plunges the knife into a watermelon sitting in front of him, slicing it open. And according to the absolute conviction of the text narrative, at that exact metaphysical moment, the rival scholar, hundreds of miles away, drops dead.
If you are listening to this, you are likely feeling a profound sense of disbelief.
I mean, I certainly was.
You are probably thinking, how could a fully grown, rational adult in any era believe that a man assassinated a rival across the world by stabbing a piece of fruit?
Seriously, how does that work? Are these stories meant to be taken literally by the followers, or is there some kind of understanding within the group that these are allegorical myths, like Aesop's fables, meant to teach a moral lesson? Because slicing a watermelon to commit murder is intense.
The critical text we are reading and the sociological study of these groups strongly suggest that within the closed system of the esoteric order, these are meant to be taken quite literally by the initiated.
Literally?
Yes. They are not viewed as fables. They serve as absolute, terrifying proof of the Sheikh's divine mandate.
So the sheer absurdity of the story is actually a feature, not a bug.
Yes. If you can make a follower believe in the telekinetic watermelon, you have dismantled their critical thinking apparatus completely.
Wow.
But, more importantly, let's look at the functional purpose these stories serve when synthesized together. You have the wet sleeve saving the ship, and you have the knife and the watermelon killing the rival. They are simultaneous promises of ultimate safety and ultimate threat.
It is the oldest motivational tool in the book, the carrot and the stick.
Exactly.
But in this case, the carrot is a miraculous rescue from a sinking ship, and the stick is a telekinetic knife through the heart.
Precisely. The psychological mechanism is brilliant in its coercion. The sheikh can save you from a disaster from the comfort of his living room, meaning you are perfectly, entirely safe from the chaos of the world as long as you remain obedient. But he can also assassinate you from afar with a piece of fruit if you cross him or harbor doubts in your heart.
Because if he can see your face in a mirror and he knows when your feet are pointing the wrong way, he definitely knows if you are thinking treasonous thoughts.
Exactly. Fear and ultimate reliance are forged simultaneously in the mind of the follower. You are protected by a god, but you are also held hostage by one.
It's a trap.
It creates an environment where the follower's survival, both their physical survival in this world and their spiritual survival in the next, is entirely dependent on maintaining the goodwill of the sheikh.
We have covered an incredible amount of heavy, complex ground today through this critical source material. We started by looking at the baseline of Orthodox belief and how the esoteric path diverged.
Right.
We examined the absolute reality-altering power of kun fayakun, be and it is, being placed in human hands, and how that strips a follower of their internal moral compass.
And we explored how these masters allegedly bend space, time, and fundamental religious laws, acting as sovereign central banks for spiritual reward, forcing followers to play by customized arbitrary rules.
We talked about the Rabida, the structured visualization that essentially replaces the Kaaba with the sheikh's face, creating a panopticon of the mind where you are punished for where your feet point in the dark.
We examined the profound esoteric inversion of the station of Kufr, where heresy is framed as ultimate enlightenment in order to isolate the follower from society and weaponize their rejection.
And we wrapped up with the extreme mythical feats, the telekinetic assassinations, and the wet sleeves pulling ships from the sea that act as the ultimate carrot and stick for the believer's mind.
If we step back from the specific theological debates and look at the broader implications of what this critical source text is revealing, it is truly profound.
It really is.
It lays bare a complex, meticulously crafted architecture of human control. It is a system wrapped in the beautiful, alluring language of divine liberation and mystical love.
But beneath that language,
it demonstrates how the human mind, in its desperate search for certainty and connection with the infinite, can be systematically trained to surrender its autonomy.
it shows how easily we can be convinced to hand over our moral compass, our critical thinking, and our very ego to another human being, all under the guise of achieving spiritual enlightenment.
It's a cautionary tale about devotion.
Which leaves us with a final, lingering question to think about long after this deep dive ends. If we go back to our opening thought, the comfort of a predictable reality, the feeling of the sun and the shade of a tree, and we imagine a follower who genuinely deeply believes that the laws of nature do not apply to their leader.
Okay.
If a person truly believes their sheikh can bend reality, read their every passing thought, alter their afterlife at will, and punish them from across the globe for an unconscious physical movement, what happens to their fundamental sense of personal free will?
That is the ultimate question.
If your every thought is monitored and your every action is dictated by a human god, are you truly freed from the anxieties of the physical world as the esoteric path promises? Or have you simply willingly locked yourself inside a beautifully decorated, inescapable spiritual panopticon? Imagine you are lost deep in a dense, unfamiliar forest.
Right. Not a great situation.
No, it's terrible. Like, the canopy is so thick that the sun is totally blocked out.
Yeah.
And every direction looks exactly the same. And, you know, that primal panic is just starting to creep into your chest.
Oh, yeah, the absolute worst feeling.
Right. So in that scenario, you really only have one job. You just have to trust your compass.
Just stare at the needle.
Exactly. Because it has this single unwavering purpose, which is to point north. And north is... it's the absolute.
It's subjective.
Yeah, it's the fixed point that you can rely on when basically everything else around you has completely collapsed into chaos. So you follow that needle, you keep your eyes on the dial, and eventually, step by step, you find your way out.
Because it's reliable. It's deeply comforting to have that.
Exactly. It's incredibly comforting.
And, I mean, we crave those fixed points, right? Like, as humans.
Oh, absolutely.
In almost every major world religion or philosophical system, that compass is theology, and north is the divine.
The ultimate truth.
Right. God, the creator, the entire structure of the belief system is designed to, orient you toward that unmoving center.
Right, right. But, okay, imagine you are walking through those woods, right? You're following your needle.
Yeah.
And suddenly the guide that you hired to help you read that compass.
The spiritual leader, essentially.
Yeah, the guy you completely trusted to get you out of the woods. He just, he grabs the compass right out of your hand.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, he throws it into a river, turns to you and says, "Stop looking north. Look at me. I am north.
Wow.
The trees are north. The river is north. In fact, north doesn't even exist as a separate place."
I mean, that is the exact moment disorientation turns into just, total existential vertigo.
Right.
Because the entire framework of reality that you've been operating under is just completely shattered at that point.
Shattered. And that profound, dizzying disorientation is actually exactly what we are exploring today. So welcome to today's deep dive.
It's going to be a heavy one.
It is. We are unpacking a really fascinating, highly specific, and frankly, fiercely controversial stack of translated manuscripts. We've got historical letters, dense theological critiques, a whole lot of really intense source material.
Yeah, these sources are documenting the esoteric philosophy of the Naqshbandi Sufi order.
Right. But we're also looking at it juxtaposed directly against the fierce rebuttals of Orthodox religious scholars who are, watching these practices unfold in real time.
They were not happy about it.
No, they were not. We are looking specifically at the exact point where mystical philosophy pushes the boundaries of a rigid Orthodox religion to its absolute structural breaking point.
I'd go so far as to call it a perilous set of texts, really. What we are doing here is analyzing how a theological framework functions when it is pushed into the philosophical red zone.
The extreme.
Exactly. We're looking at how a belief system can logically evolve or, entirely devolve, depending on whether you are reading the mystics or their Orthodox critics.
Right, depending on your perspective.
Right, how it goes from seeking closeness to a creator to eventually claiming that the universe, the worshiper, and the creator are all exactly the same thing.
Which is wild. So just to set the stage for you listening, we aren't looking at standard, everyday prayer or charity today.
No, not at all.
The sources we have dive into the extreme hidden claims of this group. We're going to explore bizarre concepts like spiritual intoxication.
Which is fascinating in itself.
It really is. And the radical redefinition of monotheism into absolute pantheism.
Oh.
And the genuinely shocking instruction that a disciple should actively seek to be completely ignorant of God.
Yeah, the station of ignorance. That's really where this ideological divergence begins in the texts.
Let's start there, because it's so counterintuitive.
It is. I mean, in a conventional religious framework, the entire enterprise is basically a quest for knowledge, right?
Right. You want to know more.
Exactly. You study scriptures, you pray, you perform rituals. All of it has the explicit goal of knowing the divine better. To know God is like the summit of the mountain.
Which is why this source material is so jarring to read. The texts introduce the idea that the ultimate goal of Dikha, which is the foundational practice of spiritual remembrance and chanting, is actually to achieve a state of complete, profound ignorance regarding God.
Yeah. And the mystics in these sources are operating on a premise of absolute transcendentalism here.
Break that down a little.
So they argue that God is so infinitely massive, so entirely beyond the boundaries of human comprehension, that claiming you actually know him is not just incorrect.
Right.
It is the ultimate arrogance. It's like an ant claiming it understands the geopolitical complexities of the Roman Empire.
That's a great way to put it.
The ant's brain simply does not possess the architecture for that kind of knowledge.
So the mystics are basically saying that if you think you know God, you've essentially just built a tiny, comfortable idol in your own mind and slapped the label God on it.
Precisely. You're worshiping your own limited idea. Therefore, admitting total, profound ignorance is framed as the highest spiritual truth a human mind can attain.
It's like a weird paradox.
It is. The texts present this as a massive philosophical breakthrough. By recognizing your utter inability to comprehend the divine, you are finally acknowledging the true scale of what you are dealing with.
There's a story in the manuscripts that illustrates this perfectly, but it reads like a literal fever dream for anyone raised in standard religion.
Oh, I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, so a prominent sheikh asks one of his disciples what he says when he worships, and the disciple replies, "I worship a God I do not know."
And the text presents this not as a theological failure,
Right. Not as a crisis of faith at all. It's presented as a profound spiritual achievement.
It is the apex of spiritual honesty within their specific esoteric framework.
But it goes even further than that. There's another anecdote in the letters that is even more intense.
The scolding one.
Yes. So a sheikh is sitting with his followers, and he tells them flat out that eventually they're going to forget God entirely.
Just total amnesia of the divine.
Right. And his followers just sit there in silence, probably terrified of agreeing with him. And the sheikh actually scolds them. He gets visibly upset that they lack ambition.
He wants it to push further.
Exactly. He tells them their response should have been, "We don't know God, we only know you."
Meaning the human sheikh sitting right in front of them.
Yes, the physical guy in the room.
Yeah.
The texts explicitly state that at this advanced level, God is considered to exist out there somewhere in the incomprehensible void. But the disciples consider themselves to be non-existent.
And I mean, human psychology abhors a vacuum.
That's true.
If you convinced a devoted seeker that the ultimate object of their devotion God is fundamentally, structurally unknowable, their spiritual energy doesn't just evaporate.
Right, it has to go somewhere.
Exactly. It needs a target. It needs something to grasp. Consequently, the human sheikh becomes the only tangible, comprehensible focal point for the disciples' devotion.
Because he's right there.
Yeah, the sheikh is physical, he has a voice, he is present in the room, he can be known. So all that intense spiritual devotion that cannot bridge the gap to an unknowable God is redirected entirely and intensely onto the human guide.
Which is a huge shift.
Massive. The disciple empties themselves, which is what they mean by becoming non-existent, so they can be filled completely by the presence, the worldview, and the will of the sheikh.
Okay, wait, hold on, stop. I have to push back on this on behalf of our listener.
Go for it.
Because if I hire a tour guide, their entire job is to point me to the destination. Why would I follow someone who makes themselves the roadblock?
It's a fair question.
I mean, it's like hiring a master tour guide for the Louvre in Paris. You pay them an exorbitant fee to show you the Mona Lisa and the Venus de Milo.
Right.
But the moment you walk through that glass pyramid and get inside the doors, the guide demands you stare only at his face.
Just ignore the art.
Yeah. He actively commands you to ignore all the priceless art on the walls because you, quote, can't comprehend it. And he tells you that memorizing his facial features is the real tour. You'd ask for a refund.
You absolutely would. And honestly, the Orthodox scholars cited in your sources make that exact argument.
They do.
Oh, yeah. The Orthodox view is that the guide is merely a signpost pointing to the art. That's traditional religion. But the esoteric model fundamentally redefines the nature of the museum itself.
How so?
The sheikh is arguing you are fundamentally incapable of perceiving the art. The raw majesty of the art will literally blind you and destroy your mind.
Like looking at the sun.
Exactly. Therefore, looking at me is the only safe way you can experience the museum because I am the lens that filters the light. The guide ceases to be a signpost and becomes the destination itself.
But the real-world implications of that are terrifying. I mean, making claims like, we only know the sheikh, not God, or I worship a God I do not know, that sounds highly, dangerously blasphemous to mainstream believers.
Oh, incredibly blasphemous.
And historically, we are talking about an era and a region where people were exiled, imprisoned, or executed for saying much less than that.
Very true.
So how do these mystics avoid being completely ostracized, or worse, by the wider religious community for saying things that seem to explicitly contradict the absolute basic tenets of their own faith?
That is where the source material gets really clever. It provides this brilliant, highly technical, built-in defense mechanism that these groups utilized to survive those exact accusations.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about.
It is a concept called sukr.
Which translates to spiritual intoxication.
Right. And it operates as a theological safety net, borrowing directly from the legal frameworks of the time.
This part of the text is absolutely wild to read.
It really is.
The sources document that mystics would frequently utter blatant blasphemies in public, like out in the open. The texts even have a technical term for these outbursts: shatiyat.
Right, shatiyat.
These are statements where a mystic might be in a trance and suddenly yell out, "I am the truth," or "Glory to me, how great is my status."
Which is intense.
Extremely. Because in an Orthodox Islamic setting, the truth, al-Haq, is a very specific name of God.
Yes, it is.
So claiming you are the truth is an immediate, indisputable claim to divinity. It is game over. But the esoteric texts explain these statements away by claiming the mystic is spiritually drunk.
The imagery used throughout these manuscripts is very deliberate. They rely heavily on the metaphor of wine, the tavern, the cupbearer.
Yeah, the poetry they quote talks about being overwhelmed by the wine of passion. But they take this poetic idea and make a highly explicit legalistic claim. They say, quote, "The pen of accountability is lifted for the drunkard."
And that is a very specific legal phrase.
I want to pause on that because it's crucial for you listening. The pen of accountability in this religious context refers to the angels reporting a person's sins and good deeds.
Right.
The text is literally saying that when a mystic utters a blasphemy because they are overwhelmed by divine love, the celestial recording stops. They are completely off the hook.
To understand how deeply clever this is, you really have to look at how Islamic jurisprudence functions.
Walk us through it.
In traditional religious law, if someone is literally physically intoxicated with actual alcohol to the point of losing their mental faculty.
Or if they are a small child, right?
Exactly. Or if they're clinically insane. In those cases, the pen is lifted. They aren't held legally or morally responsible for their actions because they lack equal or intellect.
Because they literally don't know what they're doing.
Right. You cannot punish someone who does not possess the mental capacity to understand their crime. So what these esoteric groups did was take a mundane legal concept designed to protect the incapacitated and apply it to extreme spiritual states.
So they are telling the Orthodox judges, look, I'm not a heretic and I'm not crazy. I'm just drunk on the sheer voltage of God.
Exactly. They engineered a paradigm where the normal rules of religious law and even basic logic are entirely suspended.
It's genius in a dark way.
The texts mention major historical figures like Ahmad Sirhindi, who utilized this exact concept to retroactively excuse past mystics who had caused massive scandal.
Right, because there were a lot of scandals.
Huge ones. For instance, there were mystics who publicly claimed their spiritual banner was flying higher than the prophet's banner.
Which is a huge red line to cross.
And there were mystics who wrote poems praising the wearing of the zunar.
Let's clarify that for the listener. The zunar being a belt historically associated with non-Muslims, right? Like a major symbol of heresy in that specific cultural context.
Yes, exactly. To praise the zunar was essentially to praise the rejection of the faith. But Sirhindi argues in his letters that you simply cannot judge these statements literally.
Because they're drunk.
Right. He claims these mystics were just overwhelmed by an influx of divine love. The sheer, unadulterated power of the divine presence fried their neurological circuits momentarily.
Like a blown fuse.
Exactly. They lost their minds in the presence of God. So judging their words by the standards of sober, ordinary religious law is missing the point entirely.
But reading the rebuttals from the Orthodox critics in these sources, it is very clear they were not buying this excuse for a single second.
Oh, not at all. The Orthodox counter-argument is incredibly rigorous and deeply logical.
What's their main argument?
They posit that true worship, true closeness to the creator of the universe, should fundamentally clarify the human mind, not destroy it.
That makes sense.
If God is the ultimate truth and the source of all intellect, approaching him should make you more lucid, more grounded, and more perfectly aligned with reality. It should never lead to the suspension of intellect or result in screaming blasphemies in the street.
Yeah, the critics actually argue that if a spiritual practice leads you to run around claiming divinity or praising heresy, that isn't a sign of divine closeness at all.
Quite the opposite.
Right. They argue it's a sign of demonic influence, or at best, severe psychological delusion. Their premise is simple. God does not make his closest friends lose their minds.
It's a very solid point.
And looking at the power dynamics of the Sukur loophole, it feels unbelievably manipulative. I mean, it operates as the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card for anyone who holds a position of spiritual authority.
It really does.
Think about how this plays out in reality. If the sheikh says something profound, wise, and aligns with Orthodox rules, everyone nods and says, he's a saint, look at his wisdom.
Right, he gets the credit.
But if the sheikh suddenly says something entirely heretical, power-hungry, or just plain crazy, the defense mechanism kicks in. Oh, he was just spiritually drunk on divine love.
And you can't question it.
Exactly. And you, the sober, normal, unenlightened disciple, are told you simply aren't spiritually advanced enough to understand or judge him. It creates a completely unfalsifiable system. Heads the sheikh wins, tails you lose. There is zero mechanism for accountability.
It is an incredibly robust, closed-loop system of authority that completely insulates the leader from any external critique.
It's bulletproof.
But if we dig deeper into the texts, we see that these intoxicated statements, these shatiyat, are rarely just random, meaningless babble.
What do you mean?
When a mystic yells, "I am the truth," they aren't just saying random words. They are actually revealing the core philosophical secret of the entire esoteric order.
Oh, I see.
The question the Orthodox scholars asked wasn't just if they were drunk. The real question is, what exactly are they so drunk on? What is the underlying philosophy that leads to these specific outbursts?
And that brings us to the absolute deep end of the source material. The texts reveal they are drunk on the realization of a concept called Wadat al-Wujud.
Which is the shift from standard monotheism to absolute, uncompromising pantheism.
Yes. The manuscripts reveal that the very foundation of the Islamic faith, the central declaration, La ilaha illa Allah, which translates to there is no God but God, is actually taught in completely different ways depending on your rank within the group.
It's layered.
It is structured exactly like a corporate hierarchy of theology, or like an initiation into a secret society. You are drip-fed the true doctrine based on your clearance level.
It is a gradual, highly controlled initiation into a radically different worldview. I mean, if you gave a novice the advanced doctrine on day one, they would likely flee in terror.
Or report the group for heresy immediately.
Exactly.
So the sources lay out a three-tiered definition for this core phrase. If you are a beginner, a novice just walking in the door off the street, they teach you that there is no God but God. Simply means there is no worshipped object but God.
Which is perfectly standard, uncontroversial, orthodox monotheism.
Right.
It means you shouldn't pray to statues, the sun, or wealth. You only worship the Creator. It is entirely safe. No one is going to object to that.
Then, after years of practice, you graduate to the intermediate level. Now, you are taught the phrase actually means there is no goal but God.
Still pretty safe, just a bit more internalized.
Right. It means your intentions should be pure. You shouldn't seek worldly fame or power. Your only goal in life should be divine pleasure.
Which is a very noble religious sentiment.
But then, if you endure long enough, you reach the advanced level, the inner circle. And here the meaning of the core tenet of the religion flips entirely on its head.
This is the turning point.
For the advanced mystic, there is no God but God actually means there is no existing thing but God.
That is the philosophical earthquake right there.
Yeah.
That is the exact moment the floor falls out from under Orthodox theology.
The text divides this advanced stage into two highly technical concepts. First is Tawhid Shuhudi, which translates roughly to an epistemological unity. Basically, witnessing nothing but God in your mind.
Right, so you look at the world, but your mind is so focused on the Creator that you don't even perceive the creation.
Exactly. But the final, most extreme form is Tawhid Wujudi, ontological or existential unity.
And this is a controversial one.
Very. This means that, in literal reality, nothing actually exists except God. Everything else, you, me, the microphone in front of us, the stars in the sky, the dirt on the ground, is a complete literal illusion.
To understand the magnitude of this, you really have to look at the bedrock of global monotheistic theology.
Yeah.
Mainstream religion, almost by definition across Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, relies on a strict, unbridgeable duality.
A separation.
Yes. There is the Creator, who is eternal and necessary. And there's the created universe, which is finite and dependent. God is entirely separate from his creation.
Right, like a carpenter in a chair.
Exactly. A carpenter builds a chair, but the carpenter is obviously not the chair. But Wadat al-Wujud takes a giant eraser to that boundary.
It obliterates the boundary entirely. The carpenter is the wood, is the chair, is the act of sitting.
Completely. The esoteric texts note that in this view, human beings are merely shadows of God's names and attributes. We do not possess independent existence at all. The texts use these beautiful, sweeping metaphors to describe this. They describe the purified human heart as the literal throne of God. They talk about the concept of the perfect human being, nothing more than a highly polished mirror reflecting the divine light.
So it's all just reflection.
Yes. In this state, the mystic realizes they aren't looking up at God. God is looking at himself through the eyes of the mystic.
Okay, hold on. Because the real-world implications of this philosophy are staggering, let's play this out to its logical conclusion.
Let's do it.
If literally nothing exists but God, if there is only one singular substance in the entire universe and it is all divine, then a beautiful tree is God.
Right.
A trash can in an alleyway is God.
Yes.
A saint spending his life feeding the poor is God. And a cruel, bloodthirsty tyrant oppressing and murdering innocent people is also God.
That's the logical conclusion.
If the creator and the creation are the exact same entity just playing all the parts, doesn't this entirely collapse all moral distinctions between good and evil?
You have just outlined the exact philosophical landmine that Orthodox scholars spent centuries trying to expose.
It's a huge problem.
It is, because if everything is God, then sin is just God acting against God. Injustice is an illusion because there is no victim and no oppressor. There is only the divine essence interacting with itself.
It destroys the entire concept of a moral compass. Why feed the hungry if the hunger, the food, and the starving person are all just illusions of the divine?
Well, the mystics were highly intellectual. They were very aware of this glaring logical contradiction in their worldview, and they formulated a specific theological answer for it.
And the answer they give in the manuscripts is genuinely mind-bending. A disciple in the text approaches his sheikh with the exact logical dilemma we just mapped out.
They asked the hard question.
He literally asks, if there is only one absolute existence, and it's God, then why do Muslims and non-Muslims fight? Why is there warfare? Why does evil fight good in the world if it's all exactly the same thing?
It is the ultimate stress test of pantheistic philosophy.
The sheikh answers by bringing up a very famous narrative found in both biblical and Quranic traditions. The epic conflict between the prophet Moses and a character known as the Samiri.
Right, this is a classic story.
For context for you listening, the story goes that while Moses was up on Mount Sinai receiving the commandments from God, the Samiri was down in the valley in the camp of the Israelites, building the idolatrous golden calf.
And leading the people into massive sin.
Right. In standard Orthodox religion, the dichotomy is binary and obvious. Moses is the ultimate good guy, the obedient servant of God. The Samiri is the ultimate bad guy, the rebel plunging the people into darkness.
It is the quintessential story of good versus evil, obedience versus rebellion, truth versus falsehood.
But the sheikh in the text completely rewrites the reality of this story. He explains to his disciple that both Moses and the Samiri were operating from the exact same divine essence.
Which is just a shocking reinterpretation.
Totally shocking. He says their conflict down on Earth wasn't actually a battle of cosmic good and evil. It was merely a clash of different manifestations or roles assigned by the universe.
The sheikh is basically arguing they are playing different notes from the exact same divine instrument.
The manuscript even quotes this incredible, almost haunting poetry to drive the point home. It points out the irony of their origin stories.
Oh, this part is fascinating.
It says that the Moses, who was raised in the opulent, sinful palace by Pharaoh, the great tyrant, grew up to become a divine messenger. Meanwhile, the other Moses the Samiri, whose first name was also Musa.
Right, they had the same name.
Exactly. The Samiri, who, according to Esoteric legend, was actually raised in the pure wilderness by the Archangel Gabriel himself, he grew up to become an infidel and an idol maker.
The irony is profound.
The implication the sheikh draws from this is staggering. He suggests that being a holy prophet or being an evil idol maker is just circumstantial staging. It's just a costume the divine essence puts on.
We really need to delve into the profound, almost terrifying nihilism of this absolute pantheism.
Yes, let's talk about that.
Because in this worldview, evil does not truly exist as a separate antagonistic force in the universe. It is not a rebellion against God. It is just a different flavor or attribute of the divine expressing itself in the material world.
So God is just exploring different roles.
Exactly. The theology suggests that God wants to experience being a savior, so he manifests as the prophet Moses. God also wants to experience being a rebel, a deceiver, so he manifests as the Samiri. The conflict between them is just divine theater.
The letters from the Orthodox critics cited in the sources show them absolutely losing their minds over this interpretation.
They were horrified, and it is incredibly easy to see why. This philosophy completely annihilates the fundamental religious imperative to choose good over evil.
Because what's the point?
Right. If building a golden calf and worshiping it is just another form of divine expression, then idolatry is fundamentally just as divine as prayer.
Which destroys the whole religion.
The Orthodox critics argue vehemently that this philosophy removes any need for repentance, destroys any fear of divine judgment, and essentially turns the entire religion into a hollow, meaningless performance.
It frames the entire universe, all of human history, as a cosmic stage play where God is playing all the characters simultaneously. The hero, the villain, the victim, the oppressor, the judge, and the criminal.
God is the scriptwriter, the director, the audience, and every single actor on stage.
But if the script is pre-written and everyone is just God wearing a different mask to entertain himself, what happens to human free will?
It vanishes.
It renders the whole concept of life being a moral test completely meaningless. I mean, why would a just God punish the villain in the afterlife if the villain was just God playing his assigned role in the play?
That is the ultimate paradox of Wadat al-Wujud. But the mystics would counter-argue that you are only trapped by the anxiety and illusion of free will as long as you still believe you are a separate entity from God.
Wait, explain that.
They argue that once you achieve realization, once you realize you are the scriptwriter and not the character, the anxiety of the moral test just vanishes.
Oh, I see.
You don't fail the moral test. You transcend the concept of testing entirely. You realize the fire of hell and the bliss of heaven are also just illusions within the divine mind.
Which, again, feels like a remarkably convenient way to avoid taking responsibility for your actions in the real world.
It really does.
If I do something terrible, if I steal or lie or oppress someone, I can just shrug and say, hey, it wasn't me. It was just the universe expressing its darker attributes through this vessel.
And that is precisely why the Orthodox scholars consider this not just philosophically flawed, but genuinely socially dangerous.
Because people would actually act on it.
Yes. If this philosophy spreads to the masses, it removes the societal brakes from human behavior. If there is no ultimate consequence and everything is divine, anarchy is just as holy as order.
So if this is the ultimate reality for these esoteric groups, that everything is just one giant swishing divine soup, how does a mystic actually experience this?
It's a grueling process.
Because it's one thing to talk about pantheism intellectually in a classroom. It's an entirely different thing to genuinely experience your own non-existence.
Right. Theoretically versus practically.
Which brings us to the final, ultimate goal of the mystical path as outlined in our sources. Fauna, or absolute annihilation.
Fauna is the psychological and spiritual crescendo of the entire journey. It is what happens when the theory of Wadat al-Wujud becomes a visceral, lived reality.
The source material focuses heavily here on Ahmad Sirhindi, who is a towering, highly complex figure in these texts. Sirhindi attempts to map out this journey.
He's the main architect of this map.
He categorizes the Naqshbandiyya path into 3 distinct views of reality. It's almost like climbing a massive mountain.
Right.
The first view at the base of the mountain is the Orthodox view. God created the world, God is up there, the world is down here, they are separate.
That's the perspective of the vast majority of believers.
Then you climb higher to the second view, which Sirhindi calls the shadow reality. Here, the mystic realizes the world doesn't have its own solid reality. It is just a shadow cast by the brilliant light of God's attributes.
The world is just a reflection in a mirror.
Exactly. But then you reach the summit, the third stage, which is absolute pantheism. Now, Sirhindi does something incredibly politically savvy, yet totally paradoxical here.
Oh, this is the best part.
In his letters, he actually calls this third stage heresy.
He openly admits it.
He acknowledges that it breaks the rules of Orthodox Islam, but in the exact same breath, he admits that the practitioners who reach this stage and experience this pantheism are, quote, perfected.
He is walking a razor-thin political and theological tightrope there. He has to acknowledge the Orthodox rules to avoid being executed for heresy, obviously.
Right.
But he is fundamentally validating the esoteric pantheistic experience as the ultimate truth. He is basically winking at the initiates while nodding to the judges.
And we know he validates it because the texts highlight Sirhindi's own ultimate spiritual claim. He claims he achieved Fauna, this terrifying state of absolute annihilation.
Right.
He writes that he reached a state in his meditation where he looked around and saw his own soul and every single atom of the entire universe as God. He explicitly states he found God as the very essence of himself.
He is describing the total permanent dissolution of the human ego.
There is a vivid story in the manuscripts that perfectly captures what this state of Fauna looks like from the outside looking in.
The Kalo story.
Yes. A disciple is standing in the courtyard of the Kaaba in Mecca, the holiest, most sacred physical site in the Islamic world, the epicenter of Orthodox prayer.
Right, the most important place.
And this disciple is completely overwhelmed by his emotional love for the physical building. He is weeping, touching the black stones, staring up at the structure.
Which is a normal, devout reaction.
Totally normal. But his sheikh walks up to him, observes him, and essentially corrects his theology on the spot.
Right in front of the Kaaba.
He tells the weeping disciple that the Kaaba isn't just that black cube structure in front of him. He points around and says, the Kaaba is in the mountains surrounding Mecca. It's in the walls of the city. It's in the sky above, the earth below, and the stones under his feet.
Because it's everywhere.
Because all of it is God. The holy building is no more divine than the dirt, because the dirt is also the creator.
To truly grasp the mechanics of Fauna, We have to look at how Islamic philosophers categorize existence. They describe it as the merging of the possible with the necessary.
Let's break those terms down because they are really crucial to understanding how a mystic justifies claiming to be God.
Okay, so in classical Islamic philosophy, which is borrowed partly from the Greeks, by the way, the possible or the contingent, refers to anything in the universe that exists but didn't have to exist.
Like objects and people.
Right. You, me, a tree, a building, the planet Earth, we are all possible. We have a beginning, we have an end, and if conditions were slightly different, we simply wouldn't have been born. We rely entirely on external factors to exist.
We are fragile and dependent.
Exactly. The necessary, on the other hand, is God.
Okay.
The necessary is the uncaused cause.
Yeah.
It is the only entity in reality that must exist in order for anything else to exist. It has no beginning, no end, and relies on nothing.
Got it.
So fana, therefore, is the profound psychological death of the ego, where the possible human being realizes they actually have no independent, solid existence at all.
They just fade away.
They strip away the illusion of their own selfhood, and their consciousness merges completely into the necessary. The mystic no longer feels any separation from the universe. The boundaries of their skin dissolve, and they experience themselves as the infinite.
But the Orthodox backlash to this experience, as documented in the critiques, is severe and uncompromising.
They do not accept this merging at all.
Because claiming that your own soul is the literal essence of the necessary God is dangerously close to the ultimate unforgivable sin in monotheism.
Shirk, associating partners with God.
It is claiming divinity. The Orthodox critics in the text explicitly compare mystics in a state of fana to the pharaoh of the ancient world.
Which is the harshest comparison you could make.
It really is. According to Scripture, the pharaoh stood up before his empire and arrogantly told his people, "I am your highest lord."
From an Orthodox legal and theological perspective, there is absolutely no difference between a mystic in a trance yelling, "I am the truth," in a state of fana, and a power-mad tyrant claiming to be God to oppress his people.
They see it as the exact same thing.
Both are seen as a delusional, arrogant usurpation of divine authority. The Orthodox scholars argue that whether you claim to be God out of political malice or out of overwhelming spiritual love, the claim itself is fundamentally false and destructive to the soul.
It reminds me of the classic mystical analogy of a drop of water falling into the ocean.
Oh, that's a perfect analogy for this.
The mystic would say, when the drop hits the surface, it ceases to be a drop, it merges completely and realizes it is the ocean. It sounds incredibly beautiful, very poetic. It sounds like the ultimate peace. But here is the danger the Orthodox texts force us to confront. When you believe you are the ocean, when does spiritual merging cross the invisible line into ultimate, terrifying narcissism?
That's the billion-dollar question.
You start off on your religious journey seeking to humbly submit to a higher power, but through this esoteric loophole, you end up genuinely believing you are the higher power.
That is the razor's edge of mysticism right there. Are you successfully destroying your ego to serve others? Or are you secretly inflating your ego to the size of the entire cosmos?
If you are the cosmos, you can't be humble.
Exactly. If you believe you are God, you are no longer bowing to anyone.
Think about the psychology of that. If I achieve fana, if I think my everyday thoughts are literally God's thoughts, then I am never wrong.
Never.
My anger is divine wrath. My desires are divine will. My mistakes are divine mysteries.
And this is exactly why the Orthodox scholars fight so viciously to maintain the duality between God and humanity.
It's a protective measure.
For them, the strict separation between creator and creation isn't just a pedantic theological technicality. It is a vital mechanism for human humility.
It keeps you grounded.
It ensures that the human being, no matter how holy, how wise, or how powerful, always remains accountable to something outside of and infinitely greater than themselves.
Right.
Once you use philosophy to erase that boundary, as the esoteric texts show, the rules of accountability evaporate entirely.
Yeah.
You become a law unto yourself.
So what does this all mean when we pull back and look at the big picture? Let's trace the incredible labyrinthine journey we've taken through these historical sources today.
It's been quite a ride.
We started with this deeply counterintuitive, jarring instruction that a spiritual seeker should actively try to cultivate ignorance of God, abandoning the quest for divine knowledge in favor of staring only at a human shake.
A radical, almost complete rerouting of human devotion from the celestial down to the mortal.
Then we explored how these esoteric groups developed the concept of spiritual intoxication, sukur, which operated as a highly convenient, legally impenetrable shield.
Right, the loophole.
It allowed them to utter incredibly blasphemous claims to divinity without facing the harsh consequences of Orthodox law.
The ultimate theological loophole, weaponizing the concept of insanity to protect extreme enlightenment.
From there, we waded into the really deep, dangerous waters of absolute pantheism, Wadad al-Wujud. We saw how the very core concept of monotheism was redefined to mean that the universe itself is a complete illusion, and only a singular divine essence actually exists.
And we saw the consequences of that.
We saw how this philosophy led to the horrifying conclusion for Orthodox critics that prophets and idol makers, Moses and the Sumeri, good and evil, are all just equal manifestations of a grand cosmic stage play.
The destruction of morality, basically.
And finally, we looked at fauna, the terrifying and beautiful concept of complete ego annihilation, where the seeker claims to actually dissolve into the divine, merging the possible with the necessary.
Regardless of your personal religious beliefs, or whether you align more with the mystics or the Orthodox scholars, this body of text serves as a brilliant, cautionary masterclass in the architecture of human thought.
It really does show how far the mind can go.
It demonstrates how any philosophy, any ideology, or any legal framework, when pushed relentlessly to its absolute logical extreme, can entirely invert its original premise.
The inversion is the craziest part.
Think about the irony here. A religion that was fundamentally, uncompromisingly, based on the strict separation of an infinite creator and a finite creation, was philosophically maneuvered step by step over centuries of intense thought into a belief that literally everything is the creator. It is a stunning intellectual pivot.
It really is. It shows you just how flexible and creative human reasoning can be when it desperately wants to reach a certain destination. It brings us right back to that spinning compass in the woods we talked about at the beginning.
Yes, the compass.
If you decide that you yourself are the North Star, you can justify walking in absolutely any direction you choose because every step you take is mathematically defined as north.
The compass hasn't broken.
Yeah.
You haven't lost your way. You've just decided to become the magnetic field yourself.
I want to leave you with a final thought to mull over, something to consider as you go about your day, building on the tension we've explored in these manuscripts.
Something to keep you awake tonight.
Think about your own perspective on human connection and accountability. If you were to adopt a philosophy that teaches you and the universe are literally one and the same with the divine, that there is absolutely no separation between you, the trees, the person who cut you off in traffic, and God, does that ultimate cosmic connection make you infinitely compassionate and humble because you see the sacred spark in everyone else?
Or does it go the other way?
Exactly. Or does it make you dangerously unaccountable, prone to dark narcissism? Because you can justify absolutely any action by simply shrugging and saying, it's not me doing this, it's the universe acting through me.
It remains the ultimate test of the human ego.
Thank you for joining us on this deep dive.
Imagine a person sitting in total isolation, like completely alone in a tiny, claustrophobic, enclosed space for 40 days. And 40 nights.
Just absolute sensory deprivation.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And they are battling, severe gnawing hunger. They're fighting off that crushing, hallucinatory weight of sleep deprivation.
Yeah, the kind where your brain just starts misfiring.
Exactly. And all the while, they're continuously reciting specific words in this rhythmic synchronization with their breath. But the detail that really, it just gets under your skin. The rule that elevates this from mere asceticism to, frankly, psychological torture is this.
The wall rule.
The wall rule. For those entire 40 days, they are explicitly forbidden from even leaning their back against a wall.
Which is just, it's agonizing just to think about.
It really is. The physical agony, the trembling muscles, the exhaustion, and it is all completely intentional. It's a calculated, systematic technology designed to shatter the human ego and, theoretically, force a state of absolute divine manifestation. So, welcome to the Deep Dive. Today, we are immersing you in a world that feels incredibly ancient, but it's operating right now, right in the shadows of the modern world.
Yeah, the sheer physical endurance required for a practice like that is staggering. We are looking at a highly detailed, critical Arabic text today that really pulls the curtain back on the inner workings of the Naqshbandiyya Sufi order.
And it goes deep.
It goes so deep. The source material doesn't just give us like a surface level overview. It digs into their most advanced rituals, the intense physical punishments they endure, their highly controversial theological claims, and, how this profoundly esoteric framework has seamlessly adapted to the 21st century.
Right, which is wild to see.
Absolutely. And what makes this text so gripping isn't about figuring out who is theologically right or wrong. We are looking at a battlefield of ideas here.
Yeah, and we really need to emphasize that for you listening. As your guides today, we aren't here to declare a winner between esoteric Sufism and Orthodox Sunni Islam.
No, not at all.
Our mission is just to map the sheer intensity of the terrain, to unpack the fascinating claims and the rigorous institutional pushback exactly as they're presented in the text.
Right, to understand the extreme lengths human beings will go to in order to touch the absolute.
Which brings us straight to the theological earthquake at the center of this text. Because, if you were going to endure 40 days of physical agony without leaning on a wall...
You need a really good reason.
Exactly. You need a justification that transcends normal religious practice. And in the major monotheistic traditions, the hierarchy is usually pretty rigid, right? At the absolute top of the human pyramid, you have the prophets.
Yeah, they're the chosen messengers, the ultimate conduits of the divine will.
Right. But this text introduces a concept of wilaya, or sainthood, that completely obliterates that traditional pyramid.
It really does. The text cites a prominent figure named Muhammad al-Masum, who categorizes wilaya into a highly specific three-tiered architecture. So, at the foundational level, you have minor sainthood.
Okay.
Moving up, you have major sainthood. And here is the first major shock to the Orthodox system. This is the tier where he places the prophets.
Wait, in the middle tier?
In the middle tier, major sainthood. But above the prophets, occupying the absolute apex of this spiritual cosmology, is supreme sainthood.
Okay, let's unpack this because the implications of that are massive. The text is explicitly claiming that a non-prophet can theoretically reach a higher spiritual state than a prophet.
That is exactly what it's claiming.
That seems like a massive theological shift.
Yeah.
In fact, the source material states that moving a single dot's distance within the realm of supreme sainthood is superior to all three other forms of wilaya combined.
Yeah, a single dot's distance. It's an incredible metric.
It is. How does a framework even begin to justify a human being bypassing the historical prophets?
Yeah.
Like, how does the supreme sainthood actually work?
Well, to understand the mechanics of this claim, we have to look at how the Naqshbandiyya, at least according to this text, map human consciousness and reality itself.
Right.
They don't view spiritual progression as simply obeying a set of laws. They use the concept of the dawar, or the concentric circles of reality.
Okay, circles. Like levels.
Sort of, but think of it as a series of expanding, increasingly infinite dimensions that the saint's consciousness has to navigate and ultimately master. It begins with the reality of the Kaaba, the physical, geographic center of the faith.
The physical anchor.
Right, the anchor. But that is merely the anchor. From there, the practitioner moves into the reality of the Quran.
And I want to point out the text is very clear that they aren't talking about the Quran as a physical book of legislation or history here.
No, not at all.
The text describes this reality in a way that is almost psychedelic. It says that for the saint navigating this circle, every single letter of the text becomes a sea.
An ocean.
Yeah. An infinite ocean of spiritual reality that continuously flows back to the Kaaba. Just imagine viewing your own reality through that lens. You open a book and the ink on the page just dissolves into thousands of oceans of divine meaning.
It requires a complete shattering of linguistic and literal boundaries. And, once a saint manages to navigate that infinite linguistic ocean, they enter the reality of prayer.
Again, not the physical movements, right?
Exactly. Not the physical movements, but the esoteric essence of divine connection. And from there, the circles become tied to prophetic archetypes. They enter the Mosaic reality, experiencing the specific spiritual frequency associated with Moses.
Okay.
Then they ascend into the Mohammedan reality.
But even the Mohammedan reality, which is the circle named after the final prophet of Islam, is not the final destination in this cosmology.
Precisely. The ultimate circle, the absolute zenith of this spiritual architecture, is the circle of pure love.
Pure love.
Yeah. And the source text grounds this final circle in two specific foundational quotes. The first is a really well-known esoteric tradition. It says, "I was a hidden treasure, so I wanted to be known, therefore I created creation."
Right.
The second is directed at the prophet, and it says, "If not for you, I would not have created the heavens."
Okay, so how do they interpret that?
Well, the text uses these to argue that pure love isn't just an emotion, it is the fundamental physics of existence.
Oh, wow.
It is the sole driving reason for creation. So when a saint reaches the circle of pure love, they have bypassed all formal religious structures, all prophetic laws, all veils of names and attributes. They're supposedly experiencing the raw divine essence directly.
And a text details a state that exists even beyond supreme sainthood.
Yeah, it goes even further.
It claims that in this ultimate unveiled manifestation of the divine essence, these non-prophets can actually achieve the perfections of prophethood.
Which is a huge claim.
Right. They can supposedly embody the essence of the divine message and even reach the level of the ulul azm, which are the most resolute and legendary of the prophets. The theological audacity of this is staggering.
Yeah, it really is.
They're essentially saying the historical prophets were bound by their duty to deliver a message to the masses, which required facing creation. But the supreme saint is turned entirely toward the creator.
Allowing for a deeper, unmediated immersion into the divine essence.
Exactly.
And the epistemological clash here is profound, because Orthodox theology insists that revelation ended with the final prophet. The text is closed.
The book is sealed.
Right. But this esoteric framework proposes that direct, experiential revelation is an ongoing reality. And the text provides a shocking example of this from the modern era. It quotes Abdullah al-Fayez al-Dagestani.
Oh, this part blew my mind.
Yeah, he claims that if a person reads the end of Surah al-Baqarah just once, provided they have the correct spiritual connection and transmission, of course they are granted a spiritual reward and state that the prophets themselves did not achieve.
Just reading the end of one chapter.
Yeah, just once.
See, that is the kind of claim that forces a breaking point. Because if you truly believe that a human being in the 20th century can read a few verses and surpass the historical prophets, you can't rely on ancient texts to prove it.
No, you can't.
You have to have a method to induce that experience directly. You need proof that the veil can be lifted. And the source text shows exactly how they manufacture that proof.
And it is intense.
Right. Here's where it gets really interesting. Because we aren't just talking about quiet contemplative meditation in a serene garden. We are talking about extreme physical reactions. It's like a psychological pressure cooker designed to break the human mind's grip on ordinary reality.
Yeah, and the text illustrates this beautifully through a historical dispute among the scholars of Bukhara.
Okay, tell us about this dispute.
So the debate was about whether the physical or experiential vision of the divine was possible in this world. The Orthodox scholars argued it was impossible. God is fundamentally beyond human comprehension in this life.
Right, standard Orthodox view.
Exactly. So enter a figure named Muhammad Parsa, who is brought in to settle the dispute. But Parsa doesn't engage in a theological debate. He doesn't, quote texts at them.
He doesn't argue at all.
No. He acts as a judge by forcing these doubting scholars to sit with him in a state of absolute ritual purity and total silence for 3 days.
3 entire days. He essentially subjects them to a sensory deprivation experiment. 3 days of enforced silence, staring at a master who was projecting intense spiritual authority.
Yeah, he bypassed their intellect entirely and targeted their neurology. And according to the text, the result was catastrophic for their previous worldview.
I mean, they broke.
They completely broke. The scholars experienced such an overwhelming, incomprehensible spiritual state that they literally lost consciousness. They fainted.
Oh.
And when they awoke, the text describes them weeping, kissing Muhammad Parsa's feet, and declaring, "The vision is true."
It's wild. They didn't arrive at this conclusion through logical deduction.
No, not at all.
Their perception of reality was subjected to such immense psychological strain that it just fractured. And what poured into that fracture was interpreted as the divine vision.
Exactly. It is the weaponization of psychology to achieve a theological absolute. And that specific kind of psychological pressure is institutionalized in a core Naqshbandi ritual detailed in the text called the Khatam al-Khwajagan, the Seal of the Masters.
The Seal of the Masters.
Right. And the rules surrounding this ritual are fascinating because they reveal a really deep understanding of crowd psychology and environmental control.
Absolutely.
First, no strangers are allowed. The space has to be hermetically sealed against skepticism.
Yeah, that makes sense. You can't have anyone breaking the vibe.
Right. But second, and more unusually, no beardless youths are allowed in the circle.
Okay, yeah. That specific prohibition is highly revealing.
Yeah.
It's often tied to removing any potential for worldly distraction, physical attraction, or inappropriate attachment within an environment that is designed to be emotionally explosive.
Exactly. When you are pushing the human psyche to the brink of ecstasy, the atmosphere becomes incredibly charged. The physical space must be totally controlled to ensure that the emotional energy is directed entirely toward the sheikh and the divine.
Rather than misdirected horizontally toward another participant.
Exactly.
And the text explicitly notes that the door to the room must be locked. I mean, they are fully aware of how unhinged this ritual would look to an outside observer. They are deliberately hiding the ecstasy and the agony from the Orthodox critics.
And the agony is a crucial component here.
Right.
The text doesn't shy away from the psychological toll these practices inflict. In fact, it holds up the suffering as proof of the method's power.
Proof of sincerity.
Yeah. It cites a classic esoteric text called Rashahad Ain al-Hayat, which recounts the story of a man who managed to attend the Qadam but failed to achieve the spiritual connection.
Oh, this story is brutal.
It really is. While everyone around him was presumably achieving states of profound ecstasy or receiving the divine vision, he felt nothing. He was locked out.
Just imagine the isolation of being the only one in a room who isn't experiencing the miracle.
The psychological devastation of that perceived rejection was total. The text describes this man in the aftermath of the ritual throwing himself into the dark and violently beating his head against the ground.
Beating his head against the ground.
Yeah, he flees into the desert, crying and wailing into the void. His failure to connect wasn't processed as, a bad day of meditation.
Right, like, oh, I was just distracted today.
No, it was processed as a cosmic rejection, a terrifying confirmation of his own spiritual death.
It creates a terrifying incentive structure.
Yeah.
If you don't feel the ecstasy, it's because your ego is too strong. Your heart is too impure. The fault is entirely yours.
Always.
Which leads to incredible acts of self-punishment to prove one's sincerity. I mean, there's another anecdote in the text about a sheik who's deep in a period of seclusion.
Oh, the bread story.
The bread story. He steps out of his isolation strictly to fulfill a basic biological need. He leaves the mosque for a moment just to eat some bread. And the instant he does, the text says he receives a crushing divine reprimand in his heart. Did you sell our companionship for bread?
Notice how the biological need for sustenance is framed as a spiritual betrayal.
Yes. The body is the enemy of the soul.
Exactly.
And his reaction proves how deeply internalized this framework is. Because he doesn't just ask for forgiveness.
No.
He physically assaults himself. He slaps his own face with such extreme violence that the handprint remains bruised into his cheek for an entire week.
What's fascinating here is how the source material frames these events. I mean, in a modern secular context, throwing yourself into the desert to beat your head against the earth, or slapping yourself hard enough to leave a week-long bruise over a piece of bread, that would be heavily scrutinized as signs of severe psychological instability.
Absolutely. We'd say that person needs help.
Right. But within the epistemology of the Naqshbandiyya, as presented here, this is not madness. This is the ultimate proof of sincerity. The physical body and its desires must be violently subdued, punished, and broken for the spirit to achieve the velocity needed to escape the gravity of the ego.
Which brings us back to the 40-day khalwa, the seclusion we talked about at the very beginning of the deep dive.
Right.
Because if slapping yourself for eating bread is the baseline for discipline, what happens when you institutionalize that suppression for over a month? The text details the mechanics of this seclusion, and it is a masterclass in dismantling human biology.
The 40-day khalwa is the crucible. The conditions are meticulously designed to strip away every single biological comfort that the ego uses to anchor itself in reality.
Right.
We are talking about extreme caloric restriction, keeping the body in a constant state of starvation. We're talking about severe sleep deprivation, pushing the brain to the absolute limits of its chemical endurance. And layered over this physical exhaustion is continuous, relentless dhikr, the rhythmic, repetitive chanting of divine names, often synchronized with precise breathing techniques.
But I cannot get past the rule about not leaning against the wall.
It's the most brutal part.
It really is. For 40 days, you cannot lie down and you cannot rest your spine. Think about the physical mechanics of that. Think about the sheer muscular agony, the lactic acid buildup, the absolute exhaustion of the core muscle.
It's unsustainable.
You are essentially demanding that the practitioner remain in a state of active, painful physical tension for almost 1,000 hours. The door is locked. It is only open when the sheik comes to check on you.
It is the deliberate, systematic induction of trauma to achieve ego death. The text conceptualizes this process as a brutal war against what it calls the four enemies.
The four enemies.
Satan, the ego, human desires, and the material world itself. And by denying the body food, denying the brain sleep, and denying the muscles even the passive comfort of a wall, the practitioner is starting the ego of the sensory inputs it requires to maintain a coherent sense of self.
Right.
When you disrupt the brain's default mode network to this extreme degree through pain, exhaustion, and repetitive chanting, the boundary between the internal mind and external reality collapses.
The brain is going to misfire.
Complete.
You are going to hallucinate. You're going to experience profoundly altered states of consciousness, auditory phenomena, visual manifestations.
And this is where the genius and, the danger of the Naqshbandiyya framework reveals itself. The text explicitly states that during this excruciating 40-day ordeal, whatever visions you see, whatever overwhelming feelings of divine love or insight you experience, you are strictly forbidden from claiming them as your own achievement.
Wait.
Yeah.
Hold on. You can't claim them?
No. Any blessing that pierces through the agony of the Kalwa must be attributed entirely and solely to the sheikh.
That is a massive transfer of psychological power. I mean, think about it. You endure the starvation. You endure the sleep deprivation. You endure the physical agony of not leaning against a wall for a month. Your brain finally produces a transcendent experience.
And you have to sign the credit over to another human being.
Yes. How does the text defend what essentially looks like a mechanism for building a total cult of personality?
The defense lies in their concept of spiritual transmission.
Okay.
The text argues that the disciple is inherently flawed, thoroughly contaminated by the ego. Therefore, the disciple's own soul is incapable of independently accessing the divine.
They can't do it alone.
Right. The disciple must view themselves as an entirely empty, worthless vessel. If divine light enters that vessel during the seclusion, it is only because the sheikh acted as the indispensable conduit.
The channel.
Right, channeling the light from the higher realms down into the darkness of the cell. The sheikh isn't just a teacher, he is the metaphysical umbilical cord.
Wow. Metaphysical umbilical cord.
Yeah. To claim the vision as your own would be an assertion of the ego, which would instantly destroy the spiritual progress the seclusion was designed to achieve.
It is the ultimate double bind. To succeed, you must surrender the victory.
Exactly.
And this demand for total, absolute cognitive surrender isn't just reserved for the 40-day extreme isolation either. The text shows how this psychological control is woven into their daily rituals too. There is a specific practice detailed called the Waqf Zamani.
The temporal pause.
The temporal pause. It takes place every night after the Isha night prayer. So first, it requires total, unbreakable silence. No communication, no external stimuli. And then the disciple must perform 12 very specific units of prayer.
And the Waqf Zamani is a fascinating study in cognitive load.
Yeah, break down the math on this for us.
Okay, so during the first 8 units of this prayer, the practitioner recites Surah Yasin. But they do not simply recite it from start to finish, letting the familiar words wash over them.
Right, which would be relatively easy if you know it.
Exactly. The text outlines a meticulously calculated mathematical division of the verses. The disciple must recite and then stop at the exact boundary of verse 11 in the first unit.
Verse 11.
In the second unit, they must pick up and stop exactly at verse 21, then verse 32 in the third, and so on, following a rigid numerical sequence.
So wait, think about what that requires of the brain. It's like trying to mentally solve a complex algebraic equation while simultaneously performing physical calisthenics, all while in a state of fasting and sleep deprivation.
It's cognitive overload.
You cannot let your mind drift for a fraction of a second. If you think about the pain in your knees or the hunger in your stomach or, what happened earlier that day, you lose count. You break the mathematical sequence and the ritual fails.
That is precisely the mechanism of action. In cognitive psychology, we talk about the default mode network. That's the part of the brain responsible for daydreaming, self-reflection, wondering what you're having for dinner, wandering thoughts. By forcing the brain to manage physical movements, Arabic recitation, and precise mathematical tracking all simultaneously, the Waqf Zamani effectively overloads the brain's processing capacity.
It crashes the system.
Exactly. It forcibly shuts down the default mode network. It is a technology of the mind designed to violently force the practitioner into a state of hyperpresence. A highly focused trance state where the self temporarily ceases to exist because there is literally no bandwidth left to process it.
It's brilliant in a terrifyingly disciplined way. And, listening to this, it is very easy to conceptualize all of this as ancient history. Like we picture monks in distant, dusty medieval outposts pushing themselves to the brink.
Yeah.
But the source material does not let us keep this in the past. It shifts focus to the 20th and 21st centuries, detailing how this highly demanding esoteric framework was exported directly into the modern world.
Yes, the text focuses heavily on a lineage of modern figures, most notably Muhammad Nazim al-Qubrisi.
Okay, who is he?
He is a crucial node in this history because he studied directly under Abdullah al-Faiz al-Dagestani.
Wait, the sheikh who claimed reading a few verses could surpass the prophets?
The very same.
Wow. Okay.
But Nazim al-Qubrisi didn't remain isolated in the Middle East. He recognized that the modern world, specifically the West, was ripe for this kind of intense experiential spirituality.
Right.
So he established major, thriving centers in Tripoli, in Istanbul, and critically, in the heart of London.
And he wasn't just preaching to diaspora communities, right? I mean, he was incredibly successful at drawing in Western converts.
Highly successful.
People raised in highly secular, materialist environments were suddenly drawn to a man demanding absolute submission and offering esoteric visions. And to achieve this, he had to translate these ancient concepts into a language that resonated with a modern audience. The text references his teachings heavily, specifically from a translated collection called Oceans of Mercy, which contains some profoundly controversial claims.
Controversial is an understatement from the perspective of Orthodox scholars. The text highlights how Nazim al-Qubrisi taught his followers that the Prophet Muhammad did not possess a physical shadow.
No shadow at all.
None. The theological reasoning provided is that the Prophet was constructed of pure cosmic light, and of course, light itself does not cast a shadow.
Which ties perfectly back into that concept of the Mohammedan reality we discussed earlier.
Exactly.
It divorces the prophet from his biological, historical reality and elevates him into a purely esoteric, luminous entity.
Exactly. But he went further, preaching a radically universalist message that infuriated the Orthodox establishment but deeply appealed to modern seekers. The text states he taught that divine care and the ultimate mercy of God could reach even a disbeliever.
A completely non-believing person.
Yeah, a person completely outside the faith, if they simply read the Fatiha. He pushed the boundaries of theology by suggesting that, ultimately, within the grand infinite ocean of divine mercy, the strict legal distinctions between a believer, a hypocrite, and a disbeliever just dissolve.
You can immediately see the sociological appeal of that in a place like London. It strips away the rigid, punitive legalism of Orthodox religion and replaces it with an intoxicating, boundless mysticism.
Yes.
But it is a double-edged sword. Because while the theology might sound universal and loving, the power dynamics remain absolute. The text points out that Nazim taught that saints possess what he called holy eyes.
Holy eyes.
And these holy eyes are so pure, so inherently divine, that their gaze literally burns away evil.
The implications of that teaching are deeply concerning to critics.
Oh, absolutely. The text notes that because the saint possesses these holy eyes, they are theoretically permitted to look anywhere they desire, including gazing at women in ways that completely bypass and violate traditional Islamic modesty laws.
Right, because the justification is that their gaze is purifying, not predatory.
But wait, I mean, giving a sheikh holy eyes that let him ignore the moral and legal codes everyone else has to follow, that just sounds like a terrifyingly convenient excuse for antinomian behavior.
It's a massive red flag.
It sounds like a justification for unchecked authority and potential abuse. Because if the saint is beyond the law, who holds the saint accountable?
Within this framework, no one holds the saint accountable. That is the point. When you grant a human being ontological superiority, when you say their very physical senses are divine, you create a system of absolute, unquestionable power.
It's built right into the system.
Exactly. And the text provides another astonishing example of this modern extreme authority in a figure named Muhammad Uthman Siraj al-Din.
Okay, this part of the text is genuinely wild. So Siraj al-Din is explicitly labeled the Sultan of Saints.
The Sultan.
The Sultan of Saints. The text notes that his followers genuinely believe he possesses spiritual authority that supersedes the historical prophets.
Yeah.
But what makes it so fascinating is the description of the man himself. He isn't a charismatic orator like Nazim al-Qubrisi.
No, not at all.
He is described as an elderly Kurdish man who barely even speaks to his followers. He doesn't deliver grand, eloquent sermons.
So the obvious question the text raises is, How does a man who barely speaks transmit such profound esoteric knowledge to a global following?
Right.
The text answers this by noting that his followers claim to receive his teachings directly into their hearts via laser beam spiritual connections.
Laser beams. They're literally using laser beams.
It's an incredible detail.
It is such a bizarre, revealing detail. They have taken the ancient concept of the rabita, which is the visualization of the sheikh's face to gain spiritual transmission, and they've updated the vocabulary for the sci-fi era.
Yeah, they really have.
They're using 20th century technological metaphors to explain mystical epistemology. You sit in silence, you visualize the elderly sheikh, and zap, a high-bandwidth laser beam of divine knowledge downloads directly into your soul, bypassing the need for spoken language entirely.
It demonstrates the incredible adaptability of esoteric movements. They constantly recontextualize their mysteries using the language of the current era.
They have to survive.
Right. But this specific claim of unmediated modern-day divine transmission drew intense, highly organized fire from rival Islamic groups.
Oh, I'm sure.
The text details a sustained intellectual assault against Nazim al-Kubrusi, led by a group called Al-Abash.
Okay, so what was the core of the Al-Abash critique? Because they clearly saw this as more than just a difference of opinion.
They identified the core epistemological threat. Al-Abash specifically warned the public against Nazim's claims that modern saints could receive direct, ongoing revelations.
Like receiving new texts.
Exactly. For example, Nazim claimed that saints could receive hadiths, the sayings of the Prophet, directly in the modern day.
Wow.
Even if classical scholars had rigorously graded a specific hadith as historically weak or completely fabricated, the esoteric framework claimed the saint could authenticate it experientially through direct spiritual connection with the Prophet's soul.
Which completely destroys the entire science of historical verification. I mean, if the saint says it's true because a laser beam told them so, you can't argue with history or textual evidence.
Precisely. It makes the saint the ultimate arbiter of reality. Furthermore, Al-Abash fiercely condemned the specific teaching that a sheikh's orders are identical to God's orders.
Because if the sheikh's command is indistinguishable from the divine command, then to question the sheikh is to question God. To disobey the sheikh is literal apostasy.
It's the ultimate trump card for authoritarian control.
It really is. And this is where we have to pause and look at the broader human element here. It is very easy to read about 40-day seclusions without leaning on walls or, elderly men firing spiritual laser beams and think, how could anyone in the modern rational world surrender to this?
It seems absurd from the outside.
Right. But that misses the point entirely. Esoteric, highly demanding movements don't thrive despite the chaos of the modern world.
No, they thrive because of it.
Exactly, because of it. In an age characterized by profound doubt, information overload, and shifting moral landscapes, these groups offer the one thing people are desperate for: absolute, unshakable certainty.
Yeah.
They offer a tangible, visceral experience of the divine and a sheikh who acts as an infallible anchor in the storm.
That is a crucial insight. The extremism of the demand is the source of the appeal. It demands everything from the follower, their body, their mind, their autonomy, and in return, it promises the ultimate prize, a guaranteed, curated connection to the absolute.
But, as you can imagine, the Orthodox Islamic establishment does not view this psychological surrender as a beautiful alternative path.
No, they definitely do not.
They view it as a systemic existential threat to the foundations of the religion itself. Which brings us to the climax of the source text, the official, institutional Orthodox pushback. The text concludes by laying out the fatwas.
The source material provides the official legal rulings issued by the Permanent Committee for Islamic Research and issuing fatwas in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, so this is serious.
Very serious. This is not a fringe group. This committee features some of the most influential heavyweight Orthodox scholars of the 20th century, including figures like Sheikh Ibn Baz.
And reading through these fatwas, it is clear they are taking no prisoners. They systematically, point by point, dismantle and vehemently condemn almost every single practice we have unpacked in this deep dive.
Yeah, they really go after the mechanics of it. The fatwas target the physical and auditory mechanics of the rituals first. They explicitly condemn the practice of group chanting in unison.
Okay.
They condemn the physical movements, the rhythmic swaying, the dancing, the hyperventilation that accompany the Sufi dhikr, and they place a very specific hard ban on the esoteric use of isolated names or sounds.
Right, because during the extreme rituals, practitioners often move away from reciting full sentences and break language down to its absolute minimum. They repeatedly chant Allah, Allah, Or they reduce it even further to isolated guttural sounds like, hey, qayyum, who, or just, repeating it until the brain slips into trance.
Exactly. And the fatwa declares this completely legally unacceptable. They also single out two specific Naqshbandi practices by name to ensure there is no ambiguity, the heart dhikr and the rabita.
Let's remind the listener what those are.
So the heart dhikr is the practice of moving the breath and focusing the mind on the divine name without allowing the tongue to physically move or speak.
Right, internal chanting.
And the rabita, as we've explored, is the psychological technique of visualizing the sheikh's face to establish a spiritual conduit for salvation.
Laser beam connection.
Exactly. The Orthodox scholars view the rabita not as a harmless visualization technique, but as a severe theological violation. A dangerous diversion of worship and reliance away from the Creator and toward a fallible human being.
So what is the actual legal and theological weapon the scholars are wielding here? I mean, how do they justify banning practices that, to the practitioner, feel like profound expressions of love for God?
The text highlights that the fundamental legal ruling used in the fatwas is bida.
Bida.
Yeah. Bida translates to rejected innovation or heresy in practice. The Orthodox argument is strictly, uncompromisingly text-based. They look at the 40-day seclusions, the rule against leaning on walls, the mathematical division of verses during the Waqf Samani, the visualization of the sheikh. They searched the Quran, they searched the meticulously recorded Sunnah, the historical actions and sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, and they find none of it.
None of it is there.
It's just not there.
And the text quotes the specific hadith that serves as the foundation for this fatwa. It says, "Whoever innovates in this matter of ours what is not of it, it will be rejected."
That is the immovable Orthodox baseline. If the Prophet did not practice it, and his immediate historical companions did not practice it, then introducing it into the religion implies that the Prophet's message was somehow incomplete.
Oh, wow. I see.
It implies that a 20th century sheikh has discovered a better way to reach God than the Prophet himself.
Which they cannot allow.
Exactly. Therefore, any unrecorded practice is an unauthorized, dangerous addition. But the scholars go much further than just calling it an innovation. When dealing with the esoteric practice of calling upon deceased saints-revered figures like al-Jilani or al-Badawi, the fatwas escalate the charge to shirk.
They drop the ultimate theological bomb, shirk.
Shirk.
The absolute highest crime in the Islamic paradigm, the association of partners with God. They are explicitly stating that visualizing a dead saint or asking them for spiritual aid is not just a mistake, it is tantamount to idol worship.
It places the practitioner outside the boundaries of monotheism entirely.
What the source text is illustrating here, fundamentally, is an irreconcilable clash of epistemologies. We are watching two completely different systems of truth collide.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Unpack that epistemological clash for us a bit more. How do both sides define what is actually true?
Okay, so for the Orthodox establishment writing the fatwas, truth is historical, it's static, and exclusively text-based. The parameters of reality were finalized centuries ago. Truth is found solely within the preserved linguistic boundaries of the Quran and the scientifically verified historical accounts of the Sunnah. If an idea or a practice cannot be traced back through an unbroken chain of historical text, it is false, no matter how profound it feels.
It doesn't matter if you fainted or saw visions.
Exactly. But for the esoteric Sufis presented in the Naqshbandi text, truth is alive. It's dynamic and fundamentally experiential.
It's happening right now.
They believe in an ongoing flow of direct revelation that bypasses history and enters directly into the purified heart of the sheikh. For them, the ancient text is merely the map. The real truth is the territory you enter when you are starving, exhausted, and hallucinating in a dark room on the 40th day.
And the Orthodox establishment understands perfectly well how seductive that experiential truth is. The text reveals a fascinating detail about the sophistication of the pushback. The fatwa doesn't just issue a ban. It actively directs its readers to consult external counter-literature.
Which is really smart.
It is. It specifically advises Muslims to read a book titled This is Sufism by an author named Abd al-Rahman al-Wakil in order to truly comprehend the insidious depth of these so-called innovations.
That citation is highly significant. It demonstrates that the Orthodox scholars aren't just issuing decrees from a vacuum.
Right, they aren't just saying, don't do this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They recognize that the Naqshbandiyya possesses a deeply compelling intellectual and emotional architecture. They realize they are fighting a war of ideas, fighting for the psychological and theological soul of the global believer.
Yeah.
Therefore, they have to produce and promote a highly organized intellectual counter-movement to systematically deconstruct the esoteric appeal.
So we arrive at the end of this incredibly dense map. We have covered a breathtaking spectrum of human belief today on this deep dive.
We really have.
I mean, we started by unpacking a theology that possesses the audacity to place supreme saints on a spiritual plateau above the prophets themselves. We dragged you into the visceral, agonizing reality of a 40-day isolation chamber, fighting the biological imperatives of sleep and hunger, never allowing your spine to rest against a wall, all in a calculated attempt to murder the ego.
To shatter the self.
We tracked how charismatic modern figures translated these ancient brutal practices for the streets of London and the modern West, offering universal mercy alongside absolute laser beam authority.
And holy eyes.
A holy eyes.
Yeah.
And we concluded with the uncompromising legal hammer of the Orthodox scholars who view this entire experiential edifice as a catastrophic deviation from the sacred texts.
It is a profound demonstration of the dual nature of religious devotion. I mean, on one side, you have the pursuit of ultimate safety through strict historical adherence to the text.
Right.
On the other, you have the pursuit of ultimate ecstasy through the total reckless abandonment of physical boundaries. Both systems demand absolute loyalty, and both systems are utterly incompatible with the other.
It leaves us with a terrifying, fascinating paradox regarding our own nature. So give us a final thought to mull over as we close the book on this text.
Consider the sheer, terrifying power of the human mind and its insatiable, almost violent desire for connection with the absolute. Whether you walk away from this deep dive viewing these Naqshbandi practices as a map to profound divine truth, or as a dangerous and heretical religious innovation, or simply as an extreme study in psychological conditioning and sensory deprivation, they reveal an astonishing reality about what we are capable of.
Yeah.
When a human being truly, deeply desires to touch the absolute, when they crave a connection to something greater than the mundane reality of their daily lives, there is almost no physical pain they will not endure. No sleep deprivation is too severe, no 40-day isolation is too lonely, no silent agony is too much to bear. They will gladly, willingly shatter their own biology to find it. The body becomes completely irrelevant in the face of the soul's demand for certainty.
What does that say about the lengths you would go to in order to find absolute, unshakable certainty in your own life? Thank you for joining us on this custom-tailored deep dive into the extremes of the human spirit. Keep questioning, keep exploring, and we will see you next time. Imagine, just for a moment, that you are on this profound spiritual quest.
Right.
You are looking for it all. A direct, pure connection to the divine, a sense of ultimate purpose, like a way to polish your soul until it shines.
Yeah, the ultimate enlightenment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you finally find a spiritual guide, someone who supposedly holds the exact keys to this enlightenment. You're totally ready to dedicate your life to this path. But instead of being told to pray more or fast longer or give all your money to the poor.
Which is what you'd expect, right?
Right. Instead of all that, you get a completely different directive.
Yeah.
You're told that your ultimate test of faith, like the very peak of your spiritual devotion, is to steal something.
Wow, steal something.
Yeah, not for survival.
Yeah.
You were commanded to commit a crime simply because your guide ordered you to do it.
I mean, that completely inverts our fundamental assumptions about what a spiritual path is even supposed to look like.
It really does.
We instinctively expect a journey upward toward a higher morality, a purification of the conscience.
Yeah. And suddenly you are asked to dive headfirst into an action that violently violates your most basic ethical compass, just to prove your loyalty.
It is a startling scenario, for sure. And it forces you to ask where the line actually is between devotion and total surrender.
Exactly.
And that tension, that push and pull between our own internal moral compass and the demand for absolute unquestioning submission, that is exactly what we're exploring today.
It's a heavy topic.
Very heavy. We are unpacking a highly controversial source text that exposes the intense, secretive inner workings of the Naqshbandi Sufi order.
And we should clarify, this is a massive, incredibly dense volume of material.
Oh yeah, huge. But we aren't trying to cover the entire history or every theological nuance today. We are isolating just a very specific sliver of it for this deep dive.
Right, just a section.
We are focusing on roughly the 8th section, which makes up about 11.11% of the total volume.
Very specific. I know, right? We're zeroing in on this specific fraction because it is the exact segment that pulls back the curtain on the physiological rituals, the highly structured daily life, and honestly, the immense psychological demands placed on a disciple within this framework.
Before we jump in, though, it is super important to note right off the bat that this text is not some neutral historical overview.
Definitely not.
It contains highly controversial critiques, heavy theological claims, and deeply polarizing views regarding this group.
Right. And our job today is not to take a side.
Exactly. We aren't here to tell you what is orthodox or what is heretical.
No, not at all. Nor are we validating or condemning the practices described. We are simply acting as impartial guides.
Yeah, we're just stepping inside the psychology of the system to understand its mechanics, see how it works.
Right. We're looking at a framework where traditional text-based religious learning is entirely bypassed.
Bypassed completely. In its place is a demand for absolute submission to a human guide, paired with incredibly precise, almost mechanical, physical, and mental rituals.
So we need to look at the very foundation of this entire system, which is the relationship between the disciple, known as the murid, and their master, the sheikh.
The core dynamic.
Exactly. The text details the required adab, which is the strict etiquette or proper code of conduct.
Right.
And the bedrock of this dynamic is captured in this chilling metaphor. The source states that the disciple must be, quote, like a dead body in the hands of the washer.
Oof. A dead body in the hands of the washer. To really grasp the weight of that, you have to look at Islamic funeral traditions.
Right. Tell us about that.
Well, washing the deceased before burial is a deeply respectful communal obligation. But it is also a highly physical, absolute process.
Like the body is completely limp.
Exactly. It is completely devoid of any personal will, any resistance, any preference. It doesn't flinch, it doesn't object, it doesn't assist at all.
It just is.
Yeah. It is turned, moved, and cleansed entirely by the will of the person doing the washing.
And applying that specific metaphor to a living, breathing, thinking human being, I mean, that is the ultimate statement of psychological surrender.
It really is. It is an instruction to intentionally kill your own autonomy.
A total erasure of the self. And the source gets incredibly granular about how this dead body dynamic plays out in everyday life.
It does. It dictates everything.
You might assume a spiritual disciple's main job is to, pray, to spend hours in solitary communion with God.
That's what most people would think, right?
Right. But the text explicitly states that serving the sheikh physically and financially is considered vastly superior to performing voluntary prayers, the nawafil.
Superior to prayer. That is a massive claim.
It is. How do they even justify that?
Well, the underlying logic presented in the text for elevating servitude over prayer is highly calculated. They argue that voluntary prayers are an individual act.
Okay.
When you pray alone, it is an isolated spiritual exercise that, in their view, can actually feed the ego.
Wait, praying feeds the ego?
Yeah, because you are the one deciding to be pious. You're like, look at me, I'm so holy, I'm doing extra prayers.
Oh, wow. I never thought about it like that.
Right. But serving the sheikh, cleaning for him, funding him, obeying him, that generates a tangible connection. It forces a bond of reliance between the disciple and the master.
Okay, I see.
Within this specific system, that emotional and psychological bond is the only vehicle for real spiritual progress. You cannot reach the divine on your own.
You must be carried there by the master.
Exactly.
But the obedience required goes way beyond doing chores or handing over your wallet.
Oh, definitely.
The text states the disciple must never, ever object to the sheikh's actions. Even if the sheikh does something that appears explicitly sinful or forbidden, like haram in Islamic law.
That is where it gets really complicated.
Yeah, the rationalization is that the sheikh operates on a plane of hidden divine inspiration. He sees a level of reality the disciple simply cannot access.
Right. It creates this perfectly sealed, unfalsifiable, logical loop.
Unfalsifiable how?
Well, think about the power dynamic this establishes. If the sheikh does something pious and charitable, it is obvious proof of his holiness, right?
Right, sure.
But if the sheikh does something seemingly immoral, illegal, or cruel, It is framed as proof of his hidden esoteric wisdom that transcends ordinary human morality.
Oh, wow. So he literally can't lose.
Exactly. The disciple is trapped in a framework where the sheikh can do no wrong. Because wrong is redefined as wisdom, you are just too spiritually immature to understand.
That is wild. And to reinforce that constant sense of inferiority and submission, the source lists these bizarre, hyper-specific rules of physical presence.
The spatial rules are fascinating.
They are. It isn't just about what you say or do. It is about how you physically occupy space around the master.
Right.
For example, a disciple is forbidden from performing ablution, the ritual washing before prayer, or even voluntary prayers in front of the sheikh without his explicit permission.
Because even the act of praying independently in his presence is viewed as an assertion of the ego.
Because you're doing it yourself.
Yeah. It is a subtle way for the disciple to say, I have my own direct relationship with God right now, independent of you.
I get it.
And in this system, claiming independence is the ultimate offense. You must always, always acknowledge the intermediary.
It gets even more intense when you look at the spatial rules. The disciple cannot stand anywhere where their shadow might fall on the sheikh's clothes.
The shadow rule.
Yeah. And this next one really illustrates the cognitive load of this system. The disciple must never stretch their legs in the geographic direction of the sheikh, no matter where in the world the sheikh is located.
Let's really explore the psychological toll of that specific rule because it's huge.
Yeah, please do.
Imagine you are living in London, right? And your sheikh resides in Damascus.
Okay.
Every single time you sit down on your couch to relax, every time you get into bed to sleep, you have to mentally calculate global geography.
That sounds exhausting.
It is. You have to orient yourself spatially just to ensure your feet aren't pointing toward him. It is a mechanism designed to force the disciple to keep the master at the absolute center of their consciousness 24 hours a day.
Like a physical tether.
Exactly. It is an exhausting, brilliant method of psychological tethering. You can never truly relax because your physical body is constantly regulated by his unseen presence.
And this dominion extends deep into the most intimate parts of life, too.
Oh, the domestic rules.
Yeah. The source explicitly notes a lifestyle control rule forbidding a disciple from marrying a woman the sheikh is divorced.
Which is already intense.
But it goes further. A disciple cannot even marry a woman the sheikh has merely shown a passing interest in.
Wow.
It is total, absolute control over the disciple's domestic and romantic life.
It establishes a hierarchy where the sheikh's mere gaze claims permanent ownership over reality.
It's about looking at someone.
Right. By just looking at someone, he stakes a claim that supersedes the disciple's own life trajectory. The disciple is constantly reminded that their desires, their future, their family are all entirely secondary to the master's whims.
Which brings us back to the scenario we opened with.
The theft story.
Yes. The text shares a striking historical anecdote about the founder of the order, Bahadur Naqshband, and his disciple, Najmuddin.
Okay.
So Bahadur decides to test Najmuddin's absolute submission. And he asks him point blank, if I ordered you to commit theft, would you do it?
The ultimate test.
Right. And Najmuddin, operating like a rational, moral human being, refuses.
Naturally.
He argues his case using traditional Islamic jurisprudence. He says, theft violates human rights. It harms another person. God might forgive religious sins, things between me and him, but stealing hurts someone else.
Right.
And God doesn't forgive the violation of another human's rights unless the victim forgives it.
I mean, it is a profound defense.
It makes total sense.
It does. He is using mainstream Orthodox theological principles to politely decline an immoral order. He assumes that because they are on a spiritual path, morality is the shared baseline.
But Bahadur does not praise Najmuddin for his strong moral compass.
Not at all.
Instead, he threatens to expel him from the order entirely for his hesitation.
Expel him just for hesitating.
Yes. And this is where the psychology of the dead body really shows its teeth. Najmuddin doesn't stand his ground. The threat of losing his spiritual path terrifies him.
So what does he do?
He panics, he repents for his disobedience, and the entire community of disciples has to gather around and beg the sheikh to forgive Najmuddin for not wanting to steal.
It is a complete inversion of ethical accountability.
Okay, let's unpack this for a second. I want to spend some time on this because we see extreme submission in other areas of life, like a strict military chain of command.
Sure, the military is a good comparison.
Right. A soldier is aggressively trained to obey orders without hesitation to ensure unit cohesion in life or death situations. But even in the most rigid military structures, there are legal and ethical limits.
Like unlawful orders.
Exactly. You are explicitly taught not to follow an unlawful order. If a commander orders a soldier to commit a war crime, the soldier retains a baseline moral accountability to refuse.
That's true.
Here, the obedience bypasses morality entirely. So doesn't this completely sever the foundational premise of monotheistic religion? The idea that the individual is endowed with free will and is directly accountable to God for their own actions.
From an Orthodox perspective, absolutely. It is a radical, almost unrecognizable departure from the concept of individual accountability.
So how do they justify it internally?
Well, if we break down the psychological mechanism the text is describing, we can see the internal logic of their framework.
Okay.
In traditional religious structures, the goal is to align your will with God's will.
Right.
But in this specific mystical framework, the ultimate enemy is the ego. The self, the internal voice that says, I want, I think, or I judge.
Right.
Their theory is that the ego is a barrier between the soul and the divine. To destroy that barrier, you have to destroy the disciples' reliance on their own judgment.
Wait, even their good judgment?
Especially their good judgment.
Yeah.
Because as long as you are evaluating an order and deciding, yes, this is good, I will do it, or no, this is bad, I will not, your ego is still in the driver's seat.
Oh, I see.
You are still acting as the ultimate arbiter of reality. By forcing the disciple to accept the unacceptable, to agree to commit a crime, the sheikh deliberately shatters the disciple's reliance on their own intellect and morality.
He breaks the internal compass.
He breaks it completely. Once that compass is smashed, the disciple becomes the empty vessel they need them to be, a literal dead body ready to be filled entirely by the master's influence.
That is just, it is the systematic, intentional dismantling of the self.
Yes, it is.
But controlling the physical body and breaking the moral compass is only the first phase, right?
Just phase one.
Once you have achieved that physical and behavioral obedience, the sheikh has to capture your internal monologue. You have to internalize that obedience.
And that brings us to Rabita.
Exactly. The text introduces this next phase as the concept of Rabita, which translates to the spiritual link or the spiritual bond.
This is the critical transition from external compliance to deep psychological architecture.
Right.
You move from regulating where you stretch your legs to regulating where you allow your mind to wander.
The source describes Rabita as the practice of constantly, actively tying one's heart to the sheikh.
How do they do that?
The disciple is instructed to visualize the sheikh's face, and often specifically visualizing it right between the disciple's own eyes as the ultimate conduit to the divine.
Right between the eyes.
Yeah, it is a form of hyper-focused, continuous mental projection.
It shares similarities with various meditation techniques, but the focal point is what makes it unique.
Because it's a person.
Right. You aren't focusing on your breath or an abstract concept like peace or a geometric mandala. You are intensely focusing on the human face of your master, projecting his image into your own mind's eye.
And the claims the text makes about the power of this practice are staggering.
What do they claim?
It explicitly states that looking at the sheikh, or even just visualizing him, yields more spiritual fruit, more actual benefit than remembering God directly.
More benefit than remembering God.
Yes. The sheikh is positioned as an absolutely necessary intermediary. The text literally equates ignoring the sheikh to ignoring God himself. You cannot bypass the master.
And this exact claim, this is where the source text documents a massive historic controversy.
Oh yeah, this was huge.
This wasn't just an internal debate among mystics. It caused absolute theological shockwaves throughout the broader Islamic world.
Yeah, the text details how a highly prominent Islamic scholar, the Mufti of Iraq, Mahmud al-Alusi, got involved.
He issued a fatwa, didn't he?
He did. He issued a devastating fatwa, a formal, legally binding ruling against this exact practice of Rabita.
A fatwa from the Mufti of Iraq is a massive institutional condemnation. What were his specific theological arguments?
Well, his arguments were rooted in absolute, uncompromising orthodoxy. He declared Rabita to be a forbidden innovation, a bid'ah.
Bid'ah, right, which is very serious.
Yeah, in Islamic theology, a bid'ah is an introduction of a new religious practice that has no precedent in the Quran or the traditions of the Prophet Muhammad.
Okay.
But he went much further than just calling it an innovation. He stated that visualizing a human face as a conduit to God bordered on polytheism, or shirk.
Shirk, which is the single gravest sin in Islamic theology.
Precisely. Shirk is the unforgivable sin of associating partners with God.
So he was pulling no punches.
Not at all. The Mufti's argument was incredibly straightforward and resonated deeply with Orthodox scholars.
What did he say?
He essentially asked, The entire foundation of Islam teaches you to physically face the Qibla of the Kaaba in Mecca and bind your heart directly without any intermediary to the creator of the universe.
Right, direct connection.
The religion was built on the destruction of idols and intermediaries. So why, he asked, would you artificially bind your heart to a mortal, fallible human being?
That's a very logical question.
Why project a man's face into your mind when you have been given direct access to the divine?
It is the ultimate clash of paradigms, really.
It is.
The Mufti is arguing that the core architecture of the religion is direct access, and that the mystical order is illegally inserting a middleman where none belongs.
Exactly. But here's where it gets really interesting. The Naqshbandiyya rebuttal to this fatwa, which the source text also details at length, completely blew my mind.
Who wrote the rebuttal?
It was written by a prominent figure in the order named Muhammad Asad Sahib Sada, and his defense of visualizing the sheikh is overwhelmingly dismissive of the Mufti's traditional textual evidence.
Dismissive. That is a fascinating historical document because it reveals a complete pivot in epistemology.
Epistemology?
Yeah, epistemology is the study of how we know what is true.
Oh, got it.
In Orthodox Islam, truth is derived empirically from textual evidence, the Quran and the verified traditions, the Sunnah. If you claim something as a religious practice, you have to provide a citation from those texts.
Right. You have to show your work using the foundational documents.
Yes.
But Sahib Zada takes a totally different route. He argues that the order doesn't actually need to prove rabata from the Quran or the Sunnah.
He just bypasses the text entirely.
Entirely. He doesn't even really try to find a theological loophole. His argument rests entirely on legacy and subjective results.
What are his exact words?
He essentially writes, "Our great masters practiced this for generations, and they felt a profound spiritual benefit from the experience. Therefore, according to him, that undeniable personal experience completely trumps any requirement for traditional theological proof."
That shift is a massive aha moment for understanding how these closed systems operate. He elevates personal, subjective experience above foundational, universally agreed-upon texts.
Yeah. I think we can actually connect this historical debate to concepts we see all the time in modern society.
How so?
Well, we live in an era where the idea of my truth or lived experience is often elevated above empirical data.
Oh, absolutely.
You see it in modern wellness culture, alternative medicine groups. The scientific community will say, we have run the clinical trials, and there is zero empirical evidence that this crystal heals you.
Right.
And the practitioner will respond, I don't care about your texts or your trials because I felt it work. My experience is my data.
Yes, exactly.
Sahib Zada is using the exact same, trust me, it works defense against centuries of strict theological scholarship.
It is the eternal clash between orthodox rule-based systems and experience-based mysticism.
Right.
The orthodox side says, if it is not in the foundational book, it is illegitimate. The mystical side says, I am experiencing the transformation. My consciousness is altered. I am feeling the spiritual high. My subjective data proves the methodology is real.
And you can't argue with someone's feelings.
Exactly. When personal experience is the only metric for truth, the system becomes entirely self-validating. You cannot argue against someone's internal feeling of benefit, and the order weaponizes that feeling as absolute proof of their authority.
Which naturally leads to the most important question.
Which is?
How do they guarantee that feeling? What are they actually doing to the human body and mind to generate these intense, undeniable experiences that they use to justify their departure from Orthodox theology?
Ah, the mechanics of it.
Right. That brings us to the actual physical mechanics of their devotion. We are moving from the theory of the mental bond into the physiological practices.
This is where it gets really intense.
It does. The source details the incredibly strict, precise mechanics of the Naqshbandiyya, or remembrance.
To truly appreciate how unusual their method is, we have to contrast it with the wider Sufi world.
Okay, set the scene for us.
When most people think of Sufi dhikr, they picture the whirling dervishes of Turkey, right? Or groups in North Africa or South Asia who engage in loud, rhythmic chanting.
Yeah, I've seen videos of that. Lots of movement.
Right. They use drums, swaying, dancing, and heavy, vocalized breathing to achieve an ecstatic trance state. It is a highly kinetic, externalized exhaustion of the body.
But the Naqshbandiyya order does the exact opposite.
Total opposite.
They explicitly reject the loud chanting. They prioritize a silent, deeply internal dhikr.
Silent.
Yeah. The text outlines their core belief that the physical tongue must be rendered completely inactive, like almost paralyzed, so that the tongue of the heart can finally speak.
The tongue of the heart.
Right. And the physical posture required to achieve this isn't just sitting quietly. It is an intense, demanding physical lock.
The biomechanical precision described in the text is astonishing. They are engineering a specific bodily state.
Let me walk through exactly what the text says a disciple must do to perform this dhikr.
Please do.
First, they assume a specific seated posture called reverse tawarruk.
Reverse tawarruk.
Right. They sit heavily on their left buttock with their right leg tucked tightly into the left.
Okay, already sounds a bit uncomfortable.
It is. Next, they close their eyes. Then, they must press their tongue tightly flat against the roof of their mouth.
Locking it in.
Yep. They clench their teeth together. They seal their lips completely shut. And finally, they hold their breath deep below the navel for as long as physically possible.
It is an absolute intentional sensory and respiratory lockdown.
A lockdown.
Yeah. Every physical exit point of the body's energy, sound, and breath is consciously sealed off. The physical tension required to maintain that lock, the clenched jaw, the pressed tongue, the awkward spinal alignment, is immense.
And while holding this agonizing physical lock, the disciple isn't just resting.
No, they're working.
The source describes a highly specific, complex mental pathway they had to trace inside their own body. It is a laser-like visualization.
What are they visualizing?
The disciple imagines the first part of the Islamic creed, the word la, which means no.
Huh.
They visualize this word starting deep inside the physical matter of their brain.
Inside the brain.
Then, they mentally drag that word down through their neck to their right shoulder, attaching the word ilaha, meaning deity.
Okay.
And then, from the right shoulder, they visualize striking a very specific anatomical spot on their chest, what the text calls the pineal heart, located exactly 2 fingers below the left breast.
2 fingers below the left breast. So precise.
Extremely precise. They strike that spot with the final phrase, illallah, meaning except God.
So let me synthesize this. They are tracing a triangular pathway of intense mental focus through their nervous system, from brain to shoulder to heart, while simultaneously holding their breath, keeping their eyes closed, and clenching their facial muscles.
Exactly. And they don't just do this visualization once or twice.
How many times?
The text notes that as the disciple advances, the phrases are intentionally shortened to increase the speed and intensity of the mental repetitions.
Oh, they speed it up.
They drop the full phrase. They begin to mentally repeat just the name Allah, Allah, to 5,000 times in a single seated session.
5,000 times while holding your breath.
Yes. Eventually, as the speed increases and the breath holding continues, the words degrade further into single, sharp mental syllables. It goes from Allah to Hu, then to or just La.
The psychological and physiological implications of combining rapid mental repetition with prolonged breath holding are massive.
Yeah.
We really have to look at the neuroscience of what is actually happening to the body here.
Okay, let's break that down. When a disciple sits in this locked posture, holding their breath and mentally shouting syllables 5,000 times, what is physically occurring in their brain?
We can view this through the lens of human physiology and extreme sensory deprivation.
Right.
You are sitting in an awkward circulation-restricting posture, which causes physical stress. You have your eyes closed, which eliminates visual input and forces the brain to turn inward.
Okay.
You are clenching your jaw and pressing your tongue, which creates significant cranial tension. But most importantly, you are holding your breath for extended periods.
Right, to breath holding.
This combination rapidly starves the brain of oxygen. It induces a state of mild to moderate hypoxia.
It's hypoxia. So the brain is literally gasping for air while simultaneously being forced by the disciple to run a high-speed mental marathon of visualization.
Precisely. And the human brain does not function normally in hypoxic states.
What does it do?
When deprived of oxygen and subjected to intense sensory isolation, the brain begins to misfire. It tries to make sense of the internal environment since it has no external input.
Makes sense.
Altered states of consciousness, auditory distortions, and vivid visual hallucinations are highly documented, predictable physiological responses to this exact type of respiratory stress.
Which completely aligns with the bizarre claims the text makes about the results of this practice.
What does the text claim?
The source explicitly promises that if a disciple does this correctly, they will begin to hallucinate.
Hallucinate what?
It says they will see a pure burning fire that they are taught to believe is incinerating their worldly desires.
Fire. Wow.
And if they push through the hypoxia and keep going, it culminates in seeing a stable, glowing green light. The text states that seeing this green light is the ultimate indicator of spiritual mastery.
This is the absolute brilliance of the system's design.
Really? How so?
They have engineered a physiological crisis and provided a theological interpretation for it.
Oh, I see.
Predictable biological responses. The brain misfiring, seeing flashes of fire, or a stable green light due to oxygen deprivation are reframed as divine validation.
That is so manipulative.
The lack of oxygen isn't seen as biology. It is interpreted as the soul finally piercing the veil and seeing the light of the divine.
They're hacking their own biology to produce the exact subjective experience they use to justify their entire theological framework.
That's exactly what they're doing.
And the origin story the text provides for this specific breathing technique makes perfect sense once you realize it's about oxygen deprivation.
Where do they claim it comes from?
According to the source, this breathless method wasn't taught by the prophet in a mosque, nor was it developed by scholars studying texts.
No.
No. The text claims that a prominent early sheikh of the order, al-Gushdawani, allegedly learned this exact breathless, silent method from the immortal mystical figure Al-Kid.
Al-Kid. Okay.
And he learned it while completely submerged underwater.
Underwater. The symbolism there is incredibly potent.
Isn't it?
The authority for their core practice doesn't come from public, verifiable tradition. It comes from a hidden, supernatural encounter in an environment where holding your breath is literally a matter of life and death.
Right, underwater.
Learning a breathless prayer underwater encapsulates the order's ethos perfectly. True knowledge, true connection requires the total suspension of normal human life and biology. You have to flirt with death to see the light.
It is absolutely wild to think about.
It really is.
So we have the disciple surrendering their autonomy like a dead body, constantly monitoring their physical orientation to the master, tying their internal monologue to his face, and hacking their physiology in solitary hypoxic lockdown.
That's a lot.
It's a ton.
Yeah.
But the text doesn't stop at individual solitary practice. Once the individual is conditioned, they are brought into the group.
Ah, the group dynamic.
That brings us to the highly exclusive, tightly controlled group gatherings. The source describes a specific, heavily guarded communal ritual called Kat Kwajagan.
This is where individual psychological conditioning is weaponized by the power of group conformity.
How does that work?
Well, the solitary practices break the individual down. The group rituals fuse them into the collective.
Right. And the text outlines incredibly strict conditions for this ritual. It isn't a public prayer gathering.
What are the rules?
The most prominent rule is the absolute necessity of locking the doors.
Locking the doors.
Yeah. No stranger, meaning anyone outside the initiated order, is allowed to enter, observe, or even be within earshot. They even have an explicit, documented rule banning beardless youths from the room to avoid any possibility of distraction, temptation, or scandal. It is an utterly sealed, exclusive environment.
The locked door serves a dual purpose here.
Dual purpose.
Practically, it keeps critics and Orthodox scholars out. They can't issue a fatwa against what they can't see, right?
Good point.
But psychologically, locking a door creates an intense in-group versus out-group mentality.
Because it's a secret.
Exactly. When you lock the door, you instantly heighten the perceived value and secrecy of what is happening inside. Everyone sitting in that room feels they are part of an elite chosen vanguard, participating in a cosmic reality that the rest of the world is too blind to see.
And the psychological pressure inside that locked room is immense.
Oh, I can only imagine.
The stated goal of the Kadam Kwajagan is for the collective group to achieve a simultaneous, tangible spiritual connection with the spirits of the past sheiks of the order.
They want to commune with the dead masters.
Yes, they were supposed to feel the presence of the dead masters. But what happens if you were sitting in that room? The doors are locked, the air is thick. Everyone around you is supposedly experiencing this profound cosmic connection, and you just don't feel it.
That is where the system turns deeply punitive on a psychological level.
Punitive.
Remember, their entire theology is built on experiencing the benefit. If you don't feel the connection, it is never interpreted as a flaw in the ritual.
Right.
It is never suggested that maybe the spirits aren't actually there. It is always interpreted as a catastrophic, damning failure of the disciple's own soul.
And the text actually shares a deeply disturbing anecdote about exactly this kind of failure.
Who was it?
And it isn't about a new, struggling recruit either. It is about the author of a major foundational Naqshbandiyya book called Rashahat.
Okay, so a senior figure.
A very senior, highly respected figure in the order. He writes about his own experience in one of these locked door gatherings.
What happened?
He describes how he failed to feel the spiritual link. He couldn't visualize the connection. He couldn't generate the subjective experience everyone else claimed to be having.
So he failed the test, essentially.
Yes. And the anxiety, the absolute terror of perceived spiritual failure completely broke his mind.
We really need to analyze the behavioral response he describes here, because it illustrates the violent cognitive dissonance at play in the system.
Yeah. He writes that the anxiety drove him to flee the gathering. He wandered out into the desert alone in the pitch dark.
The desert?
He was crying uncontrollably, and he began violently smashing his own head against the rocky ground.
Smashing his head?
Yes. And in another instance, detailed in the same source, this prominent author slapped his own face so hard and for so long that his face was covered in deep purple bruises that lasted for an entire week.
That is horrifying.
And why did he beat himself? Because he briefly left a mosque to go eat a piece of bread, which he perceived as a gross failure of his spiritual endurance. He chose biology over the spiritual lock, and he punished himself brutally for it.
This is perhaps the most sobering analytical part of the text we are looking at today.
It really is.
We have to contextualize why a grown, educated man would smash his head against rocks because he couldn't feel an invisible link.
How does that happen?
Look at the architecture of the system we have just unpacked. You have a framework that tells a person from day one that their personal judgment is inherently flawed.
Right, the dead body concept.
Exactly. It demands they become a dead body. It forces them to sever their reliance on their own intellect, their own morality, and traditional texts.
Yeah.
It tells them that their worth, their sanity, and their ultimate salvation depend entirely on generating an invisible emotional connection to a human master. When you place the entire weight of your existence on an invisible string, the psychological pressure is crushing.
It's an impossible standard.
Yeah.
You are demanding constant, unbroken supernatural experiences from a biological organism.
Exactly. And the human brain cannot sustain that. The illusion inevitably slips. The brain fails to hallucinate the green light, or basic human hunger overrides the desire to sit in the physical lock.
Like wanting a piece of bread.
Yes. When that happens, the resulting cognitive dissonance is violent. The individual has sacrificed their entire identity, their autonomy, and their moral compass for this system.
So they can't blame the system.
No, this is textbook sunk cost fallacy. They have invested too much to admit the system might be flawed. Therefore, the failure must be their own profound corruption.
Wow.
They internalize the failure as a somatic symptom, physically punishing the body that failed to produce the spiritual high.
But the most tragic part is how the source text frames this self-harm.
How do they frame it?
The text doesn't view the author of Rashahat wandering the desert and bruising his face as a mental health crisis. It doesn't suggest he needed a break or psychological help.
No, the text uses his self-harm almost boastfully, doesn't it?
It does. It reframes his psychological breakdown as proof of his intense spiritual longing.
Unbelievable.
The bruising and the head smashing become badges of honor. The text essentially says, look how desperately he wanted the connection. Look how much he hated his own ego.
And that reframing is the ultimate trap.
Because it romanticizes the pain?
Exactly. It keeps the disciples locked in a perpetual cycle of dependency, where even their inevitable psychological breakdowns are utilized as fuel to bind them ever closer to the sheikh. Their pain is just another tool of submission.
It is a dark, cyclical machinery.
It truly is.
Let's pull all the threads together as we wrap up this deep dive. We set out to explore just a fraction of this dense, controversial source text, acting as impartial guides to the mechanics of the Naqshbandiyya order.
And we found quite a lot.
We did. We've uncovered a world where the traditional paradigm of religion is completely inverted. We found a highly structured system where spiritual success is not about individual moral growth, but is entirely outsourced to a human sheikh.
A system that demands the systematic dismantling of the individual ego, replacing a person's internal moral compass with absolute, unquestioning submission to an intermediary. It hacks human physiology through hypoxia to produce hallucinations, and it uses cognitive dissonance to bind the disciple through their own perceived failures.
You, the listener, might be driving your car right now, or cooking dinner, or just going about your normal, autonomous day.
Making your own choices.
Right. But take a moment to imagine living in a reality where your mental load is entirely consumed by monitoring exactly where you stretch your legs. Terrified you might accidentally disrespect a man sitting on the other side of the planet.
A completely different reality.
Imagine a life where you sit in a locked room, twisting your body, holding your breath, visualizing words moving through your chest, desperate to hallucinate a green light just to feel a connection to the divine.
And the terror of failing.
Yes. Imagine the terror of failing to generate that feeling, a terror so deep it drives you to wander the desert in the dark, punishing your own body.
It is a profound study in the extremes of human belief, the immense power of group dynamics, and the intense physiological lengths people will go to in order to feel certain about the unseen.
It brings us right back to the startling scenario we started with. The ultimate test Bahoden gave to Naqshbandiyya.
Being told to steal.
Right, being told to steal, not out of necessity, but to prove you have finally surrendered your own judgment.
Which leaves us with a final, lingering question to consider based on the mechanisms we've explored today.
What's that?
The stated ultimate goal of this order is to become that dead body in the hands of the guide, bypassing your own intellect and your own moral compass for the promise of enlightenment.
Yeah.
But if a spiritual path demands the complete systematic erasure of your own ability to say no, even to a crime, even to a clear injustice, is it truly elevating your soul?
That is the question.
Or is it simply erasing the very humanity, the very free will that makes you capable of choosing good in the first place?
Think about that as you go about your day. Where exactly is the line between ultimate devotion to the divine and the ultimate tragic surrender of the self? Until next time, thanks for taking this deep dive with us.
Usually when we talk about a medical diagnosis, there's this expectation of like total precision.
Right, yeah. It's binary.
Exactly. It's like engineering. You break your arm, the x-ray shows that jagged white line, and the doctor just points and says, there it is.
Broken or not broken. Very clean.
Right. But then you step into the world of extreme 10th century mysticism, and suddenly that x-ray machine just bursts into flames.
Yeah.
Because today we're looking at a text that diagnoses a spiritual condition where the ultimate saints sound, well, exactly like the ultimate heretics. So welcome to another deep dive.
Glad to be here for this one.
Today, we are immersing ourselves in a highly critical, extraordinarily dense Arabic text authored by Abd al-Rahman Damashkiya. It's a really meticulous examination and critique of the Naqshbandi Sufi order.
And we should clarify, the specific section we're analyzing today is going to completely upend how you think about language and devotion and really the boundaries of religion itself. Just to give you a sense of the scale here, Damashkiya's work is this massive compilation of theological arguments, historical precedents, direct textual analysis.
Well, it's a doorstopper.
It really is. So we aren't tackling the whole encyclopedia today.
Yeah.
We are zeroing in on roughly an 11% chunk of the source, specifically the 7th-9th of the text.
The 7th-9th.
Yeah, and this is really the philosophical climax of his entire argument. It's where he stops chronicling historical events or minor ritual disputes and just drives a scalpel right into the epistemological foundation of extreme mysticism.
Wow. Okay, and before we go any further, we really need to set the parameters for this deep dive.
Absolutely.
The text we have in front of us is dealing with centuries-old, incredibly explosive theological divides. It contains accusations of heresy, radical reinterpretations of sacred law, and concepts that have literally cost people their lives.
Yeah, real historical consequences.
Exactly. So we are not taking any sides here. I want to be super clear about that. We are not endorsing Damashkiya's fierce critique, nor are we validating the esoteric claims of the mystics he's dismantling.
Right.
Our sole mission is to impartially map the architecture of this debate for you. We're just going to look at the mechanics of these arguments so you can understand exactly how a religious movement fractures from within.
Yeah, and the author is basically asking this structural question, right?
Mm-hmm.
If a religious tradition relies on a foundational text, what happens when a group within that tradition decides that the text doesn't mean what the words actually say?
Right.
At what point does profound spiritual devotion inadvertently destroy the very framework it was built upon?
Which takes us straight to the linguistic battlefield. Damashkiya begins this specific section by attacking how the Naqshbandi tradition, and I guess esoteric movements generally, interact with the Quran.
Yeah.
And the critique centers on a concept called batanism, or like the search for the inner meaning.
Right, so the author cites a prominent Naqshbandi figure, Uthman Siraj al-Din, to establish the baseline of this worldview. In Orthodox Islamic theology, the Quran is a linguistic miracle, yes, but it is fundamentally a book of clear laws.
Right, ethics, history.
Exactly. It's meant to be understood by the community. The words mean what they mean. But Siraj al-Din presents a completely different cosmological reality.
Okay.
He posits that the text is infinitely layered. So there is the outer meaning, which is the literal Arabic that a scholar or a layperson reads, but that's just the crust.
Just the crust.
Beneath that is an inner meaning, and beneath that, the inner of the inner, descending into dimensions of pure spiritual reality that are, accessible only to the spiritual elite, the enlightened masters.
Okay, let's unpack this, because walk me through how you get from reading a sentence to unlocking a hidden dimension. The source gives examples, and they are wild.
They really are.
Let's look at the phrase Bismillah, which translates to in the name of God. I mean, it is the most ubiquitous foundational phrase in the entire Islamic lexicon.
Yeah, you hear it everywhere.
But Tamashika points out that the esoteric reading essentially erases God from the phrase. Instead of in the name of God, the hidden meaning is claimed to be in the name of the perfect man, or San al-Kamil.
And to understand the author's horror at this, you really have to understand the sheer philosophical weight of the perfect man in this specific mystical cosmology.
Right, because it doesn't just mean a really nice guy.
No, not at all. It doesn't mean a morally upright citizen. Alan San al-Kamil is the spiritual logos. The theory goes like this. The absolute unknowable essence of God is so infinite that it cannot directly interact with the finite universe.
It would just overwhelm it.
Exactly. It needs a conduit, a mirror. The mystic believes that the Mohammedan reality is the primary mirror reflecting the divine, and in every age there is a perfect man who acts as the ultimate physical manifestation of that reality.
Wow.
He is the bridge holding the cosmos together. So from the mystic's perspective, replacing God with the perfect man isn't an act of blasphemy. It's actually an acknowledgement of the cosmic mechanics.
Like they're being more precise.
Right. They are invoking the precise spiritual channel through which divine grace flows.
But Damashkiya looks at that exact same mechanic and says, you've just engaged in the ultimate bait and switch.
Yeah.
You've taken a religion founded on absolute, unmediated monotheism and inserted a human avatar into its most sacred invocation. And the linguistic manipulation doesn't stop with theology, right? It attacks the historical narratives, too.
Oh, absolutely.
Like the source brings up the story of Moses at the burning bush. God commands Moses, remove your shoes, for you are in the holy valley. Literally, take off your sandals out of respect for the sacred ground.
Right.
But the esoteric interpretation says, no, shoes is a code. It actually means remove your love for this world and the hereafter.
Exactly. The author is highlighting a psychological and linguistic pivot here. A physical command regarding ritual purity is transmuted into a purely psychological state of detachment.
But here is where the X-ray machine really starts smoking. The source points out a verse about someone who wrongs himself. Now, in standard orthodoxy, the one who wrongs himself is a sinner, right?
Yes, someone who breaks a moral law.
Right, who commits a crime against their own soul by disobeying God. But Dimashkai shows how the esoteric method flips this entire concept on its head.
It's a total inversion.
Yeah. In the mystical reading, the one who wrongs himself is actually the spiritually superior ascetic. Why? Because he is deliberately wronging his biological body.
Right, depriving it.
He is starving it, keeping it awake, denying it all worldly pleasure so that his soul can become a clear receptor for divine emanations. The sinner has grammatically and philosophically been turned into the ultimate saint.
And this is the core mechanism of Damashkiya's critique regarding Batanism. It is about the complete dissolution of objective truth.
Yeah.
Because if a text can mean the exact opposite of what it literally says, then there is no longer any shared reality.
You're just making it up at that point.
Right. And the author explicitly compares this Naqshbandiyya methodology to historical subversive Batini sects that used extreme esoteric interpretation to literally hollow out Orthodox religion from the inside.
It's like someone reading a cookbook, and instead of making a cake, they announce that the word flour is actually a secret linguistic code for spiritual detachment. And sugar means divine love. At what point does interpreting a text completely erase the text itself? You aren't baking a cake anymore.
No cake for you.
You've thrown the cookbook out the window while smugly claiming to the rest of the kitchen that you are the only one who truly understands the recipe.
That is a phenomenal way to visualize the author's frustration. Damashkiya is arguing that this method doesn't just bend the law, it invalidates the lawgiver.
Yeah.
If every single prohibition or command is merely a metaphor for an internal spiritual state, then the external physical laws, how to pray, what's permissible to eat, how to govern a society, they become entirely obsolete for the enlightened mystic.
Right, because I've already achieved the inner meaning.
Exactly. The physical act of fasting in Ramadan becomes unnecessary if you have achieved the inner fast of the heart. The author sees this as a catastrophic threat to the social and religious order.
And if you've successfully argued that the literal laws of the foundational text no longer apply to your physical body, you've created a massive behavioral vacuum.
Yeah, nature abhors a vacuum.
You still need to worship, you still have a body, but how do you use it? This is where Dimashq points out a really fascinating historical pivot in the text. If the text is fluid, the physical practices built on that text must also become fluid. And he claims this vacuum was filled by importing entirely alien foreign rituals.
The author is highly specific here. He explicitly identifies Hindu teachings and extreme ascetic practices from other Eastern philosophies as having infected the Naqshbandiyya methodology.
Okay, wow.
Yeah. The argument is that once you untether yourself from the literal boundaries of Islamic jurisprudence, you begin absorbing the spiritual technologies of other surrounding cultures, integrating practices that are fundamentally incompatible with Orthodox theology.
Let's talk about the extreme vegetarianism mentioned in the source, because it's not just about a dietary preference, right? It's about the cosmological justification behind it.
Right. The why.
Dimashq quotes a narrative of a Naqshbandi leader who completely refused to eat meat. Now, Orthodox Islamic law has very clear, strict rules about ritual slaughter, but eating meat is explicitly permissible. So why the refusal? The mystic claimed he had reached the spiritual station of the Abdal.
And to understand why the author highlights this, we have to unpack the concept of the Abdal. In this specific mystical hierarchy, the universe is spiritually sustained by a hidden government of saints.
A hidden government?
Yeah, there is the Qutb, the pole or axis of the universe, and beneath him are various ranks, including the Abdal, which translates to the substitutes. According to this belief system, if one of the Abdal dies, another immediately substitutes him to maintain the spiritual equilibrium of the earth. When a mystic reaches the station of the Abdal, their perception of reality fundamentally shifts. They no longer see distinct dead matter. They see the divine real life flowing through every single atom, every plant, and every animal.
So, to the Abdal, eating a piece of meat isn't just consuming protein. They are perceiving the divine essence vibrating within that animal, making the act of slaughtering it physically and spiritually abhorrent to them.
Precisely. It is an extreme, almost paralyzing empathy born from a quasi-pantheistic worldview.
Wow.
But Dimashq points out that this absolute nonviolence towards all living things based on a shared divine essence is a hallmark of certain Hindu and Jain philosophies.
Right.
It directly contradicts the Orthodox Islamic framework, which clearly demarcates between the creator and the created and gives humans dominion over animals for sustenance.
So it's crossing a line.
Yeah. By adopting this stance, the author argues, the mystic is subtly indicting the Orthodox law. They are implying that the legal permissions given by God are somehow spiritually inferior to their own enlightened empathy.
Oh, yeah, I see why that's a problem for him. And the physiological extremes go way beyond diet. Dimashq references Al-Ghazali, noting the adoption of practices where worshippers would pray while standing on one leg for agonizingly long periods of time.
Right.
The stated goal was to combat laziness in worship. I mean, if you are balancing on one leg in the dead of night, your nervous system is screaming. You aren't going to fall asleep.
Definitely not.
But the source emphasizes that this specific physical torment was a known, established practice among Hindu ascetics.
This brings up a fascinating physiological reality regarding asceticism. When you look across global religious traditions, the human body only has so many levers you can pull to alter consciousness.
Right, there's a limit.
Exactly. Sleep deprivation, extreme fasting, hyperventilation, painful, sustained postures. These are universal neurological tools. Whether you are a mystic in the Himalayas, a monk in a medieval European cell, or a Sufi in the deserts of the Middle East, starving the brain of glucose or overwhelming it with physical stress, forces a shift in cognitive perception.
The brain just short circuits.
Right. The boundary between the self and the environment begins to blur. Hallucinations or visions become highly probable.
But Dimashq isn't writing a sociological paper on the shared neurobiology of altered states. He is making a severe theological accusation.
Exactly. He is completely uninterested in the shared human psychology. To Dimashq, this is an illicit borrowing. Orthodox Islam places a heavy emphasis on the middle path.
Moderation.
Yeah, there are numerous traditions explicitly forbidding self-torture, severe sleep deprivation, or excessive fasting that damages the body. The body has rights over you. So when the author sees a mystic standing on one leg to induce a spiritual state, he doesn't see a dedicated worshiper pushing their limits. He sees a profound arrogance.
But wait, how is it arrogant? If the goal is pure focus on the divine, aren't they just utilizing a more intense tool?
Because in Orthodox traditions, how you worship is dictated by divine command, just as much as who you worship. The rituals are prescribed.
Oh, I see.
By importing these extreme, painful practices, Damashqua argues that the mystic is implicitly stating that the divine commands and the practices of the prophet were insufficient for achieving true spiritual heights.
Wow.
They are effectively saying, the standard prayers are fine for the common masses, but I have found a more effective, superior technology for reaching God, even if I had to borrow it from an alien theology.
Jeez.
To the Orthodox mind, altering the method of worship is just as heretical as altering the object of worship.
So we have a complete dismantling of literal text, leading to a vacuum, which is then filled by agonizing foreign physical practices meant to shatter the normal bounds of human consciousness.
A recipe for disaster.
Yeah, and that creates the perfect storm for the individuals who pushed these altered states so far that they became existential threats to the empire itself. Which brings us to the historical epicenter of this text, Al-Hallaj.
Hussein ibn Mansur Hallaj. He is arguably the most historically polarizing figure in the entire history of Islamic mysticism. In Damashqu's critique, Hallaj serves as the ultimate warning siren, the absolute logical conclusion of where Batinism and extreme asceticism inevitably lead.
The source doesn't pull any punches regarding what Hallaj actually said. He would wander the streets of 10th century Baghdad, utterly absorbed in these altered states, making explicit, terrifying declarations of unity with the divine.
Yeah.
The most famous being Ana al-Haq, which translates to I am the truth. And as Damashqa highlights, the truth is not a metaphor here. It is one of the absolute foundational names of God in the Islamic tradition. He also proclaimed there is nothing in this robe but God.
And to understand the seismic shockwaves of those statements, you really have to place them in the context of 10th century Baghdad.
Right.
This was the intellectual and political capital of the Abbasid Caliphate. It was a society held together by a very strict, highly complex system of jurisprudence and theological orthodoxy.
Rules were everything.
Everything. The socio-political economy relied on the absolute distinction between the absolute authority of the creator and the submission of the created. When Hallaj walks into the public square and says, I am the truth, he isn't just making a controversial philosophical point.
No.
He is threatening the entire foundational architecture of the state.
And Damashqa points out that his audacity didn't stop at, ecstatic one-liners. Hallaj actively dismantled the physical pillars of the faith. Like, he claimed he possessed the spiritual capacity to write something equal to the Quran.
Which is huge.
It's massive. In the Orthodox framework, the inimitability of the Quran is the ultimate miracle proving the religion. It is considered the literal, uncreated speech of God. For a man to claim he can match it is the ultimate red line.
Furthermore, the source notes Hallaj's views on the Hajj pilgrimage. To tell a 10th century audience that the Kaaba is irrelevant and that you can fulfill the obligation of Hajj simply by purifying a room in your own house, making it clean and walking around it in a state of spiritual purity.
Just doing it in your living room.
Right. That is a massive socio-political threat. The Hajj was the unifying physical action of the entire global empire. Hallaj was internalizing the physical requirements of the religion to the point of rendering the physical acts completely unnecessary.
Hold on. The audacity of internalizing the Hajj is huge, but the detail in Damashq's text that literally made me stop reading and just stare at the wall was who Hallaj viewed as his spiritual teachers.
Ah, yes.
The source states that Hallaj viewed Pharaoh and Iblis Satan as his ultimate teachers in pure monotheism.
Yeah.
Pharaoh, the literal quintessential villain of the entire Exodus narrative. The man who enslaved the Israelites and demanded to be worshipped as a god. How on earth does a mystic justify idolizing Pharaoh?
This is where the extreme esoteric lens bends reality until it just shatters. It requires a profound and deeply controversial philosophical twist.
Walk me through it.
Let's start with Iblis, Satan. In the Orthodox narrative, Satan is cursed because God commanded all the angels to bow down to Adam, and Satan arrogantly refused. It is the original sin of disobedience.
Right.
But Hallaj completely flips the motive. In Hallaj's cosmic poetry, why did Satan refuse? Because Satan was such a pure, absolute, uncompromising monotheist that he refused to bow his head to anything or anyone other than God himself, even when God directly commanded him to do so.
Wait, what?
Yes. To Halage, Satan saw the command to bow to a human as a test of his monotheism, and he chose to fail the test of obedience to pass the test of singular devotion.
Oh my God.
He refused the intermediary. He willingly accepted eternal damnation as the tragic price for his pure, unyielding focus on God alone.
That is horrifyingly romantic.
Isn't it?
The ultimate tragic hero who loves God so much he accepts God's eternal curse rather than look at anyone else, and he applies the same logic to Pharaoh.
Yes. Pharaoh, who famously declared, "I am your highest lord," is viewed by Halage not as a tyrannical megalomaniac, but as someone who had realized the ultimate metaphysical truth, that there is no independent existence but God's existence.
Okay, my brain hurts.
In this extreme view, Pharaoh wasn't speaking from a place of human ego. He was speaking from a state of total annihilation of his own ego, where only the divine reality remained, echoing out through Pharaoh's throat.
It's no wonder he was executed. I mean, you can't run a civilization if your spiritual elites are walking around claiming that Satan is the ultimate monotheist and they themselves are God.
You really can't.
The Orthodox scholars and even some of the more sober mainstream Sufis of his own time condemned him. He was tortured and executed in a highly public, brutal fashion. Yet, as Naqshbandiyya aggressively points out, the Naqshbandi order didn't discard him. They revere him.
Yeah.
They quote his poetry. The text highlights a famous, deeply paradoxical line of his: "I disbelieve in God's religion, and disbelief is obligatory for me."
And this brings us to how the later Naqshbandi figures defend Halage against Naqshbandiyya's charges of blatant heresy. The author examines the theological defense put forward by prominent figures, particularly Ahmad Sirhindi.
Okay.
Sirhindi relies on the concept of sukr, which translates to spiritual intoxication.
Explain the mechanics of sukr. Like, how does one get spiritually intoxicated?
It connects directly to the intense ascetic practices we discussed earlier. Through extreme fasting, continuous rhythmic chanting, and sleep deprivation, the mystic pushes their consciousness past its breaking point.
Altered states again.
Exactly. The defense argues that Halage was so completely overwhelmed, so violently inundated by the sheer presence, majesty, and love of God that his rational faculties simply collapsed. He was spiritually drunk, completely out of his mind.
So he didn't know what he was saying.
Right. When Halage said, "I am the truth," it wasn't Halage the 10th century man speaking. The human shell had been hollowed out by divine light. Therefore, Sirhindi argues, you cannot judge him by the sober, rational laws of Orthodox theology, just as you wouldn't prosecute a man acting in his sleep. He was intoxicated by the divine, and therefore legally and morally excused.
But Naqshbandiyya isn't buying that defense at all, is he? It sounds like a lawyer walking into a spiritual court and pleading temporary divine insanity.
Yeah, exactly.
The lawyer says, "Your Honor, my client didn't mean to commit capital blasphemy. He was just so full of infinite love that his brain short-circuited." But Naqshbandiyya is asking the obvious follow-up question. Can you really hold someone up as the ultimate role model for a religion if reaching the pinnacle of their spiritual development requires them to verbally destroy that exact same religion?
Precisely. Naqshbandiyya argues that using sukr as a blanket defense for heresy creates a fundamentally unstable two-tiered religious system. It maintains a dangerous double standard.
The rules for thee, but not for me.
Exactly. It demands that the common, uninitiated people strictly adhere to the literal laws, perform the physical rituals, and fear divine punishment, while simultaneously telling the spiritual elite that the ultimate sign of success is breaking every rule and uttering blasphemy without consequence.
Right.
Naqshbandiyya asserts that this doesn't just make a mockery of the law, it implies the law is merely a training wheel for the weak-minded, to be discarded by the enlightened.
And if you think Halage pushed the boundaries of devotion by claiming unity with God, Naqshbandiyya introduces another titan of mysticism who took spiritual rebellion in a completely different, almost nihilistic direction.
Oh, yes.
We are talking about Abu Yazid al-Bastami. If Halage blurred the lines of identity, Abu Yazid decided to just completely reject the entire transactional premise of the religion.
Abu Yazid al-Bastami is a fascinating historical counterpoint to Halage. While Halage was highly public, engaging with the masses and the state, Abu Yazid was intensely ascetic, solitary, and inward-focused.
More of a hermit.
Very much so. Yet, through his severe asceticism, he arrived at similarly extreme ecstatic states. The source notes he would utter phrases like, "Glory be to me, how great is my status," and famously claimed, "There is no one in the house but God."
But what Naqshbandiyya really zeroes in on is Abu Yazid's total, aggressive rejection of paradise.
Yeah.
Think about the baseline mechanics of almost any major religion. You follow the rules, you endure the hardships of life, you show compassion, and your promised reward is heaven. It is a covenant.
A transaction.
Right. But Abu Yazid stated, I want to not want. He viewed traditional acts of worship, the prayers, the fasting, the adherence to law as a distraction if they were done for the sake of a reward.
It taints the purity of it.
Exactly. If you are worshiping God just to get the keys to paradise, Abu Yazid argues, you are using God. It's a transaction. You are worshiping the reward, not the creator.
It's the shift from transactional obedience to annihilative love. This is the concept of fana, or complete annihilation of this self in the divine. Abu Yazid doesn't just want to be near God. He wants the I that desires God to completely cease to exist.
It's like a moth flying toward a flame.
That's a great metaphor.
The traditional Orthodox believer wants to sit comfortably in a well-lit room, reading by the light of the fire, staying safe but warm. But Abu Yazid is the moth. He doesn't just want to be near the light. He wants to plunge into it, to be consumed by it, even if it means total destruction.
Yeah.
He wants to be the ashes in the fire.
Yeah.
In fact, Dimashq outlines how Abu Yazid expressed a literal desire to be thrown into hellfire.
Yes, and his reasoning is incredibly provocative, and it really forms the basis of Dimashq's severe critique here. Abu Yazid reportedly said he wanted to go to hell so he could use his patched ascetic robe to put out the flames of hell.
Wow.
Or, in another variation, he begged God to make his physical body so massively large that he would take up all the infinite space in hell, meaning that no other human being could possibly fit inside to be punished.
So his ultimate act of devotion is to absorb the entire wrath of God so humanity doesn't have to. I mean, it sounds incredibly noble, almost unimaginably selfless. Why does Dimashq consider this so problematic?
Because Dimashq is rigorously analyzing the theological mechanics of that desire, and he makes a very sharp observation. He argues that Abu Yazid's desire to suffer in hell for the sake of humanity is essentially importing the Christian concept of redemptive sacrifice into an Islamic framework.
Oh, wow. The idea of taking on the sins of the world.
Exactly. The concept of one holy, sinless person suffering damnation or punishment to save the masses is central to Christian theology, the crucifixion and sacrifice of Christ. But Dimashq points out that this concept is fundamentally alien to Orthodox Islam. In Orthodox Islamic theology, the mechanism of justice is highly individualized. Every soul is responsible for its own actions.
No one can pay your tab.
Exactly. As the Quran explicitly states, no bearer of burdens will bear the burden of another. There's no vicarious atonement. God's justice and mercy are absolute, and a human attempting to intercept divine punishment is seen as stepping entirely outside their ontological lane.
So, from Dimashq's perspective, it's not just that Abu Yazid is being hyper-devoted, it's that the actual shape of his devotion completely violates the internal logic of the religion he claims to be practicing.
Exactly.
He's trying to play the role of a savior in a theology that doesn't allow for one.
That is the core of the critique. Dimashq is arguing that this obsession with pure, unfiltered connection with the divine to the point of self-annihilation and taking on the suffering of the universe, it sounds incredibly romantic.
It does.
But it fundamentally alters the religion from a covenant of obedience based on divine revelation to an emotional, deeply personalized quest for spiritual suicide. It abandons the text for the sake of the feeling.
Okay, so we've seen the chaotic, ecstatic outpourings of Hallaj and the intense, self-annihilating asceticism of Abu Yazid. These were emotional, deeply psychological states. But Dimashq's text reaches its absolute climax when it addresses the man who took all of these wild, paradoxical feelings and engineered them into a massive, highly organized, inescapable philosophical system.
The big one.
I am talking about Ibn Arabi.
Muhyiddin Ibn Arabi, known to his followers, including the Naqshbandis, as Al-Sheikh Al-Akbar, the greatest sheikh. If Hallaj and Abu Yazid were the explosive raw material, Ibn Arabi is the theoretical physicist who built the atomic bomb of mystical philosophy.
This source zeroes in on Ibn Arabi because he popularized the concept of Wadat al-Wujud, which translates to the unity of being. And Dimashq quotes Ibn Arabi's poetry to demonstrate just how severely he blurs the lines between the creator and the created. The quote in the source is staggering. It says, "The servant is Lord and the Lord is servant. If you say servant, the servant is dead. Or if you say Lord, how can he be tasked with duties?" It is a complete paradox that just short-circuits the brain.
Yet, despite writing things that seemingly collapse the entire structure of religious obligation, Damashkiya notes with profound frustration that Naqshbandi leaders revere his texts.
They treat it like gospel.
They do. Ibn Arabi's major works, particularly Fusas al-Hikabin, The Bezels of Wisdom, and Futuhat al-Makkiyah. The Meccan revelations are not viewed as controversial poetry by these mystics. They are considered the very spirit, the absolute apex of spiritual knowledge.
And this reverence exists despite the fact that mainstream Orthodox scholars rain absolute fire down upon him.
Oh, they did not hold back.
Damashki lists heavyweights of Islamic jurisprudence scholars like Izz al-Din ibn Abd al-Salam and Ibn Hajar, who reviewed Ibn Arabi's work and outright labeled him a heretic. They didn't mince words. They looked at Wadat al-Wujud and declared, this is fundamentally incompatible with Islam. So we need to break down the actual physics of this philosophy. What exactly is Wadat al-Wujud, and why does Damashkiya believe it destroys the religion?
To understand Wadat al-Wujud, you really have to understand ontology, the study of existence itself.
Okay.
In Orthodox Islamic theology, there is a strict, impenetrable dualism regarding existence. There is a creator, whose existence is absolute, eternal, and independent. And there is the created universe, whose existence is entirely dependent, finite, and separate from the creator. God made the universe, but God is not the universe.
The carpenter builds the table, but the carpenter is not the wood.
Exactly. Great analogy. But Ibn Arabi's unity of being looks at that dualism and says, no, there is only one true independent existence in the entire cosmos, and that is God's existence.
So where do we fit in?
Well, everything else, you, me, the chair, the stars, the concept of time, none of it possesses independent reality. We are all just momentary mirrors, shadows, or manifestations of the one single divine reality.
So does that mean everything is God? Because that sounds like strict pantheism.
It is much more nuanced than strict pantheism, which is exactly why it is so difficult to refute. Ibn Arabi isn't saying that a physical tree is God. He is saying that the tree only appears to exist because it is a localized, momentary reflection of God's attribute of existence.
Yeah.
There's no other. The classic analogy is the ocean and the waves. The wave is not the ocean in its entirety, but the wave is made of absolutely nothing but water. The wave has no independent reality outside of the ocean's movement.
Okay, conceptually, that is incredibly deep and poetic, but I can see exactly why Damashq's X-ray machine bursts into flames here.
Yeah, it breaks everything.
How can the Naqshbandis claim to strictly follow Orthodox Islamic law, which is entirely predicated on the relationship between a master and a servant, a judge and the judged, while simultaneously elevating a man whose core philosophy conceptually eradicates the distinction between the two?
Is the ultimate logical collapse, and it is the crescendo of Damashq's critique. Orthodox law requires duality to function. God commands. The human has the free will to obey or disobey. God judges. The human is judged. But if Wadat al-Wujud is true, if there is only one being manifesting in different forms, then the entire legal framework becomes an illusion.
Right, who is praying to whom?
Exactly, who is punishing whom? If the servant is the Lord, how can the Lord command the servant?
And this brings up the most terrifying implication for Damashq. If everything is just a reflection of God, doesn't that completely collapse morality?
Yes.
Think about the mechanism of evil in this framework. If I commit a horrific crime, in the Orthodox view, I have used my free will to disobey God and I deserve punishment. But in the unity of being, my action, no matter how heinous, is still ultimately just a manifestation of the single divine reality.
Yeah.
I am just a mirror reflecting the divine will.
Right.
How can you punish the mirror for shining the wrong way?
Damashq argues that this philosophy inevitably, inescapably leads to antinomianism, the total rejection of moral and religious laws. If you truly internalize Wadat al-Wujud, the physical laws of the religion, the halal and the haram, the mandatory prayers, the fasts, become nothing more than a charade.
Just going through the motions.
Right. They're a play you put on for the unenlightened masses who still think they exist separately from God. But secretly, the enlightened mystic knows that sin and virtue are ultimately the exact same thing, because both are merely ripples on the surface of the one ocean.
Which completely destroys the premise of a religion based on divine judgment and ethical accountability. I mean, you can't have a functional society, let alone a religion, if the ultimate spiritual truth reveals that morality is just an illusion for the uninitiated.
Precisely. And that is why Damashq's critique in this 7th-9th of his text is so unrelenting. He is arguing that the Naqshbandi order, by adopting Ibn Arabi's philosophy, has swallowed a metaphysical poison pill. They have internalized a worldview that is fundamentally logically incompatible with the orthodox religion they publicly claim to practice. They are trying to hold two completely contradictory universes in their heads at the same time. A universe of strict, literal laws, and a universe where there are no laws because only God exists.
Okay, let's try to pull ourselves out of these incredibly deep waters for a moment. We have covered an immense amount of theological and philosophical ground today, dissecting just this roughly 11% chunk of Abd al-Rahman Damashqi's text.
Just 11%, yes.
We've traced his argument step by step. He begins by showing how the Naqshbandi esoteric interpretation Batinism strips away the literal foundational meanings of sacred texts, essentially rewriting the Arabic language to find hidden codes.
We then explored how untethering from the literal text creates a vacuum, leading to the adoption of foreign, extreme physiological practices.
Right.
Like adopting Hindu ascetic postures and the cosmological vegetarianism of the Abdal, which Damashqiya views as a total rejection of Orthodox law.
Then we dove into the historical fallout of these altered states, looking at al-Hallaj claiming to be the truth and idolizing Pharaoh, and how the Naqshbandi defense of spiritual intoxication creates a dangerous double standard.
Yeah.
We explored Abu Yazid al-Bastami's desire to burn in hell, which Damashqiya critiques as importing an alien Christian concept of redemptive sacrifice.
And finally, we unpacked how all of this culminates in the embrace of Ibn Arabi's Wahdat al-Wujud, the unity of being, a concept that Damashqiya argues systematically destroys the duality required for moral accountability in religious law, threatening to collapse the entire religion into antinomianism.
So, to you, the listener, reflecting on all of this, it highlights an incredibly profound human tension. There is this deep, burning desire in the human psyche to seek the hidden, the secret, the absolute ultimate extreme of devotion. We want to know what's behind the curtain. We want to be the moth plunging into the flame.
It's human nature.
Right. But this deep dive shows how that very desire, when pushed to its absolute logical limits, can violently collide with established rules, traditions, and the very concept of objective reality. You push so hard to find the core of the religion that you might accidentally push right through the other side into nothingness.
It is a dangerous, thrilling, and terrifying trajectory. And it leaves us with a final philosophical thought to mull over, one that extends directly from Damashqi's anxiety regarding language.
Let's hear it.
When a mystic experiences a psychological state so profound, so earth-shattering, that it completely breaks their perception of reality, they are forced to use a highly limited, broken tool to describe it.
Human language.
Exactly. Are labels like orthodoxy and heresy even capable of capturing the reality of those internal experiences? Or, as Damashqiya would fiercely argue, if we don't strictly enforce the definitions of words, if we let language mean whatever the mystic feels in the moment, does the truth eventually just dissolve, leaving us with a religion that means everything and therefore means absolutely nothing?
If the X-ray machine bursts into flames, do we try to rebuild the machine, or do we just accept that the room is on fire and we have to learn to see in the dark?
That's the question.
Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive into the absolute limits of theology. Keep questioning the depths of the texts you read, look for the hidden mechanics behind the arguments, but always remember to keep your feet on solid ground. Until next time.
Have you ever wondered what actually happens when the line between human existence and the divine just completely vanishes?
Oh, wow. Starting right in the deep end today.
Yeah, right. But seriously, think about it. For you listening, what if the ultimate goal of a spiritual journey wasn't just to, I don't know, understand the universe or feel connected to it? What if the goal was to come to this earth-shattering realization that you actually are the universe?
I mean, it is a thought that borders on terrifying, honestly,
Right.
because it fundamentally upends the basic operating system of how we experience reality on a day-to-day basis.
And that terrifying edge is exactly where we're going in this deep dive today. We're unpacking a really highly debated, intensely philosophical text that analyzes the inner workings of the Naqshbandi Sufi order.
Right, a very specific, very complex tradition.
Exactly, and we're looking closely at the core mystical doctrines described in this material. So specifically, how this tradition views the very fabric of reality, the concept of completely deleting the human ego, and this radical, almost otherworldly reimagining of the prophet.
Which is a lot to cover.
It is a massive amount of material. And just to set the ground rules right up front, we are navigating a text filled with profound religious and philosophical critiques.
Very sharp critiques, yeah.
So our mission here isn't to validate these mystical claims or to, endorse the severe criticisms against them. We are strictly serving as your guides, mapping out the exact arguments and the deep theological friction that's laid out in the source material we've been provided.
Yeah, and we are essentially looking at a massive collision site here.
A collision site.
Yeah, because the text documents this exact point of impact between Orthodox, rule-based religion, which relies entirely on maintaining clear, unbreachable boundaries between the creator and the created, and extreme mysticism.
Right.
A mysticism which makes it its ultimate goal to dissolve those very same boundaries.
So, if Orthodox religion relies on this really rigid separation, how does a mystical tradition even begin to bridge that gap without just breaking all the rules?
Well, the text gives us a roadmap for that by outlining the worldview of Ahmad Sirhindi, who is a leading figure in the Naqshbandiyya order.
Okay.
And he categorized the mystical understanding of reality into 3 distinct paths.
Right, the 3 paths. So let's look at path 1, which seems to be the baseline, according to the text.
It is.
What does that baseline actually look like in practice for, a normal person?
So path 1 is the theological bedrock. It's Orthodox dualism.
Dualism, meaning 2 separate things.
Exactly. In this framework, the physical world exists externally and independently because God created it.
Okay.
There is the creator, who is infinite and eternal, and there is the creation, which is finite and dependent. They are completely separate categories of existence.
So like the chair I'm sitting on right now.
Right. The chair is real.
Yeah.
It's made of physical atoms. It has mass, and it exists in the world because it was brought into existence by a higher power.
It's not a metaphor.
No, it's entirely real. And this dualism is the fundamental engine that drives moral accountability in almost all monotheistic religions.
Because, if the chair is real and I am real, then my actions involving that chair or the person sitting next to me, those have real consequences.
Precisely the point the text makes. You are an autonomous moral agent.
Right.
You are not God. You are a servant of God. That separation is what allows for concepts like justice, sin, virtue, and ultimately judgment.
But the text immediately pulls us away from that comfortable baseline.
Yeah.
It introduces path 2, which it calls the shadow concept.
The shadowing.
And the author notes that Sirhindi himself claimed to have reached this specific state. And I'm really trying to wrap my head around this.
It's a tough shift.
Yeah. How does the shadow path actually work? How do you look at a solid wooden chair and perceive it as a shadow?
Well, the physical world begins to lose its solidity here. To understand path 2, you really have to think about the physical mechanics of a literal shadow.
Okay, so like the shadow my hand casts on the desk.
Right. Think about that shadow. It has no independent existence. It is entirely contingent.
Meaning it relies on something else.
Exactly. It only appears because an object is blocking a light source. If the object moves, the shadow moves. If the light source is extinguished,
the shadow vanishes instantly.
Poof! Gone. In path 2, Sirhindi argues that the entire universe operates with this exact level of contingency.
So the chair isn't an illusion necessarily, but it's not truly independent either.
Right. The universe is constantly, moment by moment, being cast by the divine presence.
Wow.
The text explains that in this state, the mystic stops seeing the chair as, wood, and starts seeing it as a temporary projection of divine will.
So it possesses no inherent reality of its own.
None. It cannot stand on its own for even a microsecond without being sustained by the light.
It's like watching a movie projection.
Okay, yeah.
Like the characters on the screen seem solid, they seem to have weight and physics within the movie. But the second you turn off the projector, the screen is just blank white fabric.
That is a very apt way to visualize it. And while path 2 drastically weakens the independent reality of the physical world, it still maintains a slight distinction.
The distinction being the projector and the screen.
Right. There is the light and there is the shadow. They are intimately connected, but the shadow is not the light itself.
Okay, which brings us to the absolute edge of the cliff.
Yes, path 3.
Path 3. The text refers to this as Wadat al-Wujud, or the unity of existence.
Which some might translate broadly as pantheism, though that's a loaded term.
Right. So what happens to the shadow in path 3?
The shadow is revealed to be a complete illusion.
A complete illusion.
Completely. In path 3, the claim is that only one entity actually exists externally, and that is God.
Just one.
Just one. Everything else, the universe, human beings, the chair, the sun, your own mind, is either a total hallucination or merely a temporary manifestation of divine attributes.
So in this paradigm, the creator and the creation are not separate in any way.
In no way at all. There is no dualism. There is only unity.
If I am following this to its logical conclusion, that presents a massive, almost catastrophic problem for an Orthodox worldview.
Oh, the author of our source material hammers this exact point. It's the core of their critique.
Right, because if you truly believe that only God exists and that every physical form is just a manifestation of the divine, you are trapped in a theological nightmare.
You really are.
Yeah.
Because the physical world is filled with things that are degrading, painful, and profane.
Right, right. Because if I am just an illusory manifestation of God, then everything I experience
Is being experienced by the divine nature.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. If a human being feels physical pain or commits a heinous crime or succumbs to illness or simply performs basic bodily functions, and that human is fundamentally not separate from God, then you are attaching those deeply flawed physical and filthy realities directly to the Creator.
That is a heavy, heavy accusation.
The source text leans very heavily into this argument. It points out the sheer absurdity of looking at, say, a garbage dump or a place of profound moral evil and declaring that it is fundamentally composed of the divine essence.
You're touching on the real friction here. And what's wild to me is that the text notes Sirhindi himself recognized this trap.
He did. He wasn't blind to it.
Right. He didn't just blindly accept path 3. He actually called this extreme view heresy and delusion.
He saw the theological danger clearly.
But then, in this massive paradox, the text points out that he still described the people who held this path 3 view as perfected and arrived mystics.
It's completely contradictory.
Right. How does a scholar call someone a heretic and a perfected mystic in the exact same breath?
Well, this paradox is what drives the orthodox critics of this philosophy absolutely crazy.
I can imagine.
Sirhindi is attempting to thread an impossible needle here. Logically and theologically, he agrees with the orthodox stance, saying the world is God is heresy.
Okay.
But spiritually, he recognizes that the people making these claims have reached an overwhelming state of connection. He is essentially giving them a theological pass.
A pass. Based on what?
He argues that their extreme spiritual state has temporarily blinded them to reality.
So he's saying they are wrong, but they are wrong because they are just too close to the divine light.
Exactly.
It's like staring into the sun until you go blind, and then claiming the only thing that exists in the entire universe is the sun, because that's literally all you can perceive.
That is the exact defense. It's perceptual blindness due to overwhelming light.
But the author of our source text utterly rejects that defense. Right.
Utterly and completely. The author poses a devastatingly simple question. How can a methodology that supposedly leads to spiritual perfection result in a worldview that is technically heretical and logically absurd?
It's a fair question.
Right. If the path leads to heresy, the author argues, the path itself must be fundamentally broken.
It makes you wonder how these concepts play out for anyone trying to actually live in society. I mean, think about how this simulation-like mentality where you believe you're just a projection or an illusion destabilizes your everyday life.
It would make functioning in the real world almost impossible.
Right. If we go back to my VR analogy from earlier, it's like you're inside a virtual reality game, but instead of playing as an avatar, you suddenly realize you are the underlying code.
And when you believe you are the code, the rules of the game no longer seem to apply to you.
Exactly. But you still have a physical body in the real world.
You do.
You still have to eat, you have to pay your taxes, you have to interact with your family. If nothing is real but the divine, and you are not separate from the divine, does anything you do matter?
That's the terrifying implication.
Like if you harm someone who is harming whom, it feels like an invitation to total moral anarchy.
And that dissolution of moral accountability is the deepest fear of the orthodox scholars.
I mean, logically, you can see why.
Because if my hand is just an illusion and the person I am striking is just an illusion, and the only true reality acting through both of us is the divine,
then there's no victim.
Right. The concepts of victim, perpetrator, and justice completely evaporate. This extreme abstraction doesn't just stay in the realm of philosophy. It bleeds into real-world behavior, which explains the phenomenon we encounter next in the text.
Okay, let's get into that. Because the source material brings up how these mystics start speaking when they reach this state. They start dropping statements that sound, to any normal observer, like absolute blasphemy.
They utter things that cross every theological boundary.
The most famous example the text cites is the phrase, "I am the truth."
Right. Ana al-Haq.
Now, the truth, al-Haq, is one of the explicit names of God in Islamic theology. So saying, "I am the truth," is not saying, "I am an honest person."
No, not at all.
It is a direct, unequivocal claim to divinity.
And when the mystic Mansur al-Hallaj uttered that phrase, He was crossing the ultimate red line.
The ultimate line.
From the Orthodox baseline we discussed earlier, this is the highest form of transgression. It is a human being attempting to usurp the throne of the Creator.
But the text explains this defense mechanism that the followers of this path deploy to protect these mystics, right? They use a concept called sukr.
Sukr.
Yes, which translates to intoxication, spiritual drunkenness.
Exactly. The argument goes that the mystic has engaged in such intense spiritual practices and has been so entirely flooded by the presence of divine love that their rational mind effectively shuts down.
They're just totally overwhelmed.
They are spiritually intoxicated. In this state, they lose the cognitive ability to distinguish between themselves and God.
Okay, so they're not in their right mind.
Right. Therefore, the followers argue, they cannot be held accountable for the blasphemies they utter. They aren't speaking with their own voice.
They're just a vessel.
Merely an empty vessel through which the divine is expressing itself.
The text actually gives us a glimpse into what this intoxication looks like from the inside, quoting Sir Hindi's own experience.
It's a very famous account.
Yeah. He claimed that upon reaching this state of annihilation, he saw himself and every atom of the world as God.
Just try to imagine that perspective.
He described this incredibly intense vision where he found the entire infinite universe compressed down into a single atom, and he perceived himself to be the essence of all those atoms.
The psychological weight of a vision like that is staggering. To experience the entire cosmos folding inward until it rests within your own essence.
It sounds like a singularity, like a black hole of consciousness.
It is a spiritual singularity.
Yeah.
But while the imagery is profound, the source author brings a very grounded, almost surgical critique to this entire defense of intoxication.
They're not impressed by the poetry.
Not even a little. The author asks us to look at the purpose of worship. True, pure worship of God is meant to elevate human consciousness.
Okay.
It is meant to clarify your perception of reality, to make you more aware of your moral responsibilities.
Right. It's supposed to ground you.
The author argues that a practice that destroys your rational faculties to the point where you utter profound disbelief cannot possibly be divine in origin.
The text highlights this hypocrisy brilliantly, actually. It draws a direct parallel to the strict Islamic prohibition against approaching prayer while physically intoxicated.
It's a very clever argument.
Yeah. The Quran explicitly forbids praying while drunk on wine. Because you don't know what you are saying. You lose your cognitive clarity.
It's a very sharp juxtaposition.
Right. The author is basically saying, if physical drunkenness completely invalidates your worship because it impairs your reason.
How on earth did spiritual drunkenness become the ultimate excuse for uttering the worst possible blasphemies during worship?
Exactly. It makes no logical sense.
The text suggests that relying on sukr as an excuse is a sign of a diseased theology.
The author is demanding accountability.
Yes. You cannot claim that a path designed to bring you closer to the ultimate truth results in you losing your mind and speaking falsehoods.
But, you know, I want to play devil's advocate here and push back on the author's logic for a second.
Sure, go ahead.
Because this is where the societal implications get really messy. Well, if the ultimate, most elevated peak of this mystical practice looks completely indistinguishable from madness to an outside observer, how does society tell the difference?
Ah, that is the problem, isn't it?
Imagine two people saying, I am God.
Okay.
One is a revered mystic who has spent decades meditating. The other is someone suffering from a severe psychological break.
Right.
How do you distinguish the saint from the psychiatric patient?
You've hit on the Achilles heel of the entire mystical framework, and the author of the text knows it.
Yeah.
When a theological system accepts sukr, when it removes rational accountability and says he is just spiritually drunk, it destroys the objective standard for measuring truth.
Because there's no metric anymore.
Exactly. If a psychiatric patient makes that claim, society medicates them.
Yeah.
If a Sufi master makes that claim, society reveres them. But objectively, the claim is identical.
The behavior is exactly the same.
The critics argue that by creating this loophole of intoxication, these orders open the door to complete theological chaos. Complete chaos. Anyone can utter any heresy, break any rule, and avoid all consequences by simply claiming they were overwhelmed by the divine presence.
It effectively insulates them from any criticism.
Yeah.
You can't argue with someone who claims they are operating on a frequency you can't perceive.
You really can't. And that lack of accountability is what makes the next stage of this journey so alarming to the Orthodox scholars.
Because intoxication is just a temporary state, right? You eventually sober up.
Usually, yes. But the ultimate destination of this path is permanent. The text moves on to analyze the concept of fana.
Fana, annihilation, the total erasure of human nature.
We need to understand the magnitude of what is being claimed here.
Let's break it down.
The text states that through fana, the mystic doesn't just suppress their ego.
It's not just being humble.
No, they shed their human characteristics entirely. They exit the state of being human to take on a divine nature.
The text gives us this vivid, almost psychedelic anecdote about Bahadur Naqshband, the very founder of the order, to illustrate what fana actually feels like.
It's a fascinating account.
Yeah, he described being in a garden and suddenly being overcome by what he termed divine attractions. He says he entered a state of true annihilation, where his entire identity vanished.
Poof. Gone.
Gone. He claimed that he existed as a star in an endless sea for 6 hours. Just a solitary point of light in an infinite cosmic ocean.
It reads like an intense, altered state of consciousness.
It's an incredible trip report. But after those 6 hours, he said his humanity was returned to him little by little.
And that's where the critics in the source text take issue. They aren't evaluating the poetry of the vision.
No, they're definitely not.
They're evaluating the terrifying theological implications of what happens when the 6 hours are up.
Because the claim is that humanity is something you can take off and put back on like a coat.
The theological alarm bells here are deafening. If a person successfully exits their human nature, what are they while they are in that state?
Right. Are they God?
That's the implication. The text draws a very harsh, very calculated comparison here to drive the point home. It compares these mystics to the ancient Egyptian pharaoh.
The pharaoh from the Moses narrative.
Yes.
The one who stood before his people and literally claimed to be the highest lord.
Exactly. The source text argues that structurally there is absolutely no difference between Pharaoh demanding to be worshipped as God and a mystic achieving fana and declaring that their humanity is gone and they are now divine.
That is a brutal comparison.
It is meant to be. Both are claiming a status that, in the Orthodox view, belongs exclusively to the Creator.
So they're saying the mystic is just as arrogant as Pharaoh.
Exactly. The author argues that true humility, which is the goal of religion, is recognizing your permanent status as a human servant.
Right.
Attempting to annihilate that status is actually the ultimate form of spiritual arrogance.
Think about the psychological weight of this for a moment. I want anyone listening to really internalize what fana is asking of you.
It's a massive ask.
Think about what makes you, you. It's your memories. It's the specific way you laugh. It's your flaws, your traumas, the intense love you feel for your children or your friends.
Your entire human experience.
Right. All of those things are inherently tied to your human limitations and your separate identity. This mystical concept isn't a self-help program.
No, it's not therapy.
It's not trying to make you a kinder, more patient version of yourself. It is demanding your total deletion.
Erasure.
For you listening, would you want to achieve a state of absolute spiritual peace if the entry fee was sacrifice of your entire identity?
Are we defined by our separateness? It's one of the oldest questions in human history.
Yeah.
The Orthodox scholars argue that God gave us our specific human nature, our physical boundaries, and our unique identities for a profound reason.
It's not a mistake to be fixed.
No, it is the very vehicle through which we experience the world and make moral choices. To actively seek to destroy that vehicle is, in their eyes, a rejection of the specific design God intended for you.
You are basically saying, I refuse to be the creation. I demand to merge with the Creator.
Precisely.
Which brings us to the obvious question. What kind of emotional force is powerful enough to make someone want to permanently delete themselves?
What drives that desire?
Exactly. What drives that desire for annihilation? The text tackles this by looking at the emotional engine of the Naqshbandi path, which is love.
But the source points out that we are not talking about a generic Hallmark card version of love.
No. We are diving into an intense linguistic and theological battle over how a human being is allowed to love the divine.
The linguistic debate here is fascinating because it carries massive theological consequences.
Words matter.
They do. According to the text, the Naqshbandi order reserves a very specific Arabic word for the absolute elite levels of spiritual connection.
Ishki, which translates to passionate, romantic, almost obsessive love.
Ishki is the kind of love that demands consumption. It is the love of a moth flying directly into a flame.
Right.
It doesn't want to admire the flame from a distance. It wants to merge with it, even if it means being reduced to ash. It is a boundary-dissolving obsession.
But the source text mounts a severe critique against using this word in relation to God.
Yeah, it's a huge point of contention.
The author argues that traditional Orthodox Islamic theology uses the word mahabba for love, never ish.
Correct.
But, I mean, why is the distinction between two words for love so critical? Isn't human language always going to be clumsy when trying to describe the infinite?
To a modern ear, arguing over vocabulary might seem pedantic.
Right, like just semantics.
But for classical theologians, words are the containers of reality. If you use a structurally flawed container, you warp the reality you are trying to describe.
Oh, that's interesting.
The text cites classical scholars, specifically pointing to Al-Izz bin Abd al-Salam, a heavyweight in Islamic jurisprudence, who strictly forbade using the term ish for the creator.
And his reasoning is entirely rooted in the etymology of the word, right?
Yes. The linguistic roots of ish are inextricably tied to physical bodily yearning.
So it's tied to biology.
Very much so. It is used to describe human romantic love, marital intimacy, and physical obsession. From an Orthodox perspective, applying a concept fundamentally rooted in the biology of human desire to an infinite, transcendent God is profoundly inappropriate.
It's dragging God down to a human level.
Exactly. It anthropomorphizes the divine in the worst possible way.
So by insisting on the word mahabba, they are trying to protect a specific kind of relationship.
Yes. Mahabba is the love of a respectful, awestruck servant for a majestic master.
So the distance is still there.
The boundary remains intact. It contains deep affection and devotion, but the servant remembers they are a servant.
Whereas itch inherently implies a desire to erase that boundary and merge with the beloved.
The critics are essentially saying, you are a human being. Love God as a human is meant to love God with reverence, not like a desperate lover trying to physically fuse with their partner.
But the text takes this linguistic critique and blows it up into a massive historical accusation.
It does. It zooms way out.
The author points out that these specific states, the boundary-dissolving ish, the total annihilation of fauna, and these cosmic visions of unity, they are not unique to this specific Sufi order.
No, not at all.
In fact, the source argues you can find the exact same mechanisms and experiences among Hindu Brahmins and ancient Greek philosophers.
It is a devastating philosophical attack.
Yeah, they're using comparative religion as a weapon.
The author is utilizing comparative religion to dismantle their claims of Islamic authenticity. The argument is essentially, you believe you're reaching the hidden, elite pinnacle of Islamic spirituality, but in reality, you're just practicing a recycled, repackaged version of global pantheism.
Wow. It suggests that there is like a universal human psychological mechanism for reaching these altered states.
Right, a biological or psychological glitch.
And these mystics have simply pasted Islamic terminology over an ancient, universal human experience.
Precisely. If a Hindu ascetic in a cave in India and a Sufi mystic in Central Asia are describing the exact same process of ego death and merging with the universal oneness,
then it's not unique revelation.
Right. The Orthodox author argues this proves the state is not derived from specific Islamic revelation, but from a general human philosophical tradition that Islam actually came to correct.
That is a heavy, heavy accusation.
So it's an existential threat to the mystical narrative.
They are protecting the architecture of the religion from being dissolved by universal mysticism. And, you know, that protective instinct brings us to the final and undoubtedly the most mind-bending concept we are unpacking today.
Oh, definitely.
It's a concept that takes a historical figure and scales him up to a cosmic level, the Mohammedan reality.
Al-Haqiqa al-Muhammadiyya.
If fauna is the peak of human erasure, this is the absolute peak of mystical cosmology.
Without a doubt.
The source text outlines how the Naqshbandiyya order radically redefines the Prophet Muhammad.
And this is where things get very esoteric.
Yeah, because if you grew up with the historical narrative, you think of a man born in Mecca in the 6th century who received revelations, fought battles, formed a community, and eventually died.
A human prophet.
A human. But this text describes a belief system where the prophet's physical body was actually made of light.
Pure light.
He possessed a spiritual, angelic nature right down to his cells.
And the text notes a very specific, widely circulated claim used to justify this. They assert that because he was composed entirely of divine light, he physically cast no shadow when walking in the sun.
I mean, it is an incredibly beautiful, poetic image.
It is visually stunning.
A being so luminous. He has no dark side, no shadow. But the philosophy goes far beyond just his physical body.
Oh, it scales up dramatically.
The text details the concept of the universal soul, which they equate with this Mohammedan reality.
Right.
The claim is that God created this specific reality first, before the universe, before time, before angels.
The very first creation.
And from this primordial Mohammedan reality, literally everything else in existence was subsequently forged.
It operates as a complete cosmic origin story.
So how does that work, practically?
Think of it as a metaphysical hierarchy of reflection.
Okay, like mirrors.
Exactly like mirrors. According to this view, the physical universe is designed to mirror human perfection. Human perfection, in turn, is designed to mirror the perfection of the prophet.
Okay.
And the Mohammedan reality is the singular, ultimate mirror capable of reflecting the raw perfection of the divine.
So God doesn't interact with the universe directly?
No. Therefore, God does not interact with the gross physical world directly. The interaction only happens through the veil of this pre-existing cosmic principle.
So in this view, the prophet isn't just a messenger delivering a letter from the king to the peasants.
He's not just the mailman.
Right. He is the actual atmosphere through which the king's voice travels. He is the fabric of reality itself.
It elevates him from a historical prophet to the structural blueprint of the cosmos.
But the source text we are analyzing mounts an intense, multi-front refutation of this entire theology.
They push back incredibly hard on this.
And the author starts by attacking the most tangible claim first. The idea that he was made of light.
And they do it in such a clever way.
Yeah, the author does this not with high-level philosophy, but with a profoundly grounded historical anecdote about his wife, Aisha.
The text cites verified historical reports regarding the domestic life of the prophet.
Right.
It describes a scenario where Aisha wakes up in the middle of the night in their very small, dark room in Medina.
Okay.
She reaches out for him, but he isn't in bed. So she physically feels around in the pitch blackness of the room until her hand touches the soles of his feet while he is prostrated on the ground in prayer.
It is such a quiet, human moment.
It is. And the author uses that quiet human moment as a brutal, logical weapon.
It's so effective.
The argument is incredibly straightforward. If the prophet's physical body was a glowing entity made of pure, unadulterated, divine light, his wife wouldn't have needed to grope around in the dark to find him.
The room would be lit up.
His physical presence would have illuminated the entire room.
It completely shatters the mystical soaring by dragging the argument back down to the dusty floor of a 6th century room. You can't argue with the physics of light. If he was light, the room wouldn't be dark.
The author uses this to show how mysticism strips away the documented historical reality in favor of myth-making.
It's a reality check.
But the text doesn't stop there. It targets the broader philosophy of the Mohammedan reality, heavily criticizing it as a concept borrowed directly from controversial earlier mystics like Ibn Arabi.
And once again, the author brings in comparative religion to make the attack.
The ultimate weapon in this text.
The text compares this elevation of a human prophet to a pre-existing cosmic principle directly to Christian theology.
The parallel is very strong. The author argues that claiming the prophet is the pre-existent universal soul from which all creation flows is structurally identical to the Christian concept of Jesus as the eternal Logos.
The Word made flesh.
Exactly, the Logos through whom all things were made. The text also draws comparisons to ancient Hindu concepts of cosmic avatars.
It's the same exact critique they used against Fana and Ishq. You think you are practicing elite Islam, but the author is arguing you have actually drifted into ancient Christian or Hindu cosmology.
By elevating him to this cosmic scale, the critics argue that you fundamentally mutate the nature of the religion itself.
Because it changes the core mechanism.
Right. It shifts from being a historical set of teachings, laws, and moral examples provided by a human being into a deeply esoteric, almost unapproachable cosmic philosophy.
But beyond the theology, I keep coming back to what this does to his relatability.
Right, the human connection.
If the prophet is actually a pre-existing cosmic entity of pure light who casts no shadow, how is a normal, struggling human being supposed to relate to him?
You can't.
The historical narrative is powerful because he was a man of flesh and blood. He bled when he was attacked in battle.
He suffered physically.
He experienced agonizing grief and wept publicly when his young son died. He felt the gnawing pain of physical hunger. He experienced exhaustion.
And he achieved the highest peaks of piety, despite those human limitations.
Right. The Orthodox scholars argue that his greatness lies entirely in his humanity. When you turn him into a being of pure light, his historical life almost feels like a theatrical play.
Like he's just acting it out.
If he was a cosmic principle, immune to true human frailty, then his struggles weren't real, and his perseverance isn't an example we can actually follow.
By trying to elevate him beyond humanity, the critics argue the mystics actually diminish the profound power of his human example.
Wow. We have covered a massive amount of philosophical ground today. Let's take a breath and retrace the journey of this deep dive.
It's been quite the journey.
We started by exploring Ahmad Sirhindi's 3 paths of reality, grappling with that terrifying transition from a solid, created world to a world that is merely a shadow.
And finally, landing in the simulation-like concept of Wadada Wujud.
Right, where the physical world is an illusion and only the divine exists.
From there, we examine the highly controversial defense of spiritual intoxication, where the utter loss of rational thought and the spouting of blatant heresy is excused as being overwhelmed by divine love.
A concept the text sharply contrasts with the strict physical rules of Orthodox worship.
Exactly.
We waded deep into the psychological waters of fauna, questioning the profound cost of completely annihilating your own human identity. We unpacked the intense linguistic battlefield surrounding the word ish.
Seeing how a single word rooted in physical passion can threaten the structural boundary between servant and master.
And finally, we explored the radical cosmology of the Mohammedan reality, analyzing the deep tension between revering a pre-existing being of cosmic light versus following the relatable historical example of a man of flesh and blood.
A lot of tension there.
It is vital to remember that all of these mind-bending concepts, along with the incredibly sharp, uncompromising critiques against them, are drawn directly from the source text we analyze today.
We are endorsing either side.
No. We explored these arguments strictly to understand the sheer depth, the tension, and the stakes of this historical theological debate.
It is, at its core, a debate about the limits of human experience, the nature of existence itself, and how close the created can ever truly get to the creator before they are simply burned away.
Which brings me back to the haunting question we arrived at earlier. For you listening, think about this. If the ultimate, most elite goal of this mystical path is fauna, the absolute and permanent erasure of your individual self into the divine ocean.
The total dilution.
Does that mean human life is ultimately a flaw, with all its unique quirks, its devastating pains, its profound joys, and the distinct personalities we develop over a lifetime?
Is it all just a glitch?
Is all of that just a temporary mistake waiting to be corrected by spiritual annihilation? What does it truly mean to exist if the highest spiritual achievement you can possibly aim for is to stop being you?
It's something to think about.
We will leave you to ponder that. Until next time. So I want you to imagine a scene for me. Picture a group of people, right? They're in a courtyard, walking down this dusty street in a really bustling ancient city. The sun is just beating down, and suddenly the air becomes thick with this completely unmistakable heavy scent.
Oh, wow. Like a spice market or something?
Oh no, it's the rich, savory, almost overwhelming smell of roasting meat.
Okay, yeah. That is a very specific smell.
Right. You know that smell?
Yeah.
It's incredibly potent. It just clings to the air. So the people start looking around, trying to figure out who is cooking a massive feast in the middle of the day. But the smell gets so strong, so pervasive, that it actually becomes distracting. It's cloying.
I mean, it becomes a physical nuisance at that point.
Exactly. So they look for the smoke, they look for the fire, but there is nothing. So in their confusion and distress, they go and complain to the prophet. They say, someone is cooking meat and the smell is overpowering. It's causing us genuine distress.
Which is a very normal, practical complaint to make.
Right. Totally normal. But the prophet looks at them and he reveals a truth that completely shatters their understanding of physical reality. He tells them, there is no fire, there is no meat on a spit. That smell you are experiencing, that is the smell of a man's liver, literally physically roasting and burning inside his own chest.
That is just, it's so visceral.
And it's burning because of the sheer, invisible, breathtaking intensity of his silent, breathless devotion to God.
It really is an incredibly visceral image. I mean, it takes this purely internal spiritual state and just forces it into the physical world in the most violent, biological way you can imagine.
It's bizarre, it's vivid, and honestly, it is the perfect entry point for what we are doing today. Because today, we are taking a deep dive into a theological world where the internal landscape of the human soul is treated as something so powerful, it literally defies physics, biology, and geography.
Yeah, we are unpacking a highly detailed, deeply complex source document today. It explores the origins, the esoteric teachings, and the frankly surreal beliefs of the Naqshbandi Sufi order.
Right. But before we get into the mechanics of burning livers and traveling architecture, which we will get to, We need to be very clear about what our source material actually is today.
Precisely. The text we are analyzing is not some promotional tract, and it's not a neutral history either. It is a fierce, granular theological critique.
Yeah, it's written by a very specific author with an agenda, right?
Exactly. It's written by an author whose explicit purpose is to document, analyze, and ultimately dismantle the beliefs of this group from a strictly orthodox perspective. He is compiling all of their most esoteric claims to point out what he argues are fundamental deviations from Islamic monotheism.
Which means we need to set our parameters right out of the gate. If you are listening to this, you know we deal with intense material on this show. This source contains severe religious debates, accusations of heresy, and just profound theological friction.
And our mission today is not to take a side.
Nope, absolutely not. We are not here to endorse the mystical claims of the Naqshbandiyya order, nor are we, validating the condemnations of the author critiquing them. We are impartial explorers here. We are taking the specific text, laying it out, and unpacking the mechanics of these concepts.
We want to understand what these beliefs actually are, why they evolved the way they did, and how the critique attempts to tear them down. It's really a purely intellectual exploration of the architecture of a very specific worldview.
Exactly. So here is our roadmap for this deep dive. We are going to explore the literal engraving of the heart. We'll look at the highly structured infusion of Persian philosophy into this tradition. We will encounter claims involving the physical Kaaba uprooting itself, and we will try to solve a massive spiritual paradox.
The paradox of why achieving the ultimate state of enlightenment supposedly requires the rest of society to brand you a dangerous heretic.
Yes, that part is fascinating. But let's start with the foundation. The text centers heavily on a figure named Bahauddin Naqshband. So who exactly was he, and how does he anchor this entire tradition?
Well, Bahauddin Naqshband is really the central gravity of this entire order. According to the source, he was born in a village in Bukhara around the year 717 AH.
So we are talking about the early 14th century.
Right, exactly. And the entire order eventually takes its name from him, becoming the Naqshbandiyya. Though the text is careful to trace its lineage through earlier figures, noting it took different names, like Mujaddidiyya or Khalidiyya, depending on the era and the prominent sheikh at the time.
Right, like Khalid al-Naqshbandi, for instance.
Yeah, he was instrumental in spreading the order into the Levant, but the name that came to define the movement entirely is Naqshband.
And Naqshband translates to the engraver, right? I mean, when I hear that, I immediately think of chiseling stone or etching metal. It's a physical, permanent alteration of a surface.
It is a very physical word.
But the source text gives us two very distinct, competing origin stories for why Bahauddin received this title.
And the author of our critique juxtaposes these two stories intentionally, to highlight a recurring tension in the movement. The first explanation the text offers is metaphorical and psychological.
Okay, how so?
It states that Bahauddin engaged in dihr, which is the silent remembrance of God, with such relentless repetition and singular focus that the word Allah was metaphorically imprinted or engraved onto his heart.
Which makes complete psychological sense. I mean, if you repeat a visualization or a mantra relentlessly, you literally alter your neural pathways. Yep. You engrave a habit into your consciousness.
Yeah.
It's a profound metaphor for the discipline and devotion.
It really is. But the text immediately follows that up with the second esoteric origin story.
Oh, right.
Yeah. The second claim is that he wasn't called the engraver because of his meditative discipline, but because the Prophet Muhammad actually appeared to him in a vision or a spiritual state, placed his hand directly upon Bahauddin's chest, and left a permanent physical mark on his heart. The divine handprint literally became the engraving.
Okay, let's unpack this for a second. I have to push back here. Is the author of our critique taking a beautiful, obvious metaphor and pretending the Naqshbandis meant it as a literal, biological handprint just to attack them? I mean, it feels like a straw man argument. Surely the followers understand it as allegory, right? Like getting a tattoo or a brand on your soul.
That is a crucial question, actually. But the author's argument is that within the esoteric framework of the Naqshbandiyya, the line between allegory and physical reality is intentionally obliterated.
Obliterated how?
Well, the critique cites their own literature to argue that the followers are instructed to view the sheikh not just as a disciplined man, but as someone who has been physically, cosmically altered by divine intervention. The author points out that if it were merely a metaphor for good habits, the sheikh wouldn't possess the absolute unquestionable authority over the physical and spiritual lives of his followers that the order demands.
Oh, I see. So the miraculous physical claim is what enforces the hierarchy.
Exactly. The physical miracle is the currency that buys absolute authority. And the author notes that this specific type of authority and the methods used to achieve it have distinct cultural roots. The text makes a pointed argument about the geographic origins of the Naqshbandi teachings, really emphasizing that the foundations were laid by non-Arabs from Bukhara and Tashkent.
Ah, the Persian connection.
Yeah.
We're talking about Central Asia, which was a massive crossroads for ancient philosophies long before and during the Islamic period.
Right. And the author explicitly claims that these founders were deeply influenced by Persian philosophy, and that they took these foreign conceptual frameworks, blended them with mystical practices, and essentially, as the text puts it, clothed them in the garment of Sharia. The critique argues that the core mechanics of the Naqshbandi path are imported, not prophetic.
And the linguistic evidence the text offers for this is fascinating. It points out that even in the Arabic texts of the order, the foundational maxims like the absolute core rules for a student are still taught in their original Persian phrasing. Let's look at the mechanics of these rules, because on their face, they seem like an incredibly sophisticated psychological toolkit. Take the first one, Hoshdar Dam.
Hoshdar Dam. Guarding the breath from heedlessness.
Right. The idea that every single inhalation and exhalation must be done with conscious awareness.
Yeah.
You cannot just breathe automatically. How does the text describe the actual mechanism of this? Why is the breath so central?
Well, in the mystical physiology being described, the breath is the bridge between the physical body and the spiritual state. If you breathe in a state of heedlessness, meaning your mind is wandering, you're thinking about your business, your family, your hunger, you are drawing the polluted material world into your spiritual core. By forcing conscious awareness onto every single breath, you are creating a firewall. You are choking off the ego's access to external stimuli. The author of the critique points this out to show how the order shifts the focus of religious practice away from external, communal acts of worship and inward into a hyper-focused, isolated physical mechanism.
It's internal quarantine. It's almost like modern mindfulness on steroids. And that leads right into the second Persian maxim the text highlights, Nizar bar Qadam, keeping one's gaze on the feet while walking.
Yeah, if guarding the breath creates an internal firewall, guarding the gaze creates an external one. By forcing your vision downward to the literal 2 feet in front of you, you eliminate the visual triggers of the material world. You aren't observing the architecture, the markets, the social dynamics around you. Your entire universe shrinks to the immediate present step.
It's basically a walking meditation. It's designed to maintain that breath control even when you are forced to move through a chaotic environment, which sets up the third and probably most difficult maxim, Kawat dar Anjuman, finding solitude within a crowd.
This is the ultimate goal of the previous 2 practices. I mean, it is relatively easy to be deeply focused in a silent, empty room. It requires absolute mastery to stand in the middle of a chaotic bazaar, surrounded by noise and commerce, and remain completely internally isolated. Your body is in the crowd, but your consciousness is sealed off.
I read these maxims, and I just see a highly disciplined internal system for cognitive control. But the author, or our source text, views this as a massive problem. How do you go from a system of deep internal focus, watching your breath, looking at your toes, to the kind of absolute, rigid, authoritarian structure the text accuses them of having? What is the causal link there?
The link is the concept of hidden knowledge. The critic argues that because the core of the Naqshbandi practice relies on invisible internal states that cannot be objectively measured or verified by Sharia or standard jurisprudence, the entire system relies on the subjective authority of the sheikh.
Oh, right, because it's invisible.
Exactly. If my spiritual progress is based on an internal mechanism of breath control, who tells me if I'm doing it right? I can't look at a text to verify my internal state. I have to rely entirely on the master who claims to have already achieved perfection.
So the deeper you go internally, the more you have to surrender externally.
Exactly. And this is where the author of the text introduces the severe tension regarding how the order views its own legitimacy and how it treats its critics. According to the source, the Naqshbandi order presents itself not as a fringe mystical group, but as the ultimate flawless standard of orthodox practice. They claim their path does not deviate from the Quran and the Sunnah, even a handspan.
Not even a handspan. That is a claim of absolute perfection. But if you claim to be perfectly, unyieldingly aligned with the truth, it means that anyone who questions your methodology isn't just offering a difference of opinion, they are attacking the truth itself.
And the text documents just how draconian the consequences of that questioning supposedly are. The source states that the order issued rulings declaring that anyone who says Sufi orders are not found in the Quran or Sunnah is committing kufr.
Wait, kufr, like actual disbelief.
Yes. They're entirely excommunicated from the faith.
But wait, if their system of breath control and internal solitude is so robust and effective, why do they need such a terrifying defensive perimeter? I mean, if I invent a new mathematical theorem, I don't need to threaten to execute anyone who asks to check my math. The math proves itself. Why does questioning the origin of a Sufi order instantly trigger the nuclear option of excommunication?
The author of the critique spends a significant amount of time analyzing this exact fragility. When a power structure is built on claims that defy objective verification, like a prophet's invisible handprint on a heart, it cannot withstand structural questioning.
It's too fragile.
Right. The text quotes Naqshbandiyya literature, which describes criticizing the Sufi masters as a deadly poison. It claims that raising objections guarantees a bad end to one's life. Essentially, eternal damnation is the price of a critical question. The critic points out that this language of terror is necessary precisely because the philosophical underpinnings of the order are so vulnerable to orthodox textual scrutiny.
You build a psychological fence, you make the act of critical thinking a spiritual crime, but they didn't just rely on threats. The text shows they also tried to aggressively secure their orthodox credentials by retroactively recruiting historical heavyweights.
Oh, the appeal to historical authority is a massive part of the critique. The text documents how the Naqshbandis claim that towering, notoriously strict historical scholars actually endorsed their specific esoteric path.
Right. The text claims they allege Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal, who is legendary for his strict, literal adherence to textual evidence, actually recommended sitting with Sufis, supposedly saying they had more knowledge and fear of God than regular scholars. They also claim Imam Shafi praised them.
Yeah, it's quite the claim.
When I read this, it felt like a modern fringe political group suddenly producing a newly discovered, highly convenient letter from George Washington endorsing their exact hyper-specific platform. You take figures whose authority is universally accepted, figures who are conveniently dead and cannot issue a retraction, and you basically staple their reputation to your movement.
It is a brilliant rhetorical trap, and the author of the critique highlights it to show how the order insulates itself. For the followers, it provides immense comfort. We can't be deviating if Imam Ahmad endorsed us.
Right.
And for the critics, it's a shield. If you attack the order, the defenders can immediately say, are you claiming you know better than Imam Shafi? It shifts the debate from the actual practices of the order to the veneration of historical scholars.
But even claiming these posthumous endorsements wasn't enough to secure the kind of absolute cosmological authority the sheiks required. To do that, they needed an origin story that bypassed the scholars entirely. They needed a direct pipeline to the highest possible authority. And this brings us to one of the most distinct features of the Naqshbandiyya, the golden chain.
Yes, the golden chain. In the broader landscape of Islamic mysticism, the vast majority of Sufi orders trace their spiritual lineage, the chain of transmission for their secret knowledge, back to Ali, the Prophet's cousin. Ali is almost universally viewed in esoteric circles as the gate to the city of hidden knowledge.
But the Naqshbandis, according to the text, completely bypass Ali. They trace their hidden knowledge straight back to Abu Bakr, the very first caliph, and the Prophet's closest companion. Why is this such a major point of contention for the author of our critique?
Because it fundamentally rewrites the orthodox understanding of early Islamic history. The text documents the Naqshbandi belief that the Prophet Muhammad literally poured secret knowledge directly into Abu Bakr's chest, bypassing verbal instruction entirely. It is a claim of pure esoteric transmission.
Just a direct download.
Exactly. And the author of the critique attacks this fiercely. He argues there is absolutely no historical proof, no authentic chain of transmission, for the idea that Abu Bakr received a secret parallel religion hidden from the rest of the community.
The critic is essentially accusing them of theological plagiarism. He's saying you took the standard Shia mechanism of esoteric lineage, the idea of hidden, infallible knowledge passed down to a specific individual, and you just swapped out the name Ali for Abu Bakr to make it palatable to Sunni Muslims.
That is exactly the thrust of the critique. The author argues that the very concept of a secret religion reserved for an elite few contradicts the Orthodox view that the message was delivered entirely and publicly. But the Naqshbandi literature, as cited in the text, doubles down. They don't just say Abu Bakr had secret knowledge, they claim he practiced the specific physical techniques of the Naqshbandi order.
Which brings us back to the story of the burning liver from our introduction. Here's where it gets really interesting. The text cites a story from a figure named Abdul Rahim al-Hindi, claiming he found a book stating Abu Bakr actually practiced the dikiri using the exact same hidden, breathless techniques of the Naqshbandis. The story claims he wouldn't exhale until morning, and the spiritual intensity of this state caused his liver to physically roast, emitting the smell of cooking meat.
We need to unpack the mechanics of why the liver is the focus of this story, because it's not random. In the context of ancient Galenic medicine, which heavily influenced medieval physiological and spiritual thought, the liver was not merely a filter like we think of it today.
What was it then?
It was the seat of the vegetative soul. It was the source of the blood, the origin of the lowest, most primal human appetites: hunger, lust, raw anger. It was the engine room of the lower self, what is often called the nafs.
Ah, okay. So when they say his liver is burning, they aren't just saying he's really focused. They're describing a violent internal transmutation.
Precisely. The intense heat of his spiritual devotion is literally incinerating his biological drives. The fire of the divine presence is so overwhelming it consumes the physical mechanism of his earthly desires. But the vital point the Naqshbandi story makes is that this massive, destructive, cosmic event is completely hidden from the outside world. He just looks like a man sitting quietly.
It's the ultimate manifestation of finding solitude in a crowd. He is internally exploding, but externally placid. You only know it's happening because of the smell. But if this internal state is completely hidden, and it physically destroys the normal mechanisms of the body and mind, how does the outside world judge who is actually a master and who is just a madman?
That is the big question.
All right, this brings us to a part of the text that I found genuinely staggering, the concept of the Siddiq.
The rank of Siddiqiyya, or ultimate truthfulness. What's fascinating here is that this is where the tension between internal esoteric reality and external Sharia reaches its absolute breaking point in the critique.
The text outlines the requirement for a follower to reach this absolute highest rank of spiritual enlightenment. It says, a Siddiq is not a Siddiq until 70 Siddiqs testify that he's a Zindiq. And a Zindiq is a heretic, someone who has completely broken the boundaries of the religion. Explain the mechanics of this paradox. How can being declared a heretic be the ultimate proof of orthodoxy?
This is deeply tied to the concept of Malamatiyya, or the path of blame, which influenced many esoteric orders. The logic works like this. The human ego thrives on the praise and respect of society. If you are known as a great, pious, law-abiding scholar, your ego feeds on that reputation.
Sure, you start to love the applause.
Exactly. Therefore, to truly annihilate the ego, you must become an object of public scorn. Your internal enlightenment must manifest outwardly in ways that are so incomprehensible, so bizarre, or seemingly so contrary to conventional religious law that society and even other masters reject you.
It's kind of like avant-garde art. If the general public understands it, it's not advanced enough. It almost must look like garbage to the untrained eye to be considered genius. But doesn't this create an incredibly dangerous, unfalsifiable loop? I mean, if a sheikh breaks the rules, if he acts in a way that seems abusive, mad, or blatantly heretical, the followers don't see it as a failure of character. They see it as proof of his advanced spiritual state. The critique must just tear into this.
Oh, absolutely. The author of the source text views this as the ultimate destruction of religious law. He argues that if madness and apparent heresy become the metrics of holiness, then the entire structure of verifiable ethics and jurisprudence completely collapses. It allows the sheikh to operate with absolute impunity, immune from any behavioral standard.
If the rules of human behavior don't apply to the master, it stands to reason the rules of human mortality don't apply either. And the text provides an incredible example of this when it discusses how Baha'u'llah Naqshband actually received his authority.
The transmission of the hidden dhikr.
Yes.
According to the text, Baha'u'ddin did not receive his ultimate spiritual initiation from a living human teacher. He received it by physically visiting graveyards and receiving instruction directly from the souls of dead masters in the lineage.
He literally bypassed the living and went straight to the dead. What is the theological mechanism they use to justify ghosts handing out diplomas?
It relies on the concept of the barzakh, the barrier or intermediary realm, and the realm of lahut, the divine sphere. In this specific esoteric framework, when a highly advanced sheikh dies, his spiritual essence does not sleep or wait passively. It enters the lahut, where it remains actively engaged with the material world.
So they're still working.
Right. The physical body decays, but the spiritual authority remains perfectly intact and capable of transmitting knowledge to someone who has the internal capacity to access that realm. This is often referred to as uwasi transmission.
But look at the sheer utility of that claim from a power dynamic perspective. If my authority comes from a living teacher in the next town over, you can go ask him, did you really authorize this guy? It is verifiable. But if my authority comes from a board meeting of dead masters in a graveyard at midnight, you can't fact-check a ghost. It makes my authority absolute and utterly immune to investigation.
And that is exactly why the author of the critique highlights it. He argues this shifts the entire basis of religious knowledge away from observable, verifiable chains of transmission, which is the bedrock of Orthodox Islamic scholarship, into the realm of purely subjective, unquestionable, mystical experiences.
So if the sheikh is immune to the laws of behavior and immune to the barrier of death, the text pushes it one step further. The sheikh becomes immune to the laws of physical space. And this brings us to the most explosive section of the text, dealing with the holiest site in Islam, the Kaaba.
If the graveyards represent the subversion of time, the claims about the Kaaba represent the subversion of physical geography. The Kaaba is the indisputable axis of the Islamic world. It is the direction of prayer, the destination of the Hajj. It is the fixed center.
But the source text quotes Naqshbandiyya literature that completely inverts this reality. The text quotes Muhammad Amin al-Kurdi, who compares the sheikh directly to the Kaaba. He says they prostrate to it, and the prostration is to Allah. So too is the sheikh.
And the author of the critique views this as a horrifying violation. From the Orthodox perspective, to suggest that directing one's physical or spiritual prostration toward a human being is equivalent to directing it toward the Kaaba is a direct flirtation with idolatry. It elevates the human to the level of the divine sanctuary.
But how does the esoteric literature defend this? How do they mechanically justify comparing a man to the Kaaba?
They rely on a deeply complex philosophical distinction, often championed by figures like al-Sirhindi. They separate the physical building, the stones, the mortar, the cloth, from the reality of the Kaaba, or hakikat al-Kaaba.
Okay.
The text explains that according to this esoteric view, while the physical world bows to the physical Kaaba, the spiritual reality of the Kaaba actually bows toward the reality of Muhammad, hakikat al-Muhammadiyya. Because the perfected sheikh is the living inheritor of that prophetic reality, the spiritual hierarchy dictates that the physical building is subordinate to the perfected human soul.
And the text shows they don't just keep this as abstract philosophy. They document stories where this architectural subordination becomes physically literal. The text gives us the story of Muhammad al-Masum.
The story of the traveling Kaaba.
Right. Al-Masum claims he went to Mecca, and while circumambulating the Kaaba, he observed incredibly beautiful men and women circling with him. But their feet were on the ground, and their heads reached into the sky. He identifies them as angels and beings from paradise. But then the physical Kaaba itself allegedly uprooted, leaned over, embraced him, and kissed him with complete longing. And to top it off, he claims that later in Medina, the prophet physically exited his tomb to embrace him.
The author of the critique includes this story not just to mock it, but to demonstrate a profound theological shift. In Orthodox practice, the human being is a humble servant who travels at great expense to visit the sanctuary. In these esoteric narratives, the human ego is elevated to such a cosmic scale that the sanctuary and the universe itself uproots to orbit the human.
So what does this all mean? It sounds dangerously close to pantheism. If the Kaaba is kissing you, where is the line between the creation and the creator?
The critic specifically attacks this as the creeping influence of Wadat al-Wujud, the unity of being. The text quotes another story where a man is overwhelmed by his love for the physical Kaaba. His sheikh corrects him, saying, "What do you see in this house? It is in the mountains, the walls, the sky, the earth. It is Allah."
If the walls are God and the mountains are God, then the distinction between the creator and the created is erased. And if everything is God, then the perfected sheikh is just a localized, highly concentrated manifestation of the divine.
Which fundamentally shatters the orthodox dualism of a perfect God and a distinct created universe. And this brings us to the final structural conclusion of this entire theological architecture. If the sheikh is this cosmic, gravity-defying, universe-centering entity, it explains the absolute necessity of the intermediary.
The source text raises the ultimate question. Why is a sheikh even necessary? I mean, God is all-hearing and all-seeing. Why can't a believer just pray directly to God? Why do you need this incredibly complex hierarchy of perfected masters?
The text outlines the Naqshbandi justification based on the concept of inherent pollution. They argue that a student, at the beginning of their path, is entirely Mudanis-stained, degraded, trapped in the material world. God, on the other hand, is absolute, infinite perfection.
Right.
The text argues that because the gap between human degradation and divine purity is infinite, there is no suitability or frequency match between them. The raw human soul simply cannot interface directly with the divine reality.
I think of it like an electrical grid. God is a massive nuclear power plant, generating raw, infinite, incomprehensible energy. The student is a laptop. If you try to plug your laptop directly into the core of a nuclear reactor, the voltage is so massive it instantly incinerates the vessel. There's no suitability.
That is the exact mechanical justification. You need a transformer.
You need a piece of equipment that can take that blinding voltage and step it down, step it down, step it down, until it's a manageable current that can actually charge the battery without destroying it. The sheikh is the transformer. He has a foot in both worlds. He understands the polluted nature of the student, but his soul has ascended to the divine realm. He steps down the divine light.
It is a logically airtight system within its own parameters. But the author of the critique aggressively attacks this requirement. He explicitly compares this theology to Christian intermediation. He argues that the claim that a believer cannot reach God except through the conduit of a perfected human master mirrors the idea that one cannot reach the Father except through the Son.
Which violates the core premise of Islamic monotheism as the critic sees it.
Exactly. The orthodox view the author defends is predicated on the absolute, unmediated directness of the relationship between the Creator and the creation. Call upon me, I will respond to you. No barzakh, no transformer, no sheikh is required. By making the human intermediary a structural necessity for salvation, the critic argues, the order permanently places a man on the throne of devotion.
And it creates this incredible tension. On one side, you have the democratic orthodox view. God is accessible to everyone directly, right now, regardless of your state. On the other side, you have this intensely hierarchical, mystical view. You are too flawed to approach the divine, so you must submit absolutely to a guide who has already climbed the mountain. What a massive, mind-bending architecture we've explored today.
We really have mapped the anatomy of a critique here, looking at how esoteric philosophy and orthodox jurisprudence collide over the fundamental nature of reality.
We started with the intense internal mechanics of breath control and burning livers in 14th century Bukhara. We unpacked how psychological discipline morphed into unquestionable authority, enforced by the threat of excommunication. We saw graveyards turn into classrooms for the transmission of invisible knowledge, and we watched the laws of physical space invert as the Kaaba itself traveled to embrace perfected man. And it all culminated in this profound debate over whether the human soul can speak to the infinite directly, or if it requires a human transformer to step down the light.
It's a lot to process, for sure.
It is. And as we close this deep dive, I want to leave you, the listener, with a thought to turn over in your own mind. This entire text, whether you see it as a catalog of profound spiritual truths or a list of dangerous deviations, exposes a massive universal human craving. We are desperate for a tangible connection to the divine. We want the infinite to have a face, a voice, a hand we can hold. But consider the paradox at the heart of this system.
It's quite the paradox.
The stated goal of all these grueling practices, the breath control, the staring at your feet, the graveyard vigils, is to completely annihilate your own ego and merge entirely into the infinite reality of the universe. Yet the required path to achieve that infinite freedom demands absolute, unquestioning, unbreakable submission to the ego of another human being. Does the perfect sheikh act as a bridge that finally connects you to the divine? Or, by demanding you fix your gaze entirely upon him, does he permanently stand between you and the universe? Does the transformer connect you to the power, or does it become the only power you ever really know? Something for you to explore on your own. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive. We'll see you next time. Imagine being told that if you try to pray directly to God, your prayers are, well, they're actually being hijacked by Satan.
Right, which is just a massive claim right out of the gate.
Exactly. And that unless you route your spiritual connection through one specific living human being, you are essentially an infidel. Like, regardless of how often you pray or how sincerely you repent.
It completely upends the conventional understanding of monotheistic prayer. I mean, it takes the idea of a direct personal relationship with the divine and effectively places it behind a highly exclusive human checkpoint.
And that is exactly the theological friction we are dissecting today. Welcome back to another deep dive, everyone. We are looking at a fiercely controversial, highly specific slice of a much broader religious critique.
Yeah, for those of you just joining us, the text we're analyzing today was written by an Orthodox Sunni Islamic scholar named Abdul Rahman Dimashqiya, and his target is the Naqshbandi Sufi order.
Right, which is one of the most prominent, historically, deeply entrenched mystical orders in the Islamic world.
Yeah. It really is. And the text systematically analyzes their internal beliefs, their daily practices, and even their poetry to argue that they have fundamentally deviated from Orthodox Islam.
And we really need to clarify the parameters of what we're doing with this text today. We are examining an incredibly dense, roughly 11.11% segment of this broader critique.
Yeah, just that specific 11% slice. And this section deals heavily with the mechanics of intermediation. So how a believer connects to God, how power is delegated in the universe, and how human beings acquire ultimate truth.
But before we get into the weeds, here is the golden rule for today's deep dive. Our role here is strictly analytical.
Exactly. The text makes highly charged claims, drawing direct comparisons between Islamic mystical practices and, well, other religions.
We are not theologians, and we are absolutely not taking sides here. We are not endorsing Dimashqi's orthodox critique, nor are we validating or invalidating the practices of the Naqshbandi order.
We are just mapping the anatomy of a massive historical and theological collision. We want you to understand the underlying mechanics of how these two vastly different worldviews interact.
So let's start with that initial provocative claim we mentioned. The text identifies the foundation of this entire mystical system as the absolute necessity of the sheikh.
Right, because in a traditional Orthodox framework, the general understanding is that the believer has a direct line to God, you know?
Yeah, exactly. But the critique highlights that in Naqshbandi teachings, the sheikh is elevated far beyond, like a mentor or a wise teacher. He becomes an absolute non-negotiable requirement for spiritual salvation.
And the author of the text isolates the underlying logic the order allegedly uses to justify this requirement. It basically comes down to a problem of states of being.
What do you mean by states of being exactly?
Well, a regular human being, especially a student just starting their spiritual journey, is considered deeply impure or defiled by the earthly world, right?
Okay, I follow that.
But God, on the other hand, exists in a state of absolute unapproachable holiness. So according to the mystical text cited by the critic, the gap between these two states is impossibly vast.
So natural contact just cannot occur.
Exactly. A defiled thing simply cannot connect with pure holiness without something in between.
Wait, I am struggling with this premise a bit.
Right.
I mean, if God is completely infinite, omnipotent, and omnipresent, why would the divine design a system where he is structurally unreachable without a human middleman?
That is the exact paradox the critic is pointing out.
Doesn't that contradict the very idea of omnipotence? How does the text explain their justification for this?
The text explains this by pointing to the concept of the barzakh. In traditional Islamic theology, a barzakh is a barrier or a partition.
Right, usually referring to the state between physical death and the day of judgment, right?
Yeah, it's a liminal space. But the critic notes that in this mystical framework, the living sheikh actually becomes the barzakh. He serves as a living, breathing bridge.
Oh, I see. So because he is human, he has that earthly reality to connect with the flawed student.
Exactly. But through his spiritual mastery, he has allegedly attained a portion of the divine reality to connect with God. He is essentially the only entity capable of translating the divine frequency into something the human heart can receive.
Without shattering, basically. Which leads to a quote from the source that feels almost militant in its exclusivity.
It really does.
The text cites a Naqshbandi principle stating, and I'm quoting here, "Whoever has no sheikh, his sheikh is Satan, and he remains in disbelief until he takes a sheikh who embodies the characteristics of the merciful."
And the Orthodox critic seizes on that absolute ultimatum. I mean, what's fascinating here is how the author explicitly compares this mandatory intermediary model to Christian theology.
Really? They bring Christianity into it.
Yes, the text draws a direct parallel to the Gospel of John, chapter 14, verse 6. That's where Jesus says, "I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me."
Oh, wow. So Dimashqi is arguing that The Naqshbandi order has essentially adopted a Christological model of salvation.
Exactly. He's saying they've quietly replaced the traditional, unmediated Islamic connection to God with this highly exclusive human gatekeeper.
It sounds like they are setting up the sheikh as this exclusive spiritual Wi-Fi router. Like, if you don't have the password to this specific router, you get absolutely no signal at all.
That is a perfect way to visualize it, and the mechanics of how this connection actually functions according to the text are incredibly physical.
Yeah, it's not just a matter of sitting in a circle and taking good life advice from a wise elder, right?
Not at all. The source details how the sheikh initiates what is called a divine pull, or jadba.
And the mystical texts cited describe the sheikh using a very specific, almost mechanical metaphor for this. They call him a gutter, or a mizab.
Right, because the cosmic ocean of divine grace is constantly overflowing, but it doesn't just rain down indiscriminately on people.
The sheikh acts as the literal gutter that catches this overwhelming cosmic energy and funnels it directly into the heart of the disciple.
That metaphor of the mizab is so crucial. It implies a physical law of spiritual physics. Without the gutter, the water simply washes away.
It never reaches the soil of your heart, so to speak.
Exactly. And the critic points out that this intensely centralizes spiritual power. It basically creates a monopoly on divine grace.
And for anyone listening right now who might view this entirely from a secular or skeptical perspective, it's really worth considering the psychological utility of this model.
Oh, absolutely. The psychological appeal is massive.
Because dealing with abstract, terrifyingly vast concepts like the infinite, the creator of the universe, eternity, is fundamentally overwhelming for the human mind.
It's too much to process.
Right. So having a physical person sitting across from you, a tangible human being who says, hey, I have mapped this territory, I hold the connection, just follow my instructions, that is deeply intuitively appealing.
It takes the infinite and shrinks it down to eye level. It makes the terrifying prospect of the divine highly manageable.
But the author's argument pivots sharply on the consequences of that manageability.
Yeah, because here's where it gets really interesting. The critic argues that when you make the human intermediary that essential, when the sheikh becomes the sole distributor of grace, something dangerous happens to the ultimate destination.
Meaning God himself.
Exactly. If the sheikh effectively controls all access to God, does God himself start to become functionally irrelevant to the believer's daily life?
Which leads us right into this incredibly provocative claim from the mystical literature that the text points out. It says, the mark of a true Sufi, a true fakir or ascetic, is that he has no need for God.
And to an Orthodox Sunni Muslim, the phrase, a believer has no need for God, is the ultimate theological red flag.
I mean, yeah, it sounds like unequivocal blasphemy on his face.
It does, but the text unpacks the mechanics behind this claim to show why the critic views it as a highly evolved form of shirk, or polytheism.
So they don't mean the person literally needs no spiritual help anymore.
Right. The argument isn't that the human need for help has disappeared. It's that the need has been completely outsourced onto creation instead of the creator.
In this framework, God is viewed as so transcendent, so detached in his absolute majesty, that the day-to-day management of the universe is delegated.
Delegated entirely to the Prophet Muhammad, the living sheikhs, and the dead saints.
And the source doesn't just make this claim theoretically. It actually looks at the Anashid, the spiritual songs and poems that serve as the liturgical heartbeat of these gatherings.
Which is such a smart analytical angle. Poetry is powerful because it bypasses the rational, critical parts of the brain.
It really does. It embeds theology directly into the emotions. And when you look at the lyrics cited in the text through Damashki's critical lens, the shift in focus is striking.
The author meticulously dissects these lyrics. In these poems, the worshippers are explicitly directing their pleas to the Prophet Muhammad rather than to God.
They are asking the Prophet for the forgiveness of their sins, for the covering of their earthly faults, and for the fulfillment of their daily needs.
And the source highlights a specific title used in the poetry for the Prophet. They call him Kashif al-Gumat, which translates to the remover of sorrows.
I want to linger on that title for a second, the remover of sorrows.
It's a heavy title.
It is. Because the critic's point is that in Orthodox Islamic theology, that is a job description belonging exclusively to God, no one else.
By singing that the prophet is the one who actively removes sorrows, the text argues they're systematically stripping God of his active intervening role in the believer's life.
It paints a picture of a universe where God built the machinery, wound up the clock, and then permanently handed the keys over to the prophet and the saints to run the daily operations.
And this delegation of divine power isn't restricted to just internal spiritual comfort either.
Oh, right, it gets heavily political. The source emphasizes how these songs extend aggressively into worldly and geopolitical domains.
The text quotes specific lyrics where worshippers ask God to act by the right of, or by the virtue of, historical prophets to enact tangible violence or political change.
Like, for example, the lyrics ask God, by the right of Moses, to destroy the heads of the polytheists.
And they invoke John the Baptist and Zechariah to destroy the bridges of communism.
They even use the right of Job to cleanse sins and the right of David to defeat the evil of the Jews. It's this elaborate cosmic chain of command.
They are leveraging the spiritual capital of long-dead prophets to manipulate modern geopolitical outcomes.
And the text shows how this outsourcing gets even more intensely localized. It brings up the case of Sayyida Nafisa.
Yes, Sayyida Nafisa. She was a historical, righteous woman whose grave is highly venerated in Egypt.
The poem cited claims that from inside her grave, she is actively gathering good in this world and the hereafter.
And that she is physically reading the Quran in her tomb, and that rain is poured upon the local villages entirely by virtue of her presence.
Which is just wild to think about from an Orthodox perspective.
Yeah.
This represents the core synthesis of the critic's argument in this portion of the text, right?
Exactly. The author is positing that the ultimate casualty of this extreme intermediary system is the direct personal relationship with God.
Because the divine is abstracted away into an unreachable distance.
Meanwhile, the prophet, the sheikhs, and saints like Sayyida Nafisa are treated as the active administrators of the physical universe.
Okay, so if the living sheik's power effectively sidelines God in the day-to-day management of the believer's life, what happens when that human sheikh dies?
You'd think the connection breaks, right?
Right. But bizarrely, the text suggests the connection actually gets stronger. And that leads us into what the critique describes as a massive bureaucratic ecosystem of graves.
In traditional Orthodox Islam, a grave serves a very specific, limited function. It is a place of reflection, a stark reminder of human mortality.
And a place where you pray for the deceased, asking God to grant them mercy, not asking the deceased for help.
Exactly. But the text asserts that in Naqshbandi theology, graves undergo a radical, functional transformation. They cease to be memorials.
Instead, they become active, buzzing centers of cosmic administration.
The source claims that within this system, every significant aspect of a disciple's spiritual life is inextricably tied to the graves of dead saints.
Like acts of worship, receiving hidden knowledge, taking oaths, seeking daily blessings, all tied to the graves.
And the text illustrates how deeply this is baked into the DNA of the Naqshbandi order by looking at its origin story.
The story of the founder, Bahadur Shah Naqshband.
Right. Normally, in traditional Islamic scholarship, a scholar builds their authority by studying under living teachers.
You memorize texts, you debate your peers, you earn certificates of transmission. It is a highly verifiable earthly process.
But according to the mystical text cited by the critic, Baha'u'llah's ultimate spiritual mandate didn't come from the living.
He received his absolute authority, and specifically the signature technique of the order, the silent ticker, which is the silent internal remembrance of God, while physically meeting with the dead spirits of previous masters in a graveyard.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, the author points out the brilliant, insulating mechanics of this origin story.
Because you can't exactly fact-check a ghost.
Exactly. By rooting the founder's ultimate authority in an encounter with the dead, the order creates a perfectly closed, unassailable loop of authority.
An Orthodox scholar cannot question the founder's credentials. You cannot cross-examine his teachers or evaluate their memory or check their legal reasoning.
Because his teachers exist beyond the physical veil. They reside in the barzakh. It completely immunizes the foundational teachings of the order from traditional earthly scholarly critique.
And because these dead saints are viewed as the source of immense radiating power, visiting their graves becomes a highly technical, almost surgical operation.
The text provides a step-by-step ritual from the Naqshbandi manuals on how to visit a saint's grave.
Yeah, it's not just showing up and whispering a quick prayer. It is a precise spiritual technology, and the specific mechanics are fascinating.
The source outlines a 6-step process that dramatically illustrates the theological shift Damascus is criticizing.
Okay, let's walk the listener through it. Step 1 is pretty simple. You approach the grave and formally greet the buried saint.
Right, nothing too crazy yet. But step 2 involves precise physical positioning. You must stand near the saint's right foot, facing the grave.
Crucially, doing this means you are physically turning your back to the Qibla, the direction of Mecca, which is the singular focal point of Orthodox Islamic prayer.
The critic views turning one's back on the Qibla to face a grave as a profound physical manifestation of the theological deviation they are arguing against.
Then step 3, you read specific chapters of the Quran, Al-Fatiha once, Al-Ikhlas 11 times, and Ayat al-Kursi once.
But you aren't just reciting them for yourself. You must actively gift the spiritual reward of that reading to the dead saint.
It functions as a transaction of spiritual currency. You are depositing the reward of your earthly recitation into their spiritual account to initiate the connection.
Then step 4 is where the psychology gets really intense.
Oh yeah, this part is wild.
Yeah.
You must completely strip your mind of every earthly thought, rendering yourself a totally blank slate.
I want to pause on this. From a psychological standpoint, inducing a state of absolute mental emptiness is a massive deal.
It's similar to deep sensory deprivation or extreme mindfulness. It makes a person incredibly suggestible. You are basically dismantling your critical faculties.
Which is exactly the point the critic implies. By requiring a blank slate, the ritual demands the suspension of rational thought and orthodox boundaries.
It's preparing the mind to accept whatever subjective experience follows as absolute divine truth.
Which leads right to step 5. You visualize the spirit of the dead saint not as a human body, but as pure, unadulterated light.
And you mentally pull that light from the grave directly into your own heart to receive the fade, the overflow of their grace.
And finally, step 6. You cannot do this alone. Even at the grave of a dead saint, you must use the mental image of your own living sheikh as the intermediary to securely bridge the connection.
It's like you need your local proxy server to connect to the mainframe.
The author highlights this elaborate procedure to show just how far removed this ecosystem is from the stark simplicity of Orthodox prayer, where a believer simply raises their hands and speaks to God.
But the critique goes even further, examining the miraculous claims used to legitimize this grave-centric system.
The text cites beliefs from the order's literature asserting that a powerful saint can literally, physically leave his grave to personally fulfill a request if a disciple's need is urgent enough.
For anyone listening who grew up in a secular post-Enlightenment world, or even within mainstream Orthodox traditions, the idea of a spirit leaving a grave to run an errand sounds like pure folklore.
It does, but the text shows how the order treats this as empirical administrative science.
The source details how they actually measure the power of these dead saints using units of distance. It claims that Baha'u'llah Naqshband's intercession covers a radius of exactly 100 parasangs.
Which is an ancient Persian unit of distance called a farsakh, so 100 of those around his grave.
Meanwhile, a lesser sheikh, named Alauddin, only possesses a coverage radius of 40 parasangs.
It reads like a spiritual zoning law.
It really does. It's almost like they have spiritual zoning laws or cellular coverage maps for their miracles.
It's exactly like that.
If you live 41 parasangs away from Alauddin's grave, you are out of his network, your prayers will drop, and you need to physically travel into Baha'u'llin's coverage zone.
It is such a strange bureaucratic way to quantify the infinite, but it establishes a very real, very strict hierarchy of power among the saints.
And to counter all of this, the critic addresses a famous quote often circulated by mystics to justify these practices.
Right. The quote is attributed to the great early legal scholar Imam al-Shafi'i. He allegedly said, "The grave of Maruf al-Karki is the tested antidote."
Meaning, if you have an unsolvable problem, visiting his grave is a guaranteed cure.
But the source forcefully argues that this quote is entirely fabricated and contradicts everything al-Shafi'i actually taught.
The author also points out a glaring internal contradiction regarding Islamic law in all of this.
Yes, and this is a devastating legal critique. Damashkia points out that many followers of the Naqshbandi order historically adhere to the Hanafi school of Islamic jurisprudence.
For context for you listening, Abu Hanifa was one of the foundational legal minds in Islamic history. And the Hanafi school is one of the 4 major Orthodox schools of law, shaping the daily practices of millions of Muslims.
And the Orthodox texts of the Hanafi school explicitly state that believing the dead can manage the affairs of the living is a direct act of disbelief.
So the critic is exposing what they see as a fatal inconsistency. You cannot claim to follow Hanafi law in your daily life while simultaneously practicing a theology of grave veneration that Hanafi law explicitly condemns as heresy.
Exactly. The two frameworks just cannot coexist logically.
Okay, let's unpack this next part because it flows naturally from everything we've just said.
Right.
If you are operating within a system where you bypass a direct connection to God, relying instead on a living sheikh who acts as your router. And that sheikh draws his power from a grid of dead saints whose graves act as spiritual cell towers.
It's a complex setup.
It is. The question becomes, how do you actually learn anything? If you discard traditional scholarship, how do you figure out what is true and what is false?
That brings us to the final and arguably most consequential segment of this deep dive, the epistemology of mysticism.
Epistemology is simply the philosophical study of how we know what we know, right? What makes a fact a fact.
Yes. And the source text outlines a fundamental, irreconcilable divide introduced by the mystical orders regarding the nature of knowledge. The text explains that they split knowledge into two entirely distinct hostile categories.
On one side, you have ilm al-waratha, which translates to inherited or outer knowledge. This is the traditional rigorous stuff.
To give this context, think about the traditional scholars of hadith, the people who spent their entire lives painstakingly verifying the historical sayings and actions of the Prophet Muhammad.
Like a scholar like Imam Ahmad would travel for months across deserts just to verify the character and memory of a single narrator in a chain of transmission before accepting a single sentence as historical truth.
It required intense, grueling physical and mental effort.
Right. If knowledge is a vault, ilm al-waratha is spending decades learning how the combination lock works, testing every single number.
But on the other side of the divide, you have ilm laduni, which is inner, divine knowledge. This is the ultimate prize in the mystical framework.
And this knowledge requires absolutely zero studying. No books, no traveling, no memorization.
It is given directly to the heart of the believer by divine care, usually mediated through the sheikh.
Instead of learning the combination to the vault, ilm laduni claims you are simply handed the master key directly by the architect.
And the contempt that the mystics allegedly hold for the traditional scholars of inherited knowledge is staggering.
The text quotes a devastating critique leveled by the Sufis against the orthodox scholars of hadith.
The mystics say to the scholars, "You took your knowledge dead from dead, and we took our knowledge from the living who does not die."
Dead from dead. That is an incredibly potent insult.
It really is. They are mocking the traditional chain of narration. The idea that scholar A heard it from scholar B, who heard it from scholar C, all of whom are now corpses in the ground.
The mystic is claiming to completely bypass the entire historical chain of human fallibility and receive the truth directly from the divine source in real time.
The author meticulously details the mechanics of how this download of truth allegedly occurs, since reading books is out of the picture.
Right. How does it actually happen?
According to the text, it happens through emanations from the spirits of dead order members. It happens through something called muhathat, which is a physical and spiritual alignment.
Meaning what exactly?
Well, when a student achieves muhathat, they become so intimately attuned to the sheikh that they can literally hear the sheikh's thoughts and receive his knowledge directly into their mind, even if they are in different cities.
It's effectively spiritual telepathy.
Precisely. It also occurs through highly symbolic dreams and visions, which are treated as legally binding truths.
But perhaps the most controversial mechanism cited in the text is the claim that a powerful sheikh can push a student into a state of sudden, overwhelming enlightenment.
The jadba we mentioned earlier.
Right. And they claim this happens in a matter of minutes. The mystical texts claim this sudden shock wipes away the dark cloud of ignorance in the student's heart,
instantly granting them a level of spiritual mastery and knowledge that would take a traditional scholar a lifetime of grueling study to even approximate.
It is the ultimate shortcut. It's like the difference between spending 10 years getting a PhD by reading dusty books written by dead guys versus plugging a cable into the back of your neck like in The Matrix and saying, "I know Kung Fu."
That is exactly the appeal. But I can see why Orthodox scholars looking at this would be absolutely terrified by the implications.
They are terrified because it dismantles the entire framework of societal order.
Yeah.
The Orthodox rebuttal, as detailed by Naqshbandiyya, is grounded in a specific foundational tradition of the Prophet Muhammad, who explicitly stated, "Knowledge is only through learning."
The critique accuses this esoteric download system of being incredibly destructive on multiple levels. First, they argue it breeds immense intellectual laziness.
Because it encourages followers to abandon rigorous study in favor of just waiting for a mystical zap.
But this raises an important question, right? The deeper danger, the real threat to Orthodox Islam that the author is highlighting, is about how a society agrees on reality.
Yeah, if a student claims they received a direct download of truth from a dead saint in a dream, and that truth contradicts a verified historical text, Who wins?
The text argues that this system treats subjective hallucinations, dreams, and fleeting personal feelings as objective divine law.
Which is terrifying for a legal system. How can a community maintain a shared objective truth, a common ground for laws, ethics, theology, and justice, if ultimate knowledge is defined as entirely subjective?
Especially if it's hidden in the individual heart and requires absolutely zero external verifiable proof.
If my dream of Behoden Naqshband overrides your carefully studied textbook of Hanafi law, how do we ever agree on what is real?
The critic argues that Ilm Laduni essentially creates a reality where the sheikh's subjective feeling is the only law.
So what does this all mean? We have covered massive amounts of theological ground today, looking at this incredibly dense 11% slice of Damashqi's critique.
We really have. We started by examining the concept of the shape as the mandatory living barzakh, the absolute gatekeeper to divine connection.
We observed how the critic argues this extreme reliance shifted the focus entirely away from God, outsourcing the active management of the universe to the prophet and human intermediaries.
We explored the mechanics of how this power is allegedly transferred to an entire geographical grid of saintly graves, complete with coverage radiuses and blank slate rituals.
And finally, we saw how this mystical framework allegedly dismantles the traditional idea of rigorous, objective scholarship in favor of telepathic, subjective, mystical downloads of truth.
It is a profound systemic paradigm shift from the orthodox model of reality, which is exactly why the source text is so fiercely critical.
It's been a fascinating journey into the architecture of this debate.
And I want to leave you with a final thought to mull over, building on the underlying psychology we've unpacked today.
Let's hear it.
We often think of religion as the ultimate, fearless pursuit of the divine. But looking at the mechanics of this critique, it begs a fascinating question about human nature. Are we inherently, fundamentally uncomfortable with an invisible, infinite God?
That is a great question.
Do we inevitably, across different cultures and eras, try to shrink the divine down to human size, into a living sheikh we can touch, or a grave we can physically visit, or a simple download we can passively receive, simply because the true infinite is just too terrifying to face alone?
When you put it that way, it challenges the very core of why humans build these elaborate spiritual structures in the first place. Are we reaching up to God, or are we desperately trying to pull God down to a scale we can actually comprehend?
It's definitely something to think about.
That is a massive question to sit with. Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive. Keep questioning the things you read, keep analyzing the hidden structures of the ideas around you, and as always, keep seeking knowledge.